பாஸ்வேர்டா? 585303 பாஸ்வேர்டு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் செக்ஷன் வச்சு கொடுக்கணும். இதுதான் சார் இன்னாகுரல் செக்ஷன்ல வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எல்லாமே இங்கே வந்துடுறாங்க சார். மகேந்திரா இல்லாமல் ஹலோ 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 ஹலோ
Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello, good morning. Good morning, sir.
கேக்குதா? நான் பேசுறது கேட்கல.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all. Hello. Hello. LCD budget. Speaker. Good morning to all.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Good morning, everyone. Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College and Rotary International District 3201, Coimbatore, India, cordially welcomes you all to the two-day South Asian Conference on Empowerment of South Asia through Economic Consolidation, organized by STC School of Management and School of Commerce in association with R.A. Podar College of Commerce and Economics, Mumbai, Luth Mada Institute of Management Studies, Thiruvananthapuram, which is part of Xavier Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship, Bangalore and Kochi. Empowered by Rotary International District 3201, Pro Rotary Club of Coimbatore Tech City. Knowledge partner of the conference, Avinashi Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. Supporting partners, Coimbatore Management Association, Bharatiya School of Management and Entrepreneur Development, Coimbatore, Rochester, New York. CaptureNow.org.Coimbatore. Let us wait for some time till everyone joins.
Good morning, everyone. I request all the dignitaries to occupy the dais.
Good morning. Good morning.
I request everyone to kindly switch off your mobile phones. We are about to start the program. Blessings of grace and peace be with you today and every day. Good morning to all dignitaries, revered teachers, and of course, our startling students with great joy and immense exaltation. How phenomenal is this day! You will witness an extraordinary program ahead. We feel privileged to welcome you all for the wonderful occasion of South Asian Regional Virtual Conference on Empowerment of South Asia through Economic Consolidation, organized by Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College, Pollachi. It's a very special day where you'll witness lots and lots of learning. Thank you all for giving us your precious time. Let us all rise for the prayer song.
Udalum எல்லாம் தருவாய் குருவே குருவே அறிவை தருவாய் அருள்வாய் அருள்வாய் என்றும் அருள்வாய்
அறிவை கடந்த அறிவை அருள்வாய்
அறிவை கடந்த அறிவை அருள்வாய்
குருவே குருவே எல்லாம் குருவே ஈசன் குருவே இறைவன் குருவே நீயும் குருவே நானும் குருவே 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 எல்லாம் குருவே எல்லாம் குருவே.
Education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Let us now welcome the man who doesn't need any introduction and known among all of us for his wisdom and knowledge, our Honorable Principal, Dr. A. Somu, to invite the gathering for this fruitful occasion.
A very good morning, one and all present here, those who are present in offline and online. My hearty welcome to every one of you to this inaugural session of two-day conference on empowerment of South Asia through economic consolidation. First, I would like to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. P. Kaliraj, Bardiyar University, Coimbatore, who has accepted to inaugurate the conference amidst his busy schedule. I welcome you, sir. My hearty welcome to our beloved chairman, Line M.A. Vijay Mohan, who presides this inaugural session. I also extend my warm welcome to our Honorable Secretary, Rotarian S. Venkatesh, and Vice Chairman, who will be joining the valedictory session. I extend my warm welcome to my Guru and the mentor of STC School of Management, Dr. R. Nandakopal, Director SIME, Dr. Sobana Vasudevan, the Principal of R.A. Podar College, Dr. Mercia Selvamalar, Dean LIMS, Trivandrum, Dr. P. Chitramani, Professor and Dean, Avanachalingam Deemed University, School of Commerce, Rotarian, Dr. V. Ravindran, President of RCC, Tech City, Coimbatore, Rotarian MD, R.S. Maruti, Rotarian Anthony Johnson, my warm welcome to every one of you. It gives me a great joy to welcome Rotarian Jose Chaco, who is going to give a special address on this occasion. We feel proud to welcome the chief guest of this inaugural session, Dr. P. Mahendra P. Lama, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of Sikkim, and Prime Ministers of India's nominee in the Eminent Persons Group, EPG, on Nepal-India relations. Warm welcome to you, sir. And I extend my heartiest welcome to the Director of STC-SM, the Dean of SOC, School of Commerce, other Deans, Directors, HOD of Management, HODs of other departments, Program Coordinators, faculty members, participants from other colleges, partner institutions, students, research scholars, resource persons of various technical sessions. A warm welcome to every one of you. My heartiest welcome to Dr. A. Pangajam, HOD of Management, Avanachalingam Deemed University, and Dr. Ruba Gunasilan, Director, BSMD, Bharatiya University, Coimbatore, who has been supporting and instrumental for this 2 days seminar. I'm happy to note that this conference is organized jointly by the STC School of Management and STC School of Commerce in association with R.A. Podar College, Mumbai, LIMS, Trivandrum, Avanashlingam University, Coimbatore. My sincere thanks and welcome to all our conference partners and distinguished guests, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, resource persons, and conference organizers. My dear participants, I strongly believe that this 2-day conference will enlighten you the opportunities available in South Asian countries and the scope for exports, imports, and entreports, etc. in the area of agriculture and food products, textiles, IT and IT-enabled services, gems and jewelry, and logistics and shipping. To overcome the current economic problems, economic consolidation of SAARC countries is the need of the hour for mutual benefit and sustainable growth. I take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers, particularly our conference partners and the School of Management and the School of Commerce, who have meticulously planned this 2-day conference and who made this conference a grand success. Thank you, one and all, and my best wishes to every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for welcoming and felicitating the program. Leaders become great, not because of their power, but because of the ability to empower others. We feel honored to invite our chairman, Line M.A. Vijay Mohan, to present the presidential address.
Most respected Vice Chairman, Line Sedupati, beloved Secretary, Rotarian Venkatesh, and the chief guest of this occasion, and was inaugurating the session, our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Kaliyaraj, and the Principal of the Podar College, who is the co-sponsor, Sobnaravi, and Director of LIMS, Dr. Maria Selva Malar, and our Rotary friends on the dais, Rotarian Anthony Johnson, Assistant Governor, Rotarian Maruti, District Director, beloved Principal, Director of the Conference, Balu, advisors of the conference, Thai Manavar, Siddiq, Organizing Secretary, Nagaraj, and all the other team members, and more importantly, the participants of this conference, and the other speakers who will be joining later and contributing the best to add value to this conference. A very good morning to all of you. It's indeed a great joy and pleasure after the Corona regime, we are able to organize such a conference, and I am able to see this, our beloved past director, General Mr. Setu's hall being filled with youngsters after a very long gap. We feel young today. Though I am 67, seeing you after a long time, I feel very young and energetic. And I should thank one and all for the contribution and involvement and dedication in organizing this conference. There are a lot of CPOs and we have to be very precise in our address. Definitely it's quite encouraging because we have heard about SHARP for a long time in the television and other medias, and STC organizing along with Podar College, empowerment of South Asia through economic consolidation. The economic consolidation, we all know and we realize impulsively that it is more easily achievable through political integration, which is a very strong factor that will bring about a prosperity in this SAARC region. And we are also aware that the countries are either developed or developing countries in this region: India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka. So all these are in this region, and there has to be a very strong integration, as our past president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam says, where there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world. So to build about an economic order and a political integration, it's very important. There is a very strong consolidation in this region. And 5 areas are being discussed in this conference: agriculture and food products, textiles, IT and IT-enabled services, shipping and logistics, and textiles. And very prominent core sectors, not only for our region, but for the entire world, have been taken up for discussion. And it is very important that we are able to identify the gaps and bridge the gaps and find out the unexplored areas and discuss in detail. And what is more important of the outcome of this discussion is to bring about mutual benefits in the countries of this region. So that's the ultimate objective. And I'm sure the participants will be able to impart a great amount of knowledge through their wisdom and vision, and build a better tomorrow for this region, and make the flag of all these countries fly proudly among in the community of nations. So with this small introduction, once again, I congratulate the organizers and all the participants. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you so much, sir, for an inspiring address and valuable message. A good teacher and monitor can inspire hope, ignite the imagination, and instill a love of learning. Now I'd like to invite the Director of STC School of Management, Dean School of Commerce, Dr. N. Balu, who have made all of us proud by his distinguished work, to discuss about the objectives of conference and the introduction of the theme.
Very good morning and namaskar to all dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Most respected Vice Chancellor, most respected District Governor Jose Chacko, and most respected Chief Guest Dr. Mahendra P. Lama, and scholars from across the SAARC countries, pranams to all of you on this lovely morning. This conference theme has come with the discussion with several scholars across South Asia from various institutions. I would like to make a note that Dr. Anil Trigunath, ambassador, former ambassador, has helped us a lot in framing this particular topic. Why this topic is, see, South Asian region, in the words of Raymond Robertson, who is the World Bank economist, who is closely watching South Asia, says that South Asia is 10 times more powerful than of the world, because we have got the youth population. And not only the youth population, there is a middle class explosion happening simultaneously in all these SAARC countries. And regionally, this region could become a great strength if we come together in terms of economy. And each heads of the state, the Prime Minister and the presidents of each country, are taking their initiative to come together and do a lot. It is time that scholars and thinkers from across the SAARC countries put their ideas to suggest what would be the development. In this regard, this South Asian conference, empowerment of South Asia through economic consolidation, becomes prominent. I'm really happy that STC was instrumental in bringing R.A. Podar, LIMS, Avinash Lingam Deemed University, Bharatiya School of Management and Entrepreneur Development, Coimbatore Management Association, Rotary District 3201, and several other organizations to conceive this beautiful conference. So that is the reason why we are here today, and I warmly welcome every one of you, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful words, sir. Every thought you produce, anything you say, any action you do, it bears your signature. I take this opportunity to welcome our Secretary, Rotarian S. Venkatesh, to felicitate the occasion.
Mata Pita Guru Devam. Most respected Chairman of this great institution, Lion M.A. Vijay Mohan, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. P. Kalidas of Bharatiya University, who has joined us virtually in this meeting, in this conference, the Principal, Dr. Somu, our beloved guest, Rotarian MD R.S. Maruthi sir, Rotarian Anthony Johnson sir, the RI District President, the Principal and other people who has sponsored, as rightly said by our Principal, Director and all the Podar College, as well as LIMS, other organizations. A happy good morning to one and all. As per protocol, I have to felicitate this function. It is the most simple task given to anybody. But it is an occasion where I want to mention that the unstinted efforts put by the School of SM and the School of Commerce of STC to organize this great 2 days conference at the South Asian regional level on the topic empowerment of South Asia through economic consolidations. And I proudly announce that nearly 2,500 people have registered, students, scholars, and so many other people have joined this. And they meticulously planned this conference for the past 3 months. They are putting a lot of efforts in bringing everything together. And we are here to inaugurate and continue. I also thank all the people who have given their consent to be the faculty members on different sessions and share their valuable suggestions for the economic consolidation. My dear participants, especially the students, please understand these kind of happenings will happen once in a blue moon only. So put all your efforts. Be very sincerely watch what is the faculty members are sharing, because you are the tomorrow. You are the future of any country. The youngsters sitting in front and the youngsters who have joined virtually are the pillars of the any nation tomorrow. The fundamental economic consolidation you should understand, and this is an opportunity. You all know what is the consolidation of an economic opportunity in South Asian area. And I really congratulate the School of STC, SM and Commerce for doing this great opportunity. And it is a great coincidence that our School of Management, STC, SM has been ranked as the best industry connect MBA during 2020 and adjudged by Academia magazine. It's a great coincidence, and I'm sure with this proud, they will conduct this conference in a great way, and all of you will be enlightened with a lot of insight. And the inference, what we are going to do at the end of this conference, I think you can take it to the right people in the government, and we may be a catalyst. STC and other coordinating sponsors will be a catalyst for the economic growth or consolidation. And wish you all the participants and wish you the organizers a great success, and all of you will get a great insight through this conference. Wish you all the very best. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. We feel really privileged to have your guidance. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Here, I invite Dr. R. Nandagopal, Director, Xavier Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship, Kochi, Advisor SAC, a statue of knowledge and experience, to grace the occasion by his words.
Respected the Chairman, Secretary of STC College, the Principal and Director and other faculty members of the college, and Honorable the Vice Chancellor of Bardiyar University, distinguished guests, Rotary officials, and dear faculty colleagues and dear students. Very good morning to all of you. Greetings from Xavier Institute of Management, and as an advisor of STC, I am very happy and proud to be part of this program. STC always a torchbearer in the region in organizing national and international conferences. STC always takes an initiative in a lot of new activities to enhance the quality and the delivery of the management education in this part of the country. As a rural area in Pollachi, the work which they have done is commendable, and they were able to organize an international conference bringing the scholars and academics from South Asia. I think, as you all know, the South Asia is emerging as a new economic leader. And the last few years, if you have observed, South Asian countries have performed very well. The average growth rate of South Asian country economy shows that almost 8% growth over a period of time. Maybe this new pandemic impact, there is an impact on every economy, including South economy. But compared to the world economy, South Asian economy is really growing very well. And as you all understand, the region of South Asia, India plays a major role. India contributes a significant contribution in the economic growth of the South Asia. Again, the researchers and also the academic exchange between the countries will enhance the quality. As mentioned earlier, previous speakers, politically, economically, there are a lot of cooperations are happening. And academically, we should also start working with the South Asian countries. I think Honorable Vice Chancellors, people like him, has to take an initiative to coordinate and work with South Asian companies. As economic partners, a lot of our industries, automobile sector, other textile sector is already working with South Asian countries, and they proved successful through their collaborations and also the technological change which they brought it. Similarly, now academic institutions also should look forward. We have a very good academic institutions in South Asia countries, especially Singapore and other developing countries today. Good infrastructure, and the quality of research is also going very well in the South Asian countries. So this initiative of STC will bring a lot of interaction and also the exchange of ideas and industrial experiences will enhance the quality of management education. When we talk about management education or commerce education, we are the trendsetters. I think if you look at the overall in the world, in India, we have maximum business schools in the world, next to US. Almost 4,000 business schools. Actually, yesterday, AICT's interactive meet, it was mentioned that around 4,000 business schools are there in India, next to US, as a business school of programs offered in US. So that is our strength. And we also have a good number of institutions in South Asia. I think it's high time that we have to work with the South Asian company, South Asian industry, academic institution to improve the quality. I congratulate STC for taking this initiative forward and bringing the scholars and academic papers on the industry performance and success stories of the economies of South Asian economy will bring definitely a good exposure to our students community. I think students community should understand how South Asia is becoming a powerful leader in the economic development. With this felicitation, thank you, and I thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to be part of this program. I wish the conference all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you, all the best.
Thank you for your thoughtful words, sir. Thank you for your thoughtful words, sir. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. I am glad to invite Dr. Shobana Vasudevan, Principal of Aryapodar College of Commerce and Economics, Mumbai, to address the gathering.
A very good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to share some of my thoughts for this particular conference on the occasion of this conference. Let me congratulate each one of you who have been there since the conceptualization, organizing, and conducting this great initiative in the form of a regional conference to promote the consolidation of South Asian countries. Of course, I would prefer to dedicate to our Setu sir, who had been a trendsetter in all these thought processes, and my association, rather Association of Aryapodar College with STC, has always been very strong, and we have learned from each other the strong points that is going to spearhead anyone towards development, growth, and prosperity. This is yet another initiative conceptualized by STC. I congratulate all those involved in it. And on the dais today, we have got Rotarians, social workers, and especially the Vice Chancellor of Bharatiyar University is there to oversee how this is going to be helping the economy, Indian economy, to grow. My dear friends, the young students who are there in the conference, and my colleagues in the form of professors, principals, and other educationists who are there in this particular meet. See, we in India, we have been always thinking about Vasudeva Kudumbakam. We have been always thinking about consolidation, sharing of knowledge, and giving certain things between each other has been something as a tradition and culture as far as our DNA is concerned. We never want to hold anything to ourselves. It is always we and never I. And it is always that we want to share knowledge. That has been our initiative. And this consolidation, let me place before the audience, not only in India, but abroad, that they have already consolidated through collaboration. West of India, South of India, and Southwest of India by involving the educational institution. So national consolidation is already there in bringing the thought process in the same pattern. And we are going to have an international consolidation, starting with region. Probably we can think about a world order also in few years to come. We can definitely go ahead. The 5 areas that we have identified in this conference may also go further for medical, hospitality, healthcare, education, as the Xavier chief has hinted. We have got lot of strength, and that strength can be strengthened if there is going to be a kind of ideal cooperation and consolidation through dialogues, consolidation through action, consolidation through collaboration, consolidation through exchange programs. And I think this conference is going to sow the necessary seed. And I'm sure STC, with its initiative and the collaborators, are going to nurture and water the seed so that it can grow in such a way that the consolidation is going to become stronger and it becomes contagious, that the entire world order may be engineered and nurtured by us from India. And if it is going to be from Pollachi, what else is going to be the crown that we can give to the motherland India, that the initiative from a comparatively area where not much known in the map has made that possible, that we are entering the South Asian map today, but soon we will enter the world map. With this kind of congratulatory message, I wish everyone who have worked relentlessly for this particular conference. I have been with these organizers almost on a twice-a-day basis, and I can understand the efforts that has gone into it. Hearty congratulations to each one of you. Today is a day, and the days to come is going to be our day. That is going to be the wish I'm going to place before you, and wish you all the best for the success and further success and further success. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to me.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening words. Once you choose hope, anything is possible. I entreat Dr. P. Chitramani, Professor and Dean, School of Commerce and Management, Avinashlingam University, Coimbatore, to felicitate this auspicious occasion.
Good morning to all. Respected Mr. L.A. Vijaymohan, Chairman STC, Mr. S. Venkatesh, Secretary STC, Dr. Somu, Principal STC, Professor P. Kaliraj, Vice Chancellor, Bhartiyar University, Dr. Mahendra P. Lama, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of Sikkim, Dr. R. Nandagopal, Director XIME Kochi and advisor for this conference, Dr. N. Balu, Dean, School of Commerce and School of Management, STC, heads of the partnering institutions and the organizing members at STC and other partnering institutions, and my dear participants. Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College, with its vision to offer quality education, has always tuned its activities towards attaining excellence in education, and this conference is one such occasion when they are imparting the economic knowledge or the global knowledge to the participants, and all the deliberations in this conference is tuned towards their vision. Avinashlingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women was started in 1957 by the freedom fighter and the former Minister of Education for the composite Madras state, Dr. T.S. Avinashlingam, with a vision to empower women through education. The institute, under the dynamic leadership of the former Chancellor, Dr. P. Rajamal Devidas, has achieved the status of deemed university and is now functioning under 7 schools of home science, physical and computational science, bioscience, arts and humanities education, commerce and management, and engineering. The Department of Business Administration, School of Commerce and Management is happy to be a knowledge partner for the conference. With gratitude and on behalf of our managing trustee, chancellor, vice chancellor, registrar, and the head of the Department of Business Administration, we express our appreciation for STC for organizing a conference in a topic that is of high relevance today. The South Asian countries of India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Maldives, and Sri Lanka has an economic cooperation under the banner South Asian Association Regional Cooperation, or what we call it as SARC. But is this cooperation a boom or a blast? Is what the World Forum is looking upon. This conference aims at further deliberating on these observations and address to how effective is this regional collaboration in terms of trade and commerce and social harmony. Will this cooperation lead to economic consolidation, and if yes, what is the consequences? The economic consolidation of East and West Germany, European Union, and the deliberation of East African countries to unite together has many positive and negative lessons to learn, especially when the countries are of a different level of industrialization and economic growth. This conference will discuss on these themes and will give a take-home deliverable to ponder on. Is globalization a myth or reality? What would be the possibility of equality in sharing of resources and growth of economies? What and why is it important to nurture regional collaborations to gain global competitiveness? On behalf of Avinashlingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women and Department of Business Administration of ADU, as a knowledge partner, we express our pleasure to be the knowledge partner and wish STC's organizing team a successful 2-day fruitful deliberation in the virtual conference on empowerment of South Asian economy through economic consolidation. Best wishes and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enriching and thought-provoking speech. Leaders don't create followers, they create more leaders. I invite Dr. V. Ravindran, President of RCC Textile Coimbatore, to felicitate the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, the dignitaries on the stage. And there are many of them off the stage and also on virtual platform. It's really a great honor to come today to felicitate STC. And I must say this conference is going to take you a great deal forward. Now, Rotarian Balu approached us from the Rotary side. Can we take it forward? Yes. From the Tech City side, we took it forward. And then we involved our district district director, Maruti. And then we had involvement of another 14 clubs, 15 clubs from what is called the Rota Bus to involve in this conference. And subsequently, then we involved the district governor, 3201, where we have about 140 plus clubs around the Coimbatore district area and the Palghat area and Cochin up to that Cochin. So we involved all that. And today, I'm very glad to say that we have over 3,000 plus registrations from different areas. At the outset, let me tell what is the empowerment that we are going to give. What is empowerment? That, when we talk about empowerment, we're going to learn something, we're going to teach something, and we have to bring it out so that the economy improves, as well as whatever you're talking about, whichever subject you're talking about, it's going to improve. Say, for example, agriculture. Now, agriculture, are we empowered? India being a great nation, and it's a giant in the South Asian nation, there's no doubt about that. Now, how far have we gone in the being an agricultural land and an agricultural country? The machinery is what we have is just sort of basic. We have not come too far forward. So this one is another aspect that we are looking at. And I'm so glad that this conference is bringing about all this in one platform. The conference partners like the STC has done a fantastic job along with the Principal Somu and Chairman Mr. Vijay Mohan has taken this item. Along with the Bharatiyar University VC have been come here and been having chat for a long time in bringing about this idea and all bringing about in one platform. All this agriculture, the textile, the IT, the logistics, and the gems. And please, students, dignitaries, the delegates, you have a lot to learn in this coming days to come, and you are the future. And there are a lot of scope to come up. And this is really a great topic of having an economic empowerment at the right time that you have it. Now, if you take even the textiles, even the buttons in Tirupur, even the zip that is coming on the t-shirt or whatever, it is not manufactured in India. It comes all the way from China. So we have not come into that area at all. We have a lot to do to bring that up so that we can now do that. And that's the empowerment that you're going to gain from this conference. Look at the IT as well. We are far too ahead on the software, I'm sure, in par with many countries. But how about the hardware? Hardly anything. We all import everything. So we have a long way to go. And look at the logistics as well. A lot to happen, a lot to improve on the safety aspect as well in the logistics as well. So this conference and the gems and the jewelry, I'm sure that is going on quite well. So I must congratulate STC to bring out this along with Podar College from Mumbai and the Lourdes Mata management from Mumbai to be the conference partners. And our knowledge partners, Avnashlingam, Home Science College from Coimbatore, and the supporting partners, the Coimbatore Bharatiyar School of Management, all come together and really brought about this conference at the right time. I congratulate them for doing this, and I'm sure all of the delegates are going to benefit in a very big way. Thank you very much for giving the time.
Thank you, sir. Dear dignitaries and participants, today we have with us Rotarian MD R.S. Maruthi, District Director, Rotary International District 3201. We cordially invite you to felicitate the gathering. So the floor is yours.
Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries who have logged in virtually to address, participants who are here physically at this auditorium, and the participants who are in thousands in the virtual platform to listen to this wonderful conclave, empowerment of South Asia through economic consolidation. A very, very good morning to you all. Dear all, this is an era which I would rate as the best for the humanity. From the time we take to make a vaccine in 4 years previously, we are able to do it in few months now, or less than a year. What information you have to seek through much difficulty is now available in the virtual platform here today, with absolutely spending very little to reach it. With such eminent speakers going to address you youth, Rotary is so proud to be associated in this program. Rotary always emphasizes in the development of youth and also in the economic development of the community. STC's initiative in bringing about this program is highly commendable, and such meaningful event this is at this point of time. And for you in your career, whatever you listen right now is so crucial and so important. The boundaries are no more confined with states or with countries. It's all an open world now. Friends, kindly make use of this seminar very well the next 2 days, and ensure that you open up your mind and grasp as much as possible, so that once you finish your academics and step into this world, it has no boundaries henceforth. And such seminars are conducted in getting the best out of you. And I wish these organizers all the success in this event, and my sincere appreciation to them for making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful to have you on this wonderful occasion. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. We feel honored and privileged to have Rotarian Jose Chaco M, RI District Governor 3201, who have made us proud by his hard work and achievements.
A visionary who walks the talk. Joe's known for his confident demeanor. Led the early stages of his life in Coimbatore, Kerala. He was a member of the trade delegation to the USA under the Ministry of Commerce and Trade, Government of India in the year 2008. Jose was also the recipient of the Export Award for 2 consecutive years, 2009 and 2010, respectively from the Capsule Export Promotion Council under the Ministry of Commerce and Trade, Government of India.
I would like to request Rotarian Jose Chaco M, RI District Governor 3201, to give us his precious words and message.
Thank you so much for the words of introduction. Professor P. Kaliraj, Vice Chancellor, Bharatiyar University. Chief Guest of the Day, Mahendra P. Lama. Chair, M.A. Vijay Mohan. Secretary, S. Venkatesh. Rotarian P. Ravindran, President, Rotary Club of Coimbatore, Tech City. Rotarian Maruthi, Rotarian Anthony Johnson, and my dear colleagues from the Rotary fraternity, and all the participants, good morning. I'm extremely happy to join all of you on this fine morning to discuss more about the empowerment of South Asia through economic consolidation. The subject has got great relevance, especially at a period when we are passing through the pandemic situation. During the initial days of the pandemic, the economy was badly hit, but as of now, economy, especially the Indian economy, is moving in the positive direction, except few segments like hospitality industry, travel industry, travel and tourism industry. All other segments are showing positive sign. And in December, we have seen the GST collection, record GST collection of 115,000 lakh crores of rupees. It's a positive sign. And another point is that the steel price has recorded all-time high during the last few months, which means the Indian economy is moving in the positive direction. The other challenge, being an industrial, is the other challenge which we are facing is all about the sudden increase in shipping charges, which creates a lot of disturbance in our business activities. The South Asian Association, SAARC, which was established in the year 1985, can contribute a lot in the economic growth in the region. Agriculture plays an important role in the economic, in the Indian economy. As per the 2018 statistics, agriculture employment is more than 50% of the Indian workforce, and which contributed almost to the tune of 18% to the GDP. Contribution of agriculture to the Indian economy is much higher than the world average. But it's a fact that GDP growth in agriculture segment has gone down drastically in the last quarter. Industry sector is another sector which can contribute substantially to the economic growth. And service sector, this is another sector which contributes a lot to the economy of a country. This seminar of empowerment on South Asia through economic consolidation can throw more light onto the subject. I know that you are eagerly waiting to hear more about the eminent speakers. So I would like to congratulate the organizers STC for selecting such a wonderful subject, especially in this current period. I wish all success and good Godspeed. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you so much, sir, for your phenomenal speech.
Professor P. Kaliraj, Vice Chancellor, Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, India. 6 years as Research Director in span of Diagnostics, Surat. Obtained recognition for PhD for Industrial Research from South Gujarat University. Industrial Consortium with more than 100 members at Center for Biotechnology to enable industry-oriented curricula. Teaching and research experience for students. Established Center for Biotechnology, one of the best rated biotech teaching and research institutions offering 7 popular UG, PG, PhD programs that are popular. Coordinated the proposal for Vision 2023 to get lead partnership position from the Government of Tamil Nadu for programs worth rupees 3,950 crores.
Unity is strength. When there is teamwork and collaboration, anything can be achieved. May I request Professor P. Kaliraj, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, to inaugurate the program by delivering the inaugural address.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Mr. M.A. Vijay Mohan, Chairman of STC, Dr. A. Somu, Principal of the Institute, Dr. N. Balu, Dean, and distinguished people who has delivered the felicitation address. Mr. S. Venkatesh, Dr. R. Nandagopal, Dr. Sobhana Vasudevan, Dr. P. Chitramani, Dr. Ravindran, Mr. Jose Chacko, and the chief guest of the day, Dr. Mahendra P. Lama, and Dr. Tayumanavar. And my dear students, friends, and also the faculty members of STC and other participating institutions. First of all, I would like to thank you for joining with you for the South Asian Regional Virtual Conference on Empowerment of South Asia through Economic Consolidation. Today, we have about 8 countries in South Asia, which includes India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Maldives. Though these countries do not have very high output in certain areas, including your agriculture and food products, textiles and IT, compared to other places, other developed countries. But definitely the South Asian countries, they have a significant contribution in information technology, textiles, and specialized agricultural products, the food products, and also the gems and jewelry. Though there are so many countries in Southeast Asia and developed nations, the contribution of the people of South Asia is tremendous in terms of the availability of the working force. And if you just look into the number of youngsters, we have more people in South Asia, and it's a high time for us to sensitize the students and also the workers in South Asia to have a better contribution. We have all changes in some challenges in South Asia, especially the climate, the problem of climates, then the presence of neglected infectious diseases, which is responsible for bringing down the sustainable development of the growth of the South Asia. And if you just look into the diseases like malaria, filaria, Kala-Azar, and they're all prevalent in the South Asia. And we have the responsibility that the healthcare workers and the health authority should take care of the health issues so that, we can improve the economy of the country through the maintenance of the good health conditions of the people. Unless we have the good health, it is not possible for us to develop good manpower. And we have the responsibility in such a way that a large and young workforce can be South Asia's strength, and it is possible only if supported by a high quality and job-rich growth strategies. The type of job that you are having it now, it's not going to persist after 3 years. And the type of the job that you are having it to in 2023, it's not going to sustain in 2023 or 26 because of the changes in the type of industries and the mode of production and the type of end users who are going to be there. So what we have to do, it is a collective responsibility of the industrialists as well as the academicians to develop the curriculum in such a way that it will suit for the students who are going to face the challenges after 3 years. So in Bharatiya University, we realize the importance of the challenges in the type of industries and also the type of manufacturing activities as well as the logistic arrangements and also the type of end users who are going to be there. We completely change the curriculum on par with the industrial need, especially by introducing the industry's 4 components like Internet of Things, Big Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence in all the subjects, including Tamil and language like linguistics and all, and arts and science. So we have the technology development, and this technology development has to reach the society. How it is going to reach? Indirectly, we have to sensitize the students. The curriculum has to be changed, and we should be in a position to make the students employable. So we have introduced more number of industries in our board of studies, and whatever the course we have designed, it will be including the job-oriented certificate courses and the courses with the certificate or diploma programs as a part of the UG PG program, which will be jointly run by the educational institutions as well as the industry. By the time they complete the course, they should be in a position to get absorbed. More than anything else, they should be employable as well as they should be also job providers. So we have lot many challenges, and the STC has taken care to sensitize the students as well as the faculty member, and joining with the organizations in South Asia like SAARC that has taken the initiatives to enhance the integration, the South Asian preferential trading arrangements and the South Asian free trade areas, and more recently SAARC agreement on trade in services, which is in line with that. This conference is a little initiative, but it is going to be a very, very important aspect in terms of sensitizing the people, not only the people in India, but the students as well as the faculty members in other South Asia countries like Afghanistan and all. So at this juncture, I would like to congratulate the organizers for taking such an crucial arrangements. And there will be a lot of changes in the economy, and we have to face the challenges, and we have to prepare the young forces in South Asia suitable for meeting the challenges as well as the need of both the import as well as export in the field of agriculture and various other aspects. And the students should be sensitized, and also the faculty members should be sensitized. I wish the program all success. I hope this program will make the students to get sensitized and the faculty members to contribute in such a way that what is the need of the students in South Asia in terms with Industries 4 and Industries 5. And I hope the STC has revised the syllabus, the curriculum and syllabus on par with Industries 4, and the university will be more than happy to join with any one of the autonomous institutions or affiliated institutions for successfully making the program successful, which will be directly benefiting the goals of South Asia Regional Virtual Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for endowing the young pupils with your words of wisdom and experience. Leadership is a capacity to translate vision into reality. This extraordinary personality does not need any introduction at all. A nobleman with a character of great heights, a prophecy of distinctness, and an inspiration to all of us. He is none other than Dr. Mahendra P. Lama.
He is noted development economist, has been a senior professor in the School of International Studies in Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He is presently Chief Economic Advisor in the rank of a Cabinet Minister in the Government of Sikkim. He was the founding Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Sikkim and become the youngest Vice Chancellor of a national university in India. He is presently Government of India's nominee in the Eminent Persons Group set up by the Prime Ministers of India and Nepal. Professor Lama was also a member of the prestigious National Security Advisor Board of Government of India. He was also the chairman of the largest Center for South Central, Southeast Asian and Southwest Pacific Studies in JNU. He is nominated by the Ministry of External Affairs as a member of the advisory board in the recently set up by ASEAN Studies Center in Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. He was bestowed full professorship at a relatively young age of 39 by India's premier Jawaharlal Nehru University. His first book, written at a young age of 25, entitled The Economics of Indo, a recipient of large number of awards and public facilitations, including Ambassador for Peace, Cohort Gold Medal, and Lifetime Achievement Award by St. Joseph College, Darjeeling.
I request Dr. Mahendra P. Lama, Chief Economic Advisor in the Government of Sikkim, to give his views on the special moment.
Thank you very much. Namaskaram to all the very distinguished dignitaries on the dais. That would include Dr. Somu and Professor Kaliraj, Dr. Vijaya Mogan, Dr. N. Balu, Dr. Jose Chaco, Dr. Hayumanabar, Dr. Venkatesh, and the faculty members in the university and the organizing college, and of course, my very dear students. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to speak on a theme by a very prestigious university and college, and I would like to briefly speak on what awaits South Asia as far as economic consolidations, development, and cooperations are concerned. As rightly mentioned, we have 8 countries in South Asia, and we constitute almost 20% of the population. You have a varieties of countries in South Asia. You have a relatively developed country like India, and a least developed country like Nepal, Bhutan, and Maldives, and a country which is graduating from least developed country to developing country like Bangladesh, right? And a country which is slightly on the lower echelons of development, a country like Pakistan, right? So the best part of South Asia today is it has been a geography of attraction. We are a geography of attraction because we have very high economic potentials. We are going to be the next growth pole of Asia, right? And we have been surrounded by a very, very critical very critical geographical features like Indian Ocean, the Himalayas, right? And so therefore we have a substantive strategic significance. Besides that, we have our own cultural history, political history, and of course, a rich natural resource endowment. What is very interesting about South Asia is we have varieties of political regimes, right? Somewhere martial law administrators, which administered regimes which have now become democracy or semi-democracy, whereas we in India have a deep-rooted democratic values, democratic institutions and culture. Nepal gradually transformed from a monarchical system along with Bhutan to a kind of federal republic and democracy in Bhutan. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, in Pakistan, UK, you all know about it. The other very interesting feature about South Asia is we have absolutely varieties of borders. Nowhere in the world you can find such varieties of borders in such a compact geography. You have open border, you have porous border, you have barbed wire border, you have a kind of a naturally demarcated border, all kinds of border. The border between India and Nepal, India and Bangladesh, India and Bhutan are absolutely open border. In case of Bangladesh, we have a barbed wire border along with a porous border, right? So we have. Therefore, you can say roughly that, and no country except India and, except Pakistan and Afghanistan can crisscross to other countries. Say, for example, if Bhutanese have to go to Nepal, they have to really crisscross a small portion of Indian land in Darjeeling district. Similarly, if the Bangladeshis have to go to Pakistan, they have to do a lot of travel around. So you have all kinds. So India is central to all the in the entire South Asian geography. For example, we have 17 states in India which have international border, and 94 districts, right? 350 blocks, and almost 19,500 villages which have international borders. If you see the northeast part of India, which has again 80 states, you will find that the entire northeast has 98% of its borders with the neighboring countries, including China, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar, right? Only 2% of its borders are with the motherland, India, right? So it's a very, very peculiar country in many sense of the term. But South Asia, therefore, is absolutely unique. We were a kind of a integrated region till 15th of August 1947, right? We were an integrated region. We disintegrated because of this region, that region, we disintegrated, right? And the disintegration had a lot of cost on us. For example, one of the major costs was whatever transport, communications, roads, all kinds of physical infrastructures we had built in East Bengal. That is now Bangladesh, and that has been totally disconnected as after the 1947 partition, right? Say, for example, from if before partition, if you wanted to go from Calcutta to Tripura, right, it would be hardly 350 kilometers away, because you could go through what today you call Bangladesh, right? But today, after partition, if the same distance between Calcutta and Tripura is almost 1,645 kilometers, because you have to come down to a place known as Siliguri in Darjeeling district and go to Guwahati, then to Tripura. So there was a very, very heavy cost of partition as far as South Asia is concerned. That's why we would like to do something substantive as far as economic integration is concerned. The very interesting features about South Asia is, for a large number of years, for decades together, we suffered from similar kind of ills, including our own country, India. Deepening poverty, widening inequality, macroeconomic instability, and we had a very famous Hindu growth regime. Our growth rates would vary from 3% to 4%. Then we have a incongruent financial and capital market, public sector-led industrial decelerations, and a huge infrastructure deficit and poor governance. But all of us went into what you call the pathway of economic reforms. Some of them call it structural adjustment programs. And today, all the South Asian countries, firstly, it was Sri Lanka and Pakistan, then in the early 1990s, India, then afterwards, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan went into what you call the reforms process. So today, if you sit at one place and see our reforms process, time schedule would be different, sectoral coverage would be different, intensity of reforms would be absolutely varying, political commitment also varies, people's acceptance of these reform measures will also varies. So you will find different steps and sizes and directions of economic reforms in South Asia today, right? And say, for example, some countries are talking about second generation reforms, but within the same country, some states, some provinces have not even got into the first generation reforms. So you will find variation reforms within a country, between the country in South Asia. Growth rate, as one of the dignitaries said in South Asia, has been quite significant in the last, what you call it, 10 years, 15 years. And it shows that we can really grow fast. Even in 29, before the corona pandemic happened, we were all on the very safer growth rate pattern of 6 to 7%, and we are expecting that to be consolidated further, but it did not happen. So today we are talking about whether it is going to be a V-shaped recovery, U-shaped recovery, or a L-shaped recovery. But 3-4 issues come together as far as South Asia is concerned today, which are of critical significance. First is you have a very remarkable degree of foreign exchange crisis, not in our country like India, but in a country like Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. They have a serious foreign exchange crisis because there has been a sharp decline in their exports, and there has been a sharp decline in remittances. You know, it is very interesting to note that India is the largest recipient of remittances from abroad, right? Almost $83 billion remittances we received. But please also note that even other South Asian countries have significant amount of remittances from abroad. Nepal, a small country, 30% of its GDP is remittances from abroad, right? Pakistan's 8%, Sri Lanka's 8%, Bangladesh 6%, right? India, almost 3% of GDP would be remittances from abroad. That means we doubly depend on our migrants who have gone to different parts of the world, and they send back their what you call the incomes, and that plays a very critical role. And if that does not happen, and that did not happen to a large extent. In fact, the World Bank said that there has been a 22% decline during the corona period as far as the remittances is concerned all across, right? If that 22% does not come, then it is going to be a serious problem for all of us as far as foreign exchange reserves is concerned. Then there is a kind of say, for example, Afghanistan has a small foreign exchange, $7.8 billion. Bhutan, not even $1 billion. Nepal, hardly $8.67, as against India's $480 billion plus dollars. The debt situation in South Asia is something which has to be taken note of. For example, we in India, we have a long-term external debt stocks of almost $420 billion. Pakistan's $75 billion, a small country like Bhutan, $2.5 billion. So, and the external debt stocks to export ratios, what is the debt and how much we export, is pretty unsustainable in many of these countries. Say, for example, Bhutan's external debt and export ratio is 313%. That means whatever you are exporting, your debt is almost 313% more than your exports. And the debt service to export ratio also, how much we pay as far as debt servicing is concerned in terms of paying principals and interest, right, is also pretty high in South Asia. These are some of the concerns. But you have so many positive aspects of South Asia. And in unfurling the theaters of positivity and in redirecting the entire wealth, both human resources, natural resources, and of course, technological resources of South Asia, I think the most critical role is that of our own country, India, because India is 73% of the geography of South Asia, 77% of the population, 76% of the gross domestic product of South Asia, 80% of the exports, almost 60% of the imports. This is India. That means we are so very vital and so very critical to the development process in South Asia. So how do we go about it? That's a big question. Over the last 10, 15 years, some of us who have been working on regionalism process, regional development process, we have said India has to approach Trishul approach. India has to have a Trishul approach, a kind of a trident, right? And the first trident in the Trishul is local integrations. You integrate locally with Myanmar, with Bangladesh, with Pakistan, with to a large extent even Sri Lanka, right? And Nepal, Bhutan. How much you can do in the borders? Do a lot of activities in the borders, hospitals, educational institutions, agricultural reforms, financial institutions, technology, trade, all kinds of tourism, all kinds of things. And once you start doing this, you will also be looking into the non-traditional security threats, something like pandemic, right? Something like terrorism, something like smuggling, or even or even genetic, what you call it, piracy, gene piracy by some of the neighboring countries. That's what China has done. China has also done local integration. It has done local integration in Afghanistan with Wakhan corridor, with India in Nathula in Sikkim, with Jalepla or in Darjeeling earlier, Sipkila in Himachal Pradesh, and Lipu Lake in Uttarakhand. And Nepal, it has opened almost 9 fronts, Tatopani, Jangmu, to all kinds of things. And in Pakistan, it has done with Khunjara Pass, right? That is in the Karakoram highway. And even only through this pass in Khunjaram, right, of Pakistan, that is through Karakoram highway, the trade volume is almost $1 billion, the border trade. The border trade between China and Myanmar is almost $6 billion. Therefore, what we have to do in India is to really integrate, right, all these border junctions as quickly as possible in a big way so that all our economies are integrated. We have started doing that. We have a land customs port because nowhere, no country in the world will have such kind of advantage like India, right, as far as borders are concerned, because we were integrated. European Union is talking about a single smart border, but there are several difficulties in doing that, right? But in our case, it has been the history has been like that, so that we must really start working on the border regimes. The second trident in the Trishul approach is the bilateral engagement. How do you engage bilaterally between, say, India and Nepal, Delhi and Kathmandu, Delhi and Dhaka, or Delhi and Colombo, Delhi and Islamabad? How do we do this? And what do we, when we engage these countries, what do we do? Many of us are fully aware that tourism can be done, a value chain in agriculture can be established, you can do textiles, you can do information technology, as we are in the forefront. Despite Corona, our technology, IT exports was almost $194 billion. And we have a record of having a knowledge workers base of almost 4.4 million, 44 lakh people in India as the knowledge workers. It's a reservoir that can be transferred, that can be shared with almost all the neighboring countries, including Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Pakistan. Therefore, we must do something big. You know, the global world does not believe now in incremental approach, a small approach. You do this small road, you do this small breeze, you do this small agreement. No, global world is now about transforming projects. When our Prime Minister mentions that we should have out-of-box thinking, right? Honorable Prime Minister Modi is actually hinting at do transforming projects. This is what we see in India's approach, which is now gradually changing. Say, for example, how do we do? How do you transfer knowledge? See, what we have been saying is you can transfer some technologies, knowledge, practices, experimentations in a big way. For example, when Dr. Verghese Kurian did the Operation Flood program or the White Revolution in India, from a total milk deficit country, we are today the highest producer of milk in the world. So your story starts from changing the herd, you know, the quality of cattle populations, both buffalo and cow populations, then making some kind of interventions at feed, fodder, technology to tick vaccinations, foot and mouth disease vaccinations, and coming to fat tasting machines, then collecting milk through cooperatives, then taking it to district level for chilling plants and other products and all kinds of things. So and ultimately selling in a city like Delhi through mother dairy or bulk vending. You have a horizontally integrated technology and a vertically integrated management and technology also. So what stops us to give this entire experimentations to Nepal? More or less same agroclimatic zones, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and see what kind of warmth, what kind of development triggers, and what kind of, what you call it, what kind of development jumps it will lead to. We have to think in that particular level, because we are more concerned today about the negative stakeholders, right? There are negative stakeholders everywhere in the neighboring countries. If you go to Nepal, there are anti-India elements. If you go to Pakistan, there are fundamentalists, there are terrorists. If you go to Bangladesh, you'll find similar kinds of sets of people. But they are not majority. They are not overwhelming majority. These negative stakeholders like terrorists, smugglers, arms dealers are in minority. Right? So what we are saying is harness the positivist stakeholders as much. Pakistanis would as much like to have cooperations with India. Large number of Pakistani students would like to come and take advantage of India's knowledge, India's education systems in technology, in medicine, in all kinds of things. Large number of Sri Lankans would like to, Bangladeshis would like to do this. So I think we must capture the positivist stakeholders as much as possible. Otherwise, we would tend to lose. Why we would tend to lose? I will give you some of the figures. Say, for example, despite SAFTA, South Asian Free Trade Area, still out of the total trade of South Asia, only 5% of the trade is within the region. Rest of the trade, 95% of the trade of South Asia is with countries outside South Asia. Southeast Asia, Central Asia, Europe, America, right? All kinds of countries. So only 5% of the trade takes place. And we said, because of this region, trade does not happen, because of that. But if you see what China has done, if you see the Chinese, how China, South Asia has grown over the last 15 to 20 years. I was calculating the trade relations of China with the South Asian countries, along with our own country, India, from 1980 to 2018. And I found that China had only 5% of its trade. Afghanistan has only 5% of its trade with China in 1996. Today it is 14%. Bangladesh 15%. Maldives 15%, Myanmar 32%, Nepal 13%, Pakistan 19%. That means what? That means China are relatively a new player in South Asia. It has no historical basis, no political, social, cultural relations with the neighboring countries. Yet, in the course of last 20 years, it made so much of dents into South Asian market. Why not India? Why not South Asian countries among themselves? Say, for example, for our own country, our total trade with South Asia, with China was only 270 million in 1990. Today, in 2018, it almost went to $95 billion. What explains this? That means we are capable of trading. Only thing is our priorities, our orientations have to change. Therefore, we might have to rethink the entire model of South Asian Association for Regional Cooperations. What we did wrong, what we wrongly did was to bring a model which was practiced in Europe, which was practiced in North America, in NAFTA, which was to a large extent practiced in South Asia wholesale, and we tried to implement that model. And what is this model? The model says that we want to reach a state of economic union like the European Union, right? So the starting of the model is You start with a preferential trading arrangement, then you go to free trade area, then you go to customs union, then common market, then an economic union. This model will not work in South Asia because we were already integrated region 70 years, 75 years back, right? Therefore, this model. So we will have to now change the model. We have been asking, we have been suggesting to our policymakers, to our diplomats that we must change this model to what you call it, a project-based model. Do this on a project base. We want to do a project with Nepal on hydropower policy, on hydropower issues. We would like to do a project with Sri Lanka on kind of tea and rubber, and to a certain extent in the ready-made garments. We would like to do projects with Bangladesh on reviving the jute industry. Such kind of projects approach should be there. And this is where it is very, very important to integrate all these countries in India's broader foreign policy practices. We have two critical elements in our foreign policy practices today. One is Act-East policy of India, move towards the northeast of India, then make a dent in the Southeast Asian market, the Myanmar, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and further to East Asia, to Japan, Korea, right? And China, right? So that is one. And the other critical element in our foreign policy today is what we popularly call the Indo-Pacific approach, right? So how do you make Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, which is essentially a countries in Eastern South Asia. You have a Western South Asia, Afghanistan, some parts of India and Pakistan. You have a Southern South Asia, Maldives, India, and the southern states of India. And you have the Eastern South Asia, where you. So what we are saying is make Eastern South Asia a part of what you call the South Asia, the India's Act-East policy. Therefore, we will have to do many of these projects in terms of what you call it, reorientation. Two more points I would like to mention about there has been successful models. 20 years back, nobody could think that India's electricity could reach Bangladesh, right? Nobody could think that Nepal will use India as a transit point to sell electricity to Myanmar or to Bangladesh. Nobody could think that Tripura will have a gas-based project, electricity project with Bangladesh. Today, these are all realities. We have a national grid to national grid interconnections between India and Bangladesh in a project known as Berampur Veramara SVDC project, high voltage direct current project, right? So we send electricity of almost 500 megawatt, right? So Government of India in 2018 said that now India would not only be a producer, not only be an exporter, but India would also be a kind of a transit point for electricity. If Bhutan, Nepal produces electricity, use India's what you call transmission line and sell it to Pakistan, Afghanistan, Myanmar, Thailand, that is perfectly fine. Absolutely fine. So this is a major, major change in the entire, what you call it, electricity market. Pakistan requires electricity from India. Highly electricity deficit country. Chinese are doing out of the 54, what you call it, Chinese CPEC projects, China-Pakistan economic projects, I would say almost 23 are energy-related projects. What stops us, right? What stops us? Let our major energy investors go there in Pakistan and do it. That is capturing what I call the positive stakeholding. Then the other thing is, you can see a kind of a new variety of resource nationalism coming into being. Nationalism of a political variety, nationalism of a fundamentalist variety are quite prevalent that we have seen in the last 40, 50 years. But resource nationalism is something new in South Asia, right? What is resource nationalism? When India goes to Nepal and tries to harness Pancheshwar, Rapti, and Mahakali rivers, Nepalese would suddenly say no. The moment we start sharing our water resources with India, we will lose our national power, we will lose our national sovereignty, and there will be an erosion in our national identity. And so they start withdrawing from the cooperation projects. Bangladesh did similar exercise as far as gas projects is concerned. Sri Lanka, you have seen the recent withdrawal from the trilateral agreements between Japan, India, and Sri Lanka on the eastern terminal, right, in Colombo port. That shows that. So that resource, a new variety of nationalism has come. Resource nationalism. Don't let others. China has faced this in Africa. China is now facing that in Australia, right? But Chinese have not faced this in South Asia. So the question is, why the same South Asian countries would not talk about resource nationalism as far as China is concerned, and why they are raising the flag of resource nationalism as far as India is concerned? We'll have to see. Is something wrong in our diplomacy? Is something wrong in our entire entire orientations to deal with the neighboring countries? I think we should really look into this. But we have to adopt very, very interesting instruments also. Say, for example, pegging of currency. India is one country whose currency can be freely used in a country like Nepal and Bhutan, to a certain extent even in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, right? Bhutan and Nepal, we have pegged our currency with the Nepalese rupiah, and we have pegged our currency in Bhutan with Bhutanese currency gultrum, right? So, and whenever they have difficulties, we have currency swap, such kind of things. Now can we extend this regime officially to Sri Lanka, to Bangladesh, to Maldives, to Afghanistan, if not Pakistan, right? I think these are the certain things we'll have to do. Last point I would like to mention is about, our Prime Minister very emphatically mentions about what you call the cooperative federalism. That means all our federal states would work very, very closely with the central governments, right? We have a very, very interesting federal structure, right? We call it a semi-federal structure. But so how do we make use of Bengal bordering states, Rajasthan, Punjab, our Jammu and Kashmir, right? Himachal Pradesh, Assam, Meghalaya, to engage with the neighboring countries? That is a very critical issue to engage. And how do we really take into confidence the entire neighboring countries through these states? When China was trying to engage the greater Mekong sub-region consisting of Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand, Myanmar, all these countries, the province it used was one of the most underdeveloped and undeveloped province known as Yunnan, Kunming Initiative. So today, through Kunming, they have a gas pipeline, they have an oil pipeline between China and Myanmar. They have several hydropower projects on Mekong rivers, such kind of things. So why not we also make use, embolden, empower, and also build confidence among our own federal states to go and engage with the neighboring countries. Say for example, Tripura has already done with Bangladesh as far as Palatana projects is concerned. Therefore, I conclude by saying that we have an immense potential in South Asia to transform it as a new growth pole. What happened in Southeast Asia as flying geese, right? A newly industrializing countries in Southeast Asia in 1980s. I think South Asia will have that kind of situation in the course of next 10, 20 years. And that is a point where India can celebrate its role. India can contribute immensely to this process because all these countries would like India to play a critical role, despite, bilateral political hiccups, despite some kind of border-related issues. I think India can play a very, very critical role. Therefore, South Asia has a very bright future. Scholars, academics have to really work and forthrightly say that this is what needs to be done in South Asia. That's what we have been trying to do in South Asia today also. That is, this is wrong, this is right, this is the experimentations of other regional blocks we can bring, this is the experimentations in the border management issues. I think academics, right, because they are independent in their thinking, right, professionals and teachers and students can play a very, very critical role. My only suggestions to the children, young children, college-going children, university-going children, and young teachers and professors to go to these countries. See the borders. You will understand the border only when you stand on the borderland. There is a small, what you call it, pillar. This side of the pillar is Nepal, and this side of the pillar is India. So this difference between India border and Nepal border is hardly 2 feet. You can jump, you can come back, eat breakfast this side, right? The India-Bangladesh border in Meghalaya, right, is something like the Jhalmuri Walas. The snack sellers are the borders. If you go and take a photograph behind the snack sellers, you are in Bangladesh. But if you take a photograph sitting before the Jhalmuri Walas, the snack sellers, that is India. So that is border. The moment you reach Cherrapunji in Meghalaya, Bangladesh Gramin say, welcome to Bangladesh. You are in India. The moment you reach Nathula border in Sikkim, he says, welcome to the Chinese mobile phone will welcome you. That is the nature of border. Expose, go, understand, assimilate, analyze. That's my urge to all the young students. You have to do this because you have to really transform the entire process of development, both in India and in South Asia, because the gain is ours. The region is of all varieties of South Asian communities. So I thank you all for this very patient participation. And I would like to thank especially the Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College principal and the organizers for this great opportunity given to me. Thank you very much. Namaskaram.
Respected Chief Guest, Sri Mahendra P. Lama ji, it was a great pleasure for all of us, participants from across the SAARC countries, and especially scholars and teachers from across India, to listen to such a wonderful speech. Nevertheless, it was a class, and we have not listened to such a array of statistics which really enthuse all of us. Dear sir, sincerely, there are several questions which need to be asked. We will be sending you the questions and we will be disturbing you. We request you to be in association with our institution. And I thank you very much for the efforts you are taking on India and Nepal. And I wish you all the best, sir. Thank you so much. And thanks from all of us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Mahendra P. Lamma, sir. Really, we are honored to listen to your enlightening and thought-provoking speech. I request Dr. B. Thyagaraja, HOD of MBA, to present the oath of thanks.
Honorable dignitaries and most valued guests, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. Behind the clouds, the sun is still shining. Kindness is the language which the deaf can hear and the blind can see, said Mark Twain. I extend my sincere thanks to Line M.A. Vijay Mohan, Chairman STC, for delivering the presidential address and for being our backbone in all our efforts and constantly motivating and inspiring us. The roots of all goodness lie in the soil of appreciation. I bow to the courage, dedication, compassion, skill, and professionalism of our Secretary, Rotarian S. Venkatesh sir, for his felicitations and pushing us towards the extra mile. Dalai Lama said, when educating the minds of our youth, we must not forget to educate their hearts. I want to express my gratitude to the Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Mahendra P. Lamma, Chief Economic Advisor in the Government of Sikkim, Prime Minister of India's nominee in the Eminent Persons Group EPG of Nepal-India relations, for sparing his precious time for us and gracing the occasion. He spoke about foreign exchange, integrating the borders, how India is being a knowledge economy, and the resources need to be mobilized, and resource nationalism, that was the term he used. Definitely, sir, our youngsters will take it forward. The more you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you will go. One book, one pen, one child, and one teacher can change the world, said Malala. I thank such a teacher and leader, Professor Dr. P. Kalraj, Vice Chancellor, Bhavia University, for his wonderful inaugural address. A leader takes people where they want to go. A great leader takes people where they don't necessarily want to go, but ought to be. I thank such a leader with a positive attitude and climbs altitudes with honesty and dedicated efforts, Dr. R. Nandagopal, Director Zain Kochi, for his felicitations. A thing well begun is half done. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. A. Somu, Principal STC, for his welcome address. His vision and commitment to work and its execution helps us to excel in all our endeavors. Work hard in silence and let your success make all the noise. I am grateful to Dr. N. Balu, Director STC-SM and Dean STC, School of Commerce, for his introduction of the conference objectives and theme. He has been the guiding and motivating force behind all our endeavors. Just as one candle lights another and can light thousands of other candles, one heart illuminates another heart and can illuminate thousands of other hearts, said Leo Tolstoy. I thank such an illuminating visionary, Dr. Shobana Vasudevan, Principal, Aryapodar College of Commerce Economics, Mumbai, for her felicitations. All roads lead to Rome, and Rome was not built in a day. I thank such a hardworking and inspirational leader, Dr. P. Chitramani, Professor and Dean, School of Commerce and Management, Avinash Lingam University, Coimbatore, for her felicitations. Rotary means revolving around a center or axis. They provide humanitarian service, encourage ethical standards, and help build goodwill and peace in the world. Achievers never expose themselves, but their achievements expose them. I thank such an achiever, Rotarian Dr. V. Ravindran, President, RCC, Tech City, Coimbatore, for his felicitations. Life is short, so love your life. Be happy and keep smiling. Just live for yourself, and before you speak, listen. Before you write, think. Before you spend, earn. Before you pray, forgive. Before you hurt, feel. Before you hate, love. Before you quit, try. Before you die, live. Don't tell people your plans. Show them your results. I thank such a result-oriented person, Rotarian Jose Chaco, MRI District Governor 3201 for his special address. I also thank the Rotarians, Maruti and Rotarian Anthony Johnson for their presence. And finally, it is not happy people who are thankful, it is thankful people who are happy. I thank all my deans, directors, faculty colleagues, and budding executives for your love, support, and encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your graceful words. Thank you all dignitaries. And students who belong to Commerce and Management stream are asked to remain here. Right now, the first session on agriculture and food products is about to start. Audience are asked to stay in tuned on the link. Please do not leave the forum. Thank you.
Commerce and Management students, please stay back. We are starting with the first session. So the chief guest has arrived.
All the PG, HODs and class in charges are requested to bring your students for the next session. Thank you.
technical session 1 begins. Let's start with a couplet of Tirukural written by Thiruvalluvar. Devattan agadeninu muyarchitan meivarutha kooli tharum. Although it be said that through faith it cannot be attained, yet labor with bodily exertion will yield its reward. With these positive notes, let's get into the session. A pleasant morning to all dignitaries, guests, delegates, dear friends and colleagues with great joy and immense exultation.
We feel privileged to extend our warm welcome to one and all present here. Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College, Coimbatore District, South India, cordially welcomes you all for the two-day South Asian Conference on Empowerment of South Asia through Economic Consolidation, organized by STC, School of Management and School of Commerce, in association with R.A. Podar, College of Commerce and Economics, Mumbai, Ludmada Institute of Management Studies, Thiruvananthapuram, empowered by Rotary International District 3201 through Rotary Club of Coimbatore, Tech City.
Knowledge partner of the conference, Avinashalingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. Supporting partners, Coimbatore Management Association, Bardiyar School of Management and Entrepreneur Development, Coimbatore, Rochester, New York, Capture Now Organization, Coimbatore. We have few general instructions to the audience. Please adhere to this. We request everyone to keep your audio and video muted. When the session is going on, please do not interrupt the speaker. You can post your queries in the chat box. Also, you can ask your queries to the speaker when the forum is open for interaction during question answer session. Thank you in advance for your kind cooperation. For your kind information, the two-day conference is streamed live in our official Facebook page and YouTube channel.
When tillage begins, other arts follows. Farming is a profession of hope. Farmers, therefore, are the founders of human civilization. With this note, we would love to take you to the first session of the conference, which is Empowerment of South Asia through Economic Consolidation in the field of agriculture and food products. Now, let's have a view on some of the highlights on role of agriculture in South Asian countries. Most of the South Asian countries are primarily agricultural. Their economy is also largely based on agriculture. The average GDP of South Asian countries towards agricultural sector is 33.5%, and towards labor forces engaged in agricultural sector is 67.8%. Therefore, one of the stimulating factors of economic growth of the South Asian countries is agricultural production.
Small cheers and great welcome makes the occasion pleasant. Now we welcome Dr. A. Pangajam, Associate Professor, Head of the Department of Business Administration, Avinasilingam University, Coimbatore, to welcome the gathering and introduce the theme of the session.
Thank you, Ma. Am I audible? Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I invoke the blessings of the divine soul guiding me from the heaven. Pleasant morning to the dignitaries and all gathered virtually with ignited minds. At the outset, I submit my heartfelt thanks to the management of Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College, Pollachi, R.A. Podar College of Commerce and Economics, Mumbai, and Ludmada Institute of Management Studies, Thiruvananthapuram, for providing me an opportunity to take part in this virtual conference of the first track to welcome the gathering. I thank our management team, Dr. T.S.K. Meenachi Sundaram Anna Avargal, Chancellor G. Professor S.P. Thyagarajan, Vice Chancellor Madam Dr. Premavati Vijayan, and Registrar Madam Dr. S. Kausalya to permit us to be part of this virtual conference. Agriculture is the foundation of manufacturers, since the production of nature or the materials of art. M.S. Swaminathan, father of Green Revolution, states that if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right in the country. If farm ecology and economics go wrong, nothing else will go right in agriculture. Agriculture is not crop production as popular belief holds. It is the production of food and fiber from the world's land and waters. Without agriculture, it is not possible to have a city, stock market, banks, university, or army. Agriculture is the foundation of civilization and any stable economy. Again, agriculture plays a strategic role in the process of economic development of a country. Agriculture makes its contribution to economic development in several ways, such as by providing food and raw material to non-agricultural sectors in the economy, by creating demand for goods produced in non-agricultural sectors by the rural people on the strength of the purchasing power earned by them, on selling the marketable surplus, by providing investable surplus in the form of savings and taxes to be invested in non-agriculture sector, by earning valuable foreign exchange through the export of agriculture products, and by providing employment to a vast army of uneducated, backward and unskilled labor. As a matter of fact, if the process of economic development is to be initiated and made self-sustaining, it must begin from agriculture sector. Agriculture development is a must for the economic development of a country. Even developed countries lay emphasis on agriculture development. According to Moore, agriculture process is essential to provide food for growing non-agricultural labor force, raw material for industrial production, and savings and tax revenue to support development of the rest of the economy, to earn foreign exchange, and to provide a growing market for domestic manufacturers. With these few words, let me welcome the first speaker of the session, Ambassador Anil Trugat, IFS retired, who has been a member of Indian Foreign Service. Welcome, sir. He has served in the Indian missions in Bangladesh, Mongolia, USA, Russia, Sweden, etc. In the Ministry of External Affairs, he worked in the Economic, West Asia, and North Africa and Consular divisions. He also served as Director General, Joint Secretary for the Gulf and Hajj divisions. He is the right person to be here for this conference in the track relating to agriculture. Welcome you, sir. The second speaker is the second speaker of the session, Dr. Rahul Michandi, Director of Aries Agro Limited, who launched India's first loyalty program in agribusiness and earned a Limca Book of Records, is here to share his views. Welcome you, sir. Let us all enrich our knowledge with the deliverables of both the resource persons. Thank you. Once again, I am welcoming you all for the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaja, Madam, Chairperson.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
To be inspired is great. To be an inspiration is honor. We feel honored to have with us the Honorable Chief Guest, Ambassador Mr. Anil Trugat. He is the former ambassador to the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, Libya, and Malta. He worked as Trade Commissioner in New York and Deputy Head of the Mission in Sweden, Russia, and Nigeria. Currently, Sir is the President of MISIA, Millennial India International Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, New Delhi, and Distinguished Fellow of Vivekananda International Foundation. Sir, You have made all of us proud of your distinguished work in numerous capacities. You are one of the most celebrated foreign service dignitaries. We are incredibly excited to listen to your words, sir.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. Madam Chairperson, distinguished panelists, speakers, esteemed professors, participants, and above all, dear students. I would like to thank the STC for this very kind invitation. My special thanks to Professor Balu for organizing this very important webinar on a region which is our karma bhumi in one way and our enlarged family on the other. I'm really happy to be with you today. So what I plan to do is I would briefly touch upon the current dynamic in the region, especially in the context of SAARC and its challenges and India's neighborhood first policy, and our move to sub-regional cooperation, extending the combination of its Act East policy via BIMSTEC and BBIN sub-regional organizations, so that at least something moves in the region and people do not suffer. I would also like to thereafter talk about the theme of the session on agriculture collaboration with an emphasis on cooperative sector, exactly how we can work together and how cooperative to cooperative, because we have lakhs and lakhs of cooperative across the region in the agriculture sector. I think we could try to do that. In my view, all the countries in the region and the world generally are suffering from this pandemic in a very big way. And frankly, there are 4 H, which I call. Number 1 is health, number 2 is hunger, number 3 is habitat, and number 4 is high tech. These are the 4 things that are going to take us out in the later part of the 21st century. And it was mentioned by the Vice Chancellor that we are talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0, artificial intelligence driven growth that will be required. There will be greater challenges. Although the agriculture sector employs the largest number of people, its contribution in most economies has been going down. Besides, many of the countries in the region are dependent on imports as well. And therefore, it is imperative that the largest economy that India is has to deal with in a different manner. SAARC was a very good initiative, all of us know, and it is now 45 years old. But in the 45-year-old, if you were to see its achievements, it aimed to become another European Union, but it has not reached there. Therefore, it is important for us to see why not and what can be done. And if not, then what India can do, whether it is in agriculture sector, other trade and economic engagement, so that the economic consolidation of whatever remains of this outside the purview of the toxic states and the toxic partners, I think it is important that we continue to grow. You all know that neighbors are a gift of geography in the geopolitical sense. They also are, in my view, have congenital problems and suffer from sibling rivalries like the humans, and are complicated in their bilateral or multilateral discourse by the historic baggage or external inducements and machination. I was listening to Dr. Lama. He was wondering exactly, while he calls this to be an attraction, geography of attraction. No wonder, the pivot is of economic development and growth is moving towards Asia. And so is the geopolitics in the region. And he also spoke exactly why can't we do what China has done. That is what is essentially the problem. Land and territorial issues get merged with sovereignty dimension, which become complex with engineered domestic politics of the country and the region. India is a major issue in every country whenever they have their elections. So that's a big problem that needs to be sorted out. People have to look at India as a benign power, which is willing to help, which has helped every country in a more non-reciprocal manner. So we have to look at it from that perspective. Then only I think we can do something. We cannot avoid the fact that India is a country of continental proportion, and its size is the biggest in the region. Its economy is the biggest in the region. Its political power projection is the biggest and one of the biggest in the region. It's the third largest economy in terms of purchasing power parity. So obviously, one can understand that why there is a little hesitation on the part of neighboring countries and what are they trying to do with that. We have had the security issues, we have had the terrorism issues, we have had the counterterrorism collaboration, and we have had the defiance of it. And that is what is creating a bigger problem for us in this region. So the smaller countries are cautious of their stronger and far bigger economic neighbors and try to neutralize that disparate regional influence by seeking the counterbalance from extra-regional or other big powers by entering into preferential agreements and treaties that sometimes are not even beneficial for their own good. Now they are realizing the problem of debt trap or the checkbook diplomacy from our northern neighbor. But let us also not forget that we are as much a neighbor, even though we can say that P2P connect or cultural connect of India with the other South Asian neighbors is far bigger, far deeper than that of China, which has grown into its influence in the last 2 decades. But a creative tension is there. So can we see a dynamic where collaboration is more than the creative tension? Or whether the creative tension can be converted into an economic opportunity for the benefit of all the countries. So that's why it's extremely important. Our ties with each neighbor are conducted in a unique historical, geographical, and cultural context. So it's not one thing that decides. While India would like to have a stable, good relations with all its neighbors, there are structural factors that have their own dynamic. The neighbors also have a distinct and unique view of India, which is influenced by their own experience. The lack of connectivity, low level of regional integration, growing Chinese footprint, and volatile internal political dynamic in the countries make the task of crafting a neighborhood policy that much more difficult for India. Friends, South Asia is a single geopolitical unit, if you were to look at it in a larger context. And therefore, it was a very good idea of the Bangladeshi president at the time to start something called South Asian Association of Regional Cooperation. It worked well in the beginning, but then once our Western neighbor decided to have terrorism as an instrument of foreign policy, the problems really geared up, and we have been suffering in the region ever since. It is a shared ecological space. So whatever happens in the ecology impacts us. Likewise, we have seen that whether it was locust or whether it was the problem of the pandemic or any kind of diseases, or whether the water, floods, anything, natural disasters, they cannot be dissociated from the other. So they are very much there. It's part of that. We have deep cultural affinities while we have this biggest diversity. But these several independent and the sovereign states are a reality. They have their own interest. We have to respect each country's sovereignty. And India, since it's the biggest of all, therefore it is important that we have a different kind of a policy. It's a non-reciprocal policy. That's what India does, if you come to think of it. And it is also the most, or rather least integrated region in the world among the regional organizations. Whether you look at the ASEAN, whether you look at the European Union, that's the problem. Our total trade among ourselves is barely 5% of our total external trade for the region as a whole. And that is what tells you that the consolidation, as you talk about, or the integration of the region with one another has been a very, very important aspect which everybody tried to talk, but it has not been achievable, despite the fact that we have had now, in the morning we were discussing about SAFTA, South Asia Preferential Trade Agreement, SAFTA, which got converted into that in 1996, and we are still nowhere near increasing our this thing. On the contrary, India and some other countries in the region have been trying to work together on a bilateral basis. And there we have seen, I mean, India is one country which has allowed the maximum market access to all the countries in the region. In addition, we also continue on the bilateral manner, where the access to India's markets is provided virtually on 0% tariffs. India's investments are flowing into these countries, and we are trying to take advantage of it. But at the same time, the other countries are also players in the region because of the geopolitics, and that's what we have to really be very careful when we are trying to do that. If you were to see that India's response, despite the problems that are there to the pandemic, I mean, that is instructive for all of us. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, was one of the first leaders who called for a summit meeting of all the regional countries, 8 regional countries, for trying to work out a common strategy to fight this pandemic. Because this is health. It is extremely important. If you're not healthy, everything else goes in vain. It is not possible. So that is why we are having this Atmanirbhar Bharat and all kinds of initiatives to create that kind of independence of action in dealing with the major calamities and to keep our people safe and healthy. So what we did was we started this, trained people from across the region under the capacity building programs from here and elsewhere. India provided initial assistance by way of medicines to 150 countries and all our regional countries. We've contributed to the SARC fund. We have started providing the vaccine. They are the preferential partners as far as the availability of vaccine to those countries are concerned. And most of it goes in the grants. We have, as such, we have invested billions of dollars in these countries, in their infrastructure development, in their capacity development. So India is doing its part both bilaterally and multilaterally, or within the context of this. We have our problem individually with some countries, and we have been able to try to work out those. And of course, you should not forget that China has emerged as a major factor in this dynamic between India and the SARC region per se. So we have to be essentially extremely careful in what we are going to design. For example, I tell you, India launched this satellite, SARC satellite, which is for everybody's benefit, right? It helps every country. But then one country decided not to be part of it. Likewise, when we tried to have the transport agreement that countries can move around freely, if you cannot move around freely, someone mentioned that you should go to the borders, cross the border, visit these countries. How easy it is to travel within our countries, because the connectivity is an issue. And therefore, we have to continue to work together. I mean, I remember there's one of the economists has recently, after COVID-19, Hu Angang, he mentioned that there are 3 declines during this period: economic growth, per capita income, and trade growth. All these 3 have gone down. And there are 3 increases. What are the 3 increases? Unemployment, fiscal deficit, and inflation. So these kind of things are going to create much more bigger problems for all of us. What is so much easier for us is to work together. And India has tried to do that with all its neighbors and has provided this. There are projections, economic projections of the doomsday, frankly. But fortunately, the countries are coming out of this. And now we are seeing that there is a growth that is being witnessed, and most likely we shall be able to come out of it, so that the South Asian growth story does not get impacted in that way that we call it ourselves. I remember that's one of the ladies, Fawzia Kofi from Afghanistan. You know, she was the first woman member of parliament in Afghanistan. And women empowerment is extremely important. And that is what we can do together. She said that a situation has been created by the pandemic, and there is a choice: dying from poverty or from COVID-19. So therefore, this is what the bigger issue that we are looking at is how to keep ourselves safe, our people safe. So that's why India has always believed, in my view, that a stronger neighbor is an asset for its own security. We can only grow beyond our region if all our regional friends, including Pakistan, are economically strong. But what do we need from them? Only thing we have expected from our neighboring countries is that they will not allow the negative issues, especially related to India's security, whether it is by way of terrorists or by way of insurgents, into the Indian territory. That's the only thing we expect from them, so that we collaborate together in the counterterrorism. And that's precisely the reason that we did not have the last summit meeting of the SAARC countries, which was very important. It could not happen, which was supposed to be held in Pakistan, because the country has not come out clearly against the terrorists, or has not taken action against the terrorists who are residing in that country. So we are having that problem. That is what we are looking at now. We are looking at a situation where SAARC is virtually at a standstill. And therefore, it is important for us to look at it. So, but shall we allow the Indo-Pak rivalry to keep the SAARC a hostage, or the South Asian integration to become a hostage, or India's geopolitical competition with China to halt us? No, that's not true. That's not being done. India is continuing. You know, somebody spoke about Northeast. We are connecting through Northeast to the East Asia, which East Asia has been a great growth story. So in order to do that, we tried to combine our neighborhood first policy of SAARC and ASEAN. So therefore, we came up with something called BIMSTEC, which has several countries, 2 countries from the ASEAN countries, and there are the 5 countries from the South Asia region. We have come out with Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal. Only yesterday, therefore yesterday, one corridor has been created for Nepal to Bangladesh directly by India. We have BCIM. We have several other initiatives that are being focused upon now, because that is as a result, because we do not want that India's growth story, or the growth story of our friends in the region, remains unwritten. We need to work together so that we are able to do what we can do. So that's very important. You know that the objective of the SAARC was to accelerate the process of economic and social development in member states through joint actions in the agreed areas of cooperation. We have agreed for everything, and we are continuing to work on them. But at the same time, I think that there is a general consensus that the bilateral issues should not hold the region as a hostage to us. And I hope sincerely that we'll be able to reach at that point. So that's what I wanted to say as far as the SAARC's functioning is concerned. China, of course, has its own views about India's rise. It considers India as a power in the region, but at the same time, it wants to contain India within the region, and also contain it through its own several policies, whether it's string of pearl policy, or whether it is taking the naval assets around, or its Belt and Road Initiative, because directly impacts on India's sovereignty. So that's why we have the problem with our northern neighbor. We have a problem with our western neighbor, and both those are important countries, strong countries, and they together can become a bigger difficulty level for India, create a bigger difficulty level. Friends, the globalization is going to happen, so we must have a regional effort. Demographic shifts are taking place. Urbanization is taking place. Climate change is impacting us. And internet proliferation. And these are the mega trends that are happening, which will shape the 21st century, frankly. And they are global. Nobody is immune from it, and they will happen. So we need to prepare for that. Industry will change completely the way it will work, whether it is in the pharmaceutical sector, or the energy, or the automobiles, or agribusiness for that matter. Everything is going to change, and therefore we need to prepare for that. And we need to deepen the cooperation with SAARC, or within SAARC, with the countries that are ready to move on further. India can be a major driver, a major engine for the growth of this, because we have that capacity, we have that heft. We are individually trying to help each country, and collectively we have tried to do what we could, but this is there. Now, in the wake of the pandemic, we have seen it has affected the food supplies. India is the largest bowl of the area, so we have provided the food and agricultural support to various countries which needed, including in the region. So this is a wake-up call for the food security. That is very important because 1 month, 2 months, 3 months you can do on, but today now we are nearly 1 year old in the pandemic era, and everything has been impacted. So therefore, there have been disruption in food supply chains. So if you have an integrated system within the country, it becomes difficult to move things. But what happens when you have in between the countries? And therefore, we have to continue to work. Historically, we have had problems in our region with high food insecurity. So this is a significant challenge for the world. And that's why your topic of agriculture and food security is extremely important, because it is a great risk for us in the region, for everyone. You know that recently in Pakistan and elsewhere, there was locust attacks. They impacted a great deal on the crops. There are floods that create problem. How single-handedly it will be very difficult for anyone to handle that. So it is important and imperative that we work together. India has the technologies. There should be regional institutions which should provide assistance, whether in adopting the new technologies or whether it is in terms of the supply chains, cold value supply chains, cold chain, storage, facilities, movement, logistics. They are all related aspects. So therefore, it is important not only the agricultural growth, but how to trade with one another. So that's why it is important, and how easy it is to take it to the other people wherever there is in fact. Now there was something called SARC Food Bank. So there is a minimum required stock which was there. It has not been used so well. It should be actually taken care of, and wherever any member requires, it should be able to help them. Regular engagement and information exchange is extremely important, and India can play a much greater role in this. So when we are working on the SARC Food Bank, or we are working on the food stocks, we must make sure India is the biggest contributor. In fact, apart from that, we also give bilateral assistance to many countries. I remember many years ago when I was working, when Mr. Gujral was our minister and for our prime minister, and there was a requirement from Pakistan of the sugar that was held up on the border. And he called me, he said, now you better go to the border and sort it out so that it reaches them tomorrow. The whole night one had to travel to the border to get things going. So when it comes to India's magnanimity or sense of responsibility, I think we have very clearly worked towards that. Also, we have to lower the trade barriers. There are the trade barriers between the countries, between different in the region, and this is still very slow. So I think it is important that the non-tariff barriers, especially in the intra-regional food trade, must be lowered or must be abolished. Then only, so we need to have some bold measures in mind. And food export restrictions have to be reduced to that. Another thing that impacts our region are the monsoons and the food security. So we know that they are being affected by climate change. So therefore, you require new technologies, whether countries like Israel can help us, or India, which has developed tremendous expertise in agriculture, would be able to provide. We should try to help these things come into from outside. So it is important that we are able to, in the agriculture sector, help people. Can we have the kind of variety of seeds? Can we develop together? India had one green revolution. We are going to have the second one, but the second revolution has to be very different. It has to be far more technologically oriented. And so we need to work on that. So we need to have a joint study of the monsoon patterns. We have to try to work together with the countries, exactly, because see, we are after all the same people. And this is extremely important for us to work together. Similarly, we have to work together. India has always stood in the World Trade Organization for the developing countries. It has put the developing countries' interests first, because all countries in the region do not have adequate capacities to even respond to the queries that are raised from various countries, especially in the WTO, because the developed world still wants to control everything. European Union, you know, is an agricultural rich country, and they have their own, the group which has its own rules and regulations, and they can dictate it everywhere. So therefore, we need to work it together. I would only last point I would like to make, and I mentioned in the beginning, that India has more than 8 lakh cooperatives, which are in primary, secondary, and tertiary level. Cooperative movement, you know about Amul, which is one of the most successful, IFCO, in the fertilizer sector. They are cooperative. There are cooperatives in different areas, but in the agriculture, that is the primary thing. The Indian government has come out with a new agricultural policy. In all the countries in my research, I have come to see that they have thousands and thousands of cooperatives. They suffer from the same problem. But in India, we have devised e-agri, e-NAM platform where you can have your agricultural produce and can exchange for it. We are trying to have exchanges. We are trying to have reforms in the agricultural sector. We have come up with certain logistical arrangements within the country. Should we try to work together? Should we not share that? We have in India a very big organization called LINAC, which is a training institute. We recently conducted it for Sri Lankans and for Bangladeshi organizations. We have also been a part of an organization, international organization for Asia Pacific essentially, which is NEDA, in which Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka are the partners. But Maldives, could we have other countries into this? We have to work together. Fertilizer sector is very important for us. So India has imports maximum. We supply fertilizer, which is imported into India, to Nepal, to Sri Lanka, to some other countries. That's why it is very, very important that we work together and we find every now and then a possibility of meeting with the agriculture, all the agriculture minister, their meeting should be there if we want the peace to happen. So that's very, very important. Quality standards have to be raised. We have to, connectivity costs have to be reduced. We have to expand the regional trading financing mechanisms. Bangladesh came up with a very interesting microfinancing model. Can that be applied to the rest of the people? We should also champion globalization. Why? Because globalization has the potential to get your market, get your produce to the right kind of markets. This means that we need to work together to reduce the protectionism that has been increasing in the major markets in the world. And that we can do when we are together, when there is a South Asian economic consolidation. We must work together, R2R, regional groups to regional groups, whether with the European Union can we work together as an entity, as SAARC or as BIMSTEC or something with ASEAN. So it's important. Similarly, we have to create the SAARC swap arrangement. Like it was mentioned by Dr. Lama also, that currency swaps or swap of the produce or weather barters, those kind of things that can be done. Could we have some kind of a specific line of credit under this COVID-19 right now, which is really creating a major impact on every country and this economy. Many countries don't know how to get out of it. So you have to create a debt relief for them. So it is important that we have our own Asian Clearing Union. We should work together. So these are some of the things I think that we have to not only strengthen the capacities of various organizations like SAARC, like BBIN, like the BIMSTEC within the region, and India has a major role to play, whether we like it or not. It has been imposed upon it by virtue of our geography, by virtue of our size, by virtue of our economy, and the extent of growth in the countries. Of course, countries like Bangladesh and Sri Lanka are doing extremely well in terms of many indicators. And we need to work with them. I mean, if Bangladesh has better human indices, then India needs to learn from them and to see the best practices. We have to create our formal and informal networks. P2P Connect is extremely important in that. So in sum, if we work together, we can reach very far. That is extremely important. We have to undermine the problems. We have to see them, address them immediately. And all the countries, if we have to work together as a region, including with those with Pakistan and others, it is extremely important that we address the problems head on. If terrorism is a problem, it needs to be solved. And who can solve it? Jointly we can resolve it. The country from where it comes, it has to take measures which are credible. If there is a problem of famine, all of us have to work together. If there is a problem of floods, India has always emerged as a major responder. I was in Bangladesh, I've served there, and I've seen how quickly we were able to provide assistance to them. Nepal earthquake, Sri Lanka, Maldives, all these countries, India has done its bit, and I think it is ready to do more. As friends, as brothers, we work together for our friends. Thank you very much once again for inviting me. It was a great pleasure for me to be here.
Sir, thank you. As you rightly said that creative nation should be a dynamic one. Hope we are dynamic nowadays and we will be a #1 creative nation in future. Thank you, sir, for your nice deliberation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for showering us with your endless knowledge. Now, the session is open for interaction. Audience can raise your queries.
Hello. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yes,
it was a wonderful session with you, and thank you for your session.
Thank you.
Now, I want to ask you something, sir.
Yeah.
How do we youngsters take part in South Asian development? How do we youngsters take part in South Asian development?
Well, you have raised, because see, as you know, that in India, more than 70% of the population is under the age of 35. And that is the story of all our region. In fact, in the region, the youth are the drivers, and they're going to be the drivers of the next century. How you can do that is, you should try to reach out through the now social media platforms are there, to make out some kind of an agenda. Exactly. First thing is creating human bridges. That is extremely important for you. Like, how do you connect with the friends there? You can create. The other day, in Bangladesh, the India-Bangladesh Youth Assembly, I inaugurated that. There were the students and the youngsters from India and from Bangladesh. They got together and they created this kind of an organization. You can have exchanges with one another. Try to understand each other's perspective. Because see, we cannot remain in the mindset of 1947. That is gone. It's 60 years now, 70 years, and we are 75 years now. So we have to get out of that mindset, and we have to work together. So that's one. Secondly, in certain skill sets, if you are working together, so that's what you can do. You can do through your institutions exchange. For example, STC can have collaborations with the institutions in different countries. Within the SARC, there is also a possibility of connecting. You can have the SARC debates among the students themselves, and you can invite friends from the other countries in the region who can tell you about the issues and the problems that they. I have seen the informal exchanges are far better and far more important. What we are looking for is trying to create a goodwill, which will multiply and bring us more closer, because you are the leaders of the future. I think that this is how it can be done. Today, it is so much easier to do than it was in the past. It is a standard thing.
Sir, thank you very much. I am Shobna Vasudevan from Mumbai. I think Mr. Rahul Mitsandani, who is the next speaker, he has got some program like Young Indians that has been involving so many college students and other people. It is going to be the will that is going to be helping them. And if at all they want to do, they can do anything for kind of developmental activities. Thank you very much, sir. I was thinking of supplementing your idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil sir, for such a wonderful session, sir. Anil Trigunath sir has been guiding us throughout the conference, right from the last so many. I am really amazed. STC management and principal are really amazed by such a professional who has been coordinating with many countries for the empowerment of India as well. Anil sir, thank you. We'll move on to the MOC. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. We are profusely elated to take an opportunity to introduce yet another chief guest of the session. A man who is a leader on a mission to transform farming in India. Yes, it's Dr. Rahul Michandani, Chairman and Managing Director of Aries Agro Limited, Mumbai. Dr. Rahul Michandani has 23 years of experience as Director of Aries Agro Limited, ranked amongst the 30 most innovative CEOs in India in 2014. He has pioneered several unique marketing processes and brand management tactics at Aries. He holds a doctorate in management studies from NMIMS University, Mumbai, and is also a chartered financial analyst and holds an MBA from the University of Canberra, Australia. He is the recipient of the Bharat Ratna Rajiv Gandhi Yuva Shakti Award 2010 in recognition of outstanding achievements towards youth empowerment and inclusive. It is an immense opportunity to have you here, sir. We kindly request you to share words of wisdom to the young minds.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the organizers and also to my principal, Dr. Shobhra Vasudevan, for introducing me to this particular conference. First of all, vanakkam and salam, namaste to all of you who are joining in from India and from overseas. And I look forward to sharing with you my thoughts on how agribusiness and food as industries are going to lead the economic recovery in not only India, but in Asia and also the world over. I've been working in the agribusiness industry for almost 23 years, and it has been a pleasure to deal with farmers from across continents. And I'm going to be using the benefit of this experience to share my insights with you. During the course of my conversation, I will be having certain live polls, since this is a phygital conference, which is part physical, part digital. The idea is I wish I was physically able to meet everybody, but since that we are doing this online, I think it's important for us to get a mood of the house as I go through the conversation with you. And therefore, I would strongly urge all of you who are present physically and digitally to use your smartphones when I ask you to, in order to live poll into this conference. So I'm able to kind of interact with all of you using 3 live polls that I will be using at different times of the conversation. I'll also be having, of course, questions at the end. So therefore, you would have an additional opportunity for sharing your thoughts and insights. So to please keep your smartphones on. This is going to be a session where your voice is as important as mine. And I do hope that we will be able to interact during the session. So I'm going to begin with a short presentation, just a few slides. I'm not going to be doing death by PowerPoint, but kind of more to set the tone of what we are discussing today. And of course, I'm going to focus here on agribusiness, which is the theme of the session. The theme of the session is agribusiness and food. Being an agribusiness professional, I believe Indian agribusiness and perhaps Asian agribusiness would actually lead the economic recovery in the post-pandemic world. And if there is one sector that has been the most resilient and has fed all of us during this period, it has been the farming community. So I'm going to be focusing, of course, largely on agribusiness, which is the theme of this particular session. Just to give you an idea of where my credentials in terms of how I believe I'm suitably qualified to possibly talk to you about this. We do have a national distribution network. I work today with my team in almost 200,000 villages. We serve 26 states, and of course have a very wide network of agribusiness professionals who are spread out in the length and breadth of India. And therefore, I would I do believe that the agribusiness is the pandemic's North Star. And the reason I say it's a North Star, a North Star is really a place where all of us look to for inspiration and direction. And if there is one sector, like I mentioned a short time earlier, which is really going to lead the economic recovery of the world, it is agribusiness. This sector has largely been insulated from the effects of the economic downturn. As you know, being part of essential services, our industry did not have the luxury of a lockdown. Our farmers braved all the problems that are the health issues of moving around and continuing to operate in the pandemic scenario in order to ensure that they provide food to each one of us. So I think the agriculture sector, with the resilience and agility of our farmers in India as well as across Asia and the world, has largely been insulated from the effects of the pandemic. What of course did happen was that supply chains were partially disrupted. Supply chains did not really work the way they normally do. They are, we had logistics issues, we had problems with transportation, we had problems with getting produced food to their points of demand. And of course, that was another element of the supply chain disruption, which all of us dealt with. However, these are on the mend. In the last few months, things have really come up back to a new normal situation where supply chains have started getting resilient as well. Food and food processing sectors remain open. This is a sector that, of course, feeds into the agribusiness, scenario. And of course, food and food processing sectors have remained open and have continued to provide very strong supply in order to feed all the citizens of the world. Rural demand has continued unabated throughout Asia. In fact, this has actually led to many of us in the agribusiness sector to ensure that farmers and citizens in the rural areas have continued to demand produce as they would normally do. So, frankly, with rural demand remaining buoyant, believe me, the rural areas have really been much ahead of the curve in terms of dealing with the pandemic than most of us in the cities have. So agribusiness truly will lead the Indian economic recovery. I would certainly like to hear from all of you when I put up my first poll very shortly in terms of how you believe agribusiness will lead the economic recovery. And frankly, if you do believe that this is a true statement. Now, within this, I have 4 areas in which agribusiness typically gets split into. So agribusiness traditionally looks at nutrition, which is the sector that I'm in, which is specialty fertilizers. There has been a positive outlook in the crop nutrition area, where farmers have produced crops as usual, and they have fed the crops using crop nutrition practices that are available. Crop protection have also been a positive outlook in terms of crop protection, including pesticides and other agrochemicals. Seeds have also had a positive outlook in the last 9 or 10 months. However, mechanization has been fairly neutral because being a high volume outlay in terms of cost, farmers have delayed to some extent the amount of money they would like to put into mechanization. And hence there is a fairly neutral outlook on mechanization, whereas the other 4 sectors, nutrition, protection, and seeds, have had a very positive outlook in the last 9 or 10 months of the pandemic. Now, considering these, I do want to start with my first live poll here, just basically pausing and asking you to ponder on this idea that the agribusiness sector has truly been the North Star of our pandemic, in the economic recovery of our pandemic. And that is really the first live poll I'm going to ask you to do, which is really a mood of the house poll. And I'd like really all of you to participate. And I do hope that I'd like maybe the organizer to confirm that you can see my screen. So one of the organizers, and if I can have the people who are listening in the audience physically as well as digitally to go to pop up the website menti.com, menti.com, and use the code 1338060, 1338060 on www.menti.com. And if you're able to, you'll be able to see this poll on the screen. In your opinion, what has been the impact of COVID-19 on agriculture? Minimal impact is one option. There has been an impact on Rabi harvesting. Like I said, labor was unavailable for a fair amount of time, and therefore there was a problem in terms of labor availability, and hence the impact on harvesting. The impact on food, movement to markets. I did talk shortly before about logistics, supply chains being broken. This was one of the impact areas. Increased cost of cultivation, because logistics went through the roof. A lot of demand got pent up, and therefore cost of cultivation increased. Unavailability of labor in the fields was another issue. Impact of agricultural inputs availability. Sometimes agri inputs were not available in time. And of course, there was a change in cropping patterns because people did kind of move to shorter crops as things progressed. And of course, some of you may be unsure of the impact, and it's okay for you to state that as well. But these, I believe, would give us kind of a mood of the house of what all of you feel and how the COVID-19 or the pandemic has actually impacted the agribusiness sector. It's going to be our North Star, but there certainly has been an impact. And it's important to understand from you what this possible impact is going to be, and then we could maybe focus on that as I go through the rest of the conversation. So I think it's interesting to see a couple of people have given their inputs. I'm going to wait for a couple of seconds to get some more inputs in, and I'm glad to see people are participating. Get warmed up, guys. There's going to be a lot more live polling where I can get all your voices, though I'm not physically there to talk to you. But yes, there has been impact, and I think as very mature individuals looking to a conference like this, we need to really dissect the reality check in agriculture and see where exactly the most impact has been. So let's take a couple of seconds more, get some more inputs in, and then we will sort of use this to discuss further as well. Yeah. So it's very interesting to see, where the impact has been. I think what's coming up here is increased cost of cultivation. Most certainly has been one of the reality checks for us. So farmers have been resilient, but they have been resilient in one of the most constrained environments. They have been at the brunt of increased cost of cultivation. At the other side, you had people whose incomes had come down, and balancing both has been a very big tug of war for them. Yeah, so I'm going to get some more inputs from all of you. A couple of more seconds, please, and I'm going to I know we have several people listening in, so as many of you who can poll in, it would be great. Super. So I think another input here you find is that food movement to markets was also affected. Yes, that's again something that food movement to the markets were affected, and therefore that did have an impact on farmers being able to produce, sell their produce before their expiry date and before they got spoiled into the market as well. There was an unavailability of labor in the fields. I think that was, again, a very critical thing. That did get corrected to some extent when the migrant workers moved back to their villages. So that did get corrected to some extent. But yes, there was an unavailability of labor in the fields, and that also affected agribusiness output. But despite these challenges that you see here, agribusiness truly has been the North Star for us, because as you see, we have all been getting food to eat, and more importantly, farmers have, the agribusiness sector and farmers have been able to continue to produce and earn money despite these constrained circumstances. So that's going to be, the first mood of the house poll. I'm going to get back to my presentation now and talk to you about some more ideas on how this economic recovery will actually get orchestrated. I think that's an important piece that we now need to look at. So I'm going to now go back to my presentation. Those of you who are continuing to poll, please do so. There will be some more polls as we go through the session. So right now we have, what are the mega trends? So what are the mega trends that are changing the agri-input industry in this economic recovery phase? The first is, of course, there's a lot of farmers are today demanding sustainable technology. I think sustainability has taken center stage today in the post-pandemic world. Many of us who took climate change for granted, many of us who kind of, did kind of not take things seriously, have realized that when the world shut down and the weather patterns realigned themselves to the traditional ways, we actually had blue skies and we actually had less pollution. This actually gave people a trigger in terms of understanding that yes, sustainable technology has to be the future. And therefore, there is today a massive mega trend in the industry is to take chelation, which is basically inert compounds, to take sustainable technologies and deliver nutrition in the most balanced form to the soils. So I think the whole sustainability movement has today become center stage. And what was otherwise thought as a nice to have has today become a must have scenario in the sector. What also we look at is this is a trend not just in India, it's really from across the sector, because India kind of leads the way in terms of what happens around in Asia and the world. Also, you're looking at some of the new trends. So I have noticed this in some of the Asian countries as well, especially nanotechnologies. So nanotechnologies and new molecules are being used today to reduce the usage of large volumes of agricultural inputs. Now, what is the benefit of this? The benefit of this is farmers today are demanding sustainable technologies, yes, but they're also demanding that they use less quantities in order to meet their requirements. And nanotechnology fairly fits the bill. And we have seen nanotech being used in India, in Nepal. I have seen it being used in certain progressive areas in Bangladesh, as well as I know we have exported to Sri Lanka as well. And these nanotechnology-based new molecules, which reduce the requirement of the agricultural inputs, are a cost-saving technology, and more importantly, they are much more sustainable than traditional molecules. There is, of course, a problem in using nanotechnology for crop protection, because these are very, very minute in size, and therefore we don't want inhalation to take place of pesticides and insecticides using nanotech forms. But nutrition delivered in nanotechnology forms have actually taken a very good beginning, have made a very good beginning in India, and that's something that I believe you must know as a mega trend, which will actually definitely trigger a lot of cost effectiveness for the farmers in the Asian region. You also have customization. So many farmers today do not want a one-size-fits-all formula. So what they're looking at is, in Bangladesh, they want something which is made for Bangladesh. For Tamil Nadu, they want something meant for Tamil Nadu. Myself as a company, we actually produce 120 different formulations of one brand just to meet the basic soil, crop, and regional requirements. And this is something that farmers in the region are actually demanding very strongly. Now, this also has an impact on cost, because they are actually not applying things that they do not require specifically for their fields, and are able to therefore take the benefit of a customized range of products. Now, customization is another mega trend, which we believe the Asian farmers, the Indian farmers, and the global farmers pay a value premium for. And they're willing to pay that little bit of a premium simply because they're able to reduce the amount of the volume of agricultural inputs that they're putting onto the field, and what little they are putting, they would like to do it in a customized and sustainable fashion. We also have labor and water saving technologies. These are something, again, as mega trends. And when you look at the economic recovery in agriculture, any technology that goes to labor and water saving is going to be extremely value adding to the farmers in the Asian region. What we do believe is that the delivery of these agricultural inputs using drone technology, robotics, and precision agriculture, which involves greenhouses, it involves drip irrigation, it involves hydroponics, aquaponics. All of these are technologies that are labor and water saving, and most importantly, they are also cost effective. I know we have dealt with the smallest of farmers in the most constrained circumstances in India, where we have been able to successfully apply these technologies in order to make agriculture more remunerative for them. So, and believe me, all of these technologies are already existing. They exist in the universities in Asia, they exist in the universities in India, and more importantly, we are, as companies like us who are at the forefront of agribusiness, we are able to put these into farmers' hands cost effectively and very, very productively for them. So I believe that these are technologies that are not future perfect. These are technologies which are present continuous. They are already part of the Indian and the Asian agribusiness scenario. However, right now, there may be pockets of excellence. Our job as agribusiness professionals is to convert those pockets of excellence into a much wider acceptance, and therefore literally create catalysts for wealth creation in the agribusiness community across Asia and across the world. What we also have as another mega trend is future-proofing agriculture. Now, when we talk of the recovery of agriculture and sustainability and climate change, what we really need to do is, these are things that exist today and we cannot run away from them. And what we as agribusiness professionals and people who work on R&D in this area, looking at future-proofing for the fact that climate change exists. Now, what do we do with this? We are actually able to use weather predictions today. I know my farmers get artificial intelligence, machine learning based weather predictions. We provide this data to them on their mobile phones using voice and video, and therefore even literacy barrier is kind of eliminated. And we provide AI-based, specific pin code based recommendations to them in terms of what to do under certain weather conditions. So what we are able to do is we are providing them lead indicators. We're saying this is going to happen with the weather, and therefore you need to future-proof yourself and therefore protect your crop and your fields using these kind of patterns. And this is already something that we are delivering to our farmers. And I deal today with 9 million farmers across India. And we are able to kind of do it using AI, ML, and many of these technologies. We also find drought-resistant seeds. Seeds are something that have today, with engineering, are able to actually become drought-resistant. They're able to become pest-resistant, and that's something again that we can do to future-proof agriculture. And of course, another is micro-irrigation. With water becoming scarce, with water becoming unpredictable, the use of minimal quantities of water in order to deliver on crop nutrition and also for crop production needs micro irrigation. And micro irrigation using drips, using technologies like hydroponics, aeroponics, and many of these are able to use micro irrigation and future-proof agriculture for the farmers in India as well as in Asia. What we're also, like I mentioned, we use, AI is being used for predictions. Today, we are able to allow farmers to actually get predictions on what their crop output is actually going to sell at. We are also able to predict pest attacks. We are able to predict, the volumes of production that can be taken up. In fact, there are Israeli technologies I have seen with my own eyes where they actually release a robot into the field, and using sonar, it actually releases sound waves, and it's able to figure out the amount of budding buds that have actually sort of blossomed in the fields and in the dense fields. And using this, they are able to pre-predict what kind of output this farmer is going to get from his land. And these are amazing technologies that already exist today. And believe you me, they are very, very cost effective if they're effectively in the used effectively in the field. Digital information delivery to farmers. I know my own farmers in the last 1 year of the pandemic have actually literally surprised us with the ease with which they have actually adopted to digital information delivery. Today, we run programs called the Fasal Sabha, which basically runs like a talk show where farmers actually ask questions regarding what things they need to do on their fields. And the recent one they had on watermelon actually had 32,000 farmers connect on one of these programs on our YouTube channel and actually interact very, very effectively. So farmers today tell us, don't come for a physical farmer meeting. Deliver information to me digitally, and I'm happy to use that information to make my fields much more productive. And this is again a very, very smart intervention that I believe the Asian agribusiness scenario must use. With the digital penetration we have, with the mobile phone penetration we have, I believe this digital information delivery to farmers is something that is a must do in order to lead the economic recovery. Another area which is interesting is urban agriculture. I know for myself, we have trained about 25,000 students to actually grow without soil in urban constrained spaces. Technologies today exist to use terraces, balconies, to use unused waste spaces in urban environments to actually start producing using soil-free agriculture or hydroponics. We also have smart agriculture that actually can grow even without the sun in basements, in attics, using UV-based technologies as well. Now, all of these mega trends, believe me, are not 20 years down the line. These mega trends exist here and now. This is the present in India, the present in Asia, and the present around the world. And we as agribusiness companies are able to provide all this information and show farmers how to cost effectively use all this massive wealth of information that is available in order to deliver a better productivity onto their farms and onto their outputs. What are therefore the emerging areas of opportunity? The use of tech in agribusiness, like I just mentioned, and this is something interesting. I see a lot of students who are here. Which are the areas you as students should perhaps look at as career options? So if you're an IT person, use of IT in agribusiness is a massive area that you can get involved in. And if any of you like data analytics, any of you like machine learning, AI, think of it not to be used in gaming, but think of it to gamify agribusiness. We can gamify agribusiness. Today, I have gamified training for farmers, and we engage them with quizzes and competitions in order to make that learning so much more fun. But how can you, as use IT in agribusiness as a career? Strategic marketing in agri inputs and outputs. So a lot of partnerships are emerging, and this is something, especially since we are speaking in an Asian conference. My company has several marketing partnerships with Asian organizations, right from the Asian neighbors that we have to countries around the world, and there's a significant opportunity for companies to work together to get the kind of technologies and best practices that are available in your countries to the other countries in Asia. So strategic marketing partnerships is another phenomenal area for Asia to work hand in hand on. Food, dairy, and meat. These are high-end processing technologies and systems. Any of you interested in food processing, I think this is an area that is not going to actually reduce in terms of growth for many, many years. Food, dairy, and meat. Very, very high-end processing technologies and systems are available, and Asia must lead the way in order to preserve and process foods very, very cost effectively. Indian good agricultural practices, and the reason I put it there is India Gap today is something that I, with the Confederation of Indian Industry, am creating an industry farmer alliance, and we are actually working on India Gap to be created. Right now, we've already done it for soybean and tomato. We are looking at 5 more crops this year. And I think we are very capable of leading this way to take these good agricultural practices right from soil selection to post-harvest into the Asian markets as well, into the Asian scenario, and make it cost-effective and environmentally safe for farmers to produce more and use technologies that are truly world-class. And this is something that we believe we must do in the post-pandemic world, because the worst thing we can do is to get back to the old ways of doing things. And if the new ways of doing things are actually well documented, preserved, and replicated, we believe we can make a significant impact in wealth creation in the Asian areas. Production of superfoods. Very, very important area. I think Asia is in the hub of producing certain foods and using certain foods in our nutrition practices that are phenomenally more nutritious than the Western ways of actually eating. And production of superfoods, things like amla, makhana, which we grow in very large quantities, moringa, which we in the south called murungakai. All of these things are superfoods, which I believe Asia has the opportunity to produce and be the food producers to the world. And this will, using our land to produce superfoods, spices, oilseeds, pulses, plantations. These are things that will give so much more remuneration to our Asian farmers than just producing traditional rice and wheat. But there is a phenomenal opportunity here for the agribusiness recovery in the South Asian region. Make in India is, of course, something that we believe we are the manufacturing hubs of the world. We can be, we have the potential to be, and India has state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities. My company itself has 5 of the world-class factories. There may be several more that exist in the markets in India. Can we use our Atmanirbhar Bharat to actually truly become the supplier of these kind of cost-effective, useful, and sustainable practices in agriculture that exist in India and take it around Asia and the world? And I believe we can do a phenomenal service by actually making Make in India here. And I proudly say that Atmanirbhar Bharat came only a few years ago. However, we as a company have been making in India since 1969, and we're very proud to be an Indian-born multinational organization. And there are many such best practices that we can take into the Asian region. And lastly, I think branding and market access for made in India rural products and crop produce. Only yesterday, I have a group of 10 students from Kashmir who actually are doing a 15-day internship in Mumbai. And one of the key areas they are working on is how to provide a brand identity for some of the phenomenally good Kashmiri apples, saffron, walnuts, almonds, which today are not as well branded as similar counterparts in the rest of the world. Why can't Made in India, Made in Asia rural products get a proper brand identity, have market access, which make them a brand of choice, not only in Asia, but around the world? Now, I believe this list of opportunities is enough for us to work for the next decade, and agribusiness can truly lead the recovery. And all of you as professionals, as practitioners, as students can actually equip yourselves for careers in these areas. Because if you work in these areas, believe you me, you will be a very highly sought after professional going out into the post-pandemic career space, and you will become very, very valued to companies who are looking at agribusiness in Asia and in India, and you at the center of this economic recovery. So with this, I'd like to sort of take up my next poll, where I'm going to ask you a couple of questions based on what I have just spoken to you about. And I hope you can see my screen again, which is the same code 1338060 on menti.com. My next question to you, based on what you've just heard, is how confident are you, after listening to what I have just said, how confident are you that agriculture will lead the economic recovery in the post-COVID-19 pandemic? That farmers will search for information online, and therefore there's a tremendous opportunity in digital information delivery to farmers in India and Asia, and that traditional farming methods are in for a major change. And if traditional farming methods are in for a major change, then you as an agribusiness student, as a student who's interested in this farm sector, should be at the forefront of understanding and delivering these kind of new farming methods to the farmers in the region. So after listening to what I've said, I'd love to hear from you, from as many of you as possible, to kind of how confident are you that this is something that will be the reality in the new post-pandemic world. So keep the same poll number 1338060 on menti.com, and let's see if the various points that I have made regarding the economic recovery of agribusiness have actually made sense, and that you are sort of willing to be at the forefront of this new the new normal for Indian and Asian agribusiness. So that's we have a much faster polling now. I guess you guys have warmed up to the idea of this interactive medium, but it's nice to see that a 5-on-5 score that agriculture will lead the economic recovery. And frankly, if there is one sector that is not going out of style, it is agribusiness. And any of you, suddenly agriculture has become, a valued profession. Which earlier used to be not as sort of in the forefront of some of the more glamorous careers. But for any of you who are looking at career options and spaces to work in, as you can see, agriculture is going to be at the forefront. It is about a 50-50 on farmers wanting to search for information online. Believe me, this is something that when you go in the field, and my experience in the last 1 year, farmers are very, very happy to provide information online, but you need to deliver it using voice and video and not necessarily text, because that's, there's a literacy barrier there in terms of text and understanding of the written word. But most certainly voice and video is something that farmers do prefer, and I'm good to see a 50-50 there. A few years earlier, it would have been 0. And you can see the change that is taking place, and that traditional farming methods are truly in for a major change. And that's something that all of us need to equip ourselves for. The last question I have on the live poll, before I open up for questions, is, as an agribusiness professional, what should be your biggest priority to learn now? As a group of people interested in this sector, scientific demand-based crop selection is something that is important. Many farmers today grow based on what the neighbor grew last year, but scientific demand-based crop selection is important. Sustainability, I did talk a lot to you about sustainability and climate change. I think that's become center stage now. Balanced nutrition, I think, is something that farmers today want to have their crops grow. Precision agriculture techniques, hydroponics, aquaponics, and so on. Fisheries and aquaculture, like you would see in the recent budget also, there's a tremendous amount of inputs on fisheries and aquaculture. I think that's an emerging area. We didn't talk too much about that today, but in the Asian region, I know that many of the Asian countries, especially the South Asian countries, are doing a lot of work on aquaculture and fisheries, and this happens in the salt as well as the brackish water areas. And I think that's an emerging area. In fact, I think Asia has the capacity to give a lot of fish output to the entire world, and it's tremendously more remunerative to farmers. Animal husbandry is another area where there is good opportunity for agribusiness professionals. There is a low residue crop protection techniques. I think that's again on the sustainability area. Pesticides, yes, we need it to protect our crops, but can we have them as residue-free or low residue techniques? Digitization and automation technologies, I think that's real. The fact that digitization is something all of us need to prepare ourselves for. Farmers are also very happy to use such technologies, is again something that is a very, very key area. And of course, AI, use of artificial intelligence for better agricultural predictions, because if we are able to give a lead indicator to farmers, believe me, they will listen to you and make better choices. And every choice has a consequence. And if you are able to provide them with adequate lead indicators to make better choices, I believe you would be doing a better service to reviving agriculture and to preserve farming income better than anything else possibly can. So I believe these are the various areas, and it's good to see the kind of inputs you've got. Sustainability, of course, leading the piece here. Scientific demand-based crop selection being number 2, and then you have in number 3 position with 10%, we've got nutrition, precision ag, animal husbandry, and digital as perhaps the areas, followed by aquaculture, low residue crop protection, and AI as the other interesting areas. So I hope this does give you an idea of the trends in agribusiness, the kind of emerging opportunities in agribusiness, the kind of career options that you can look at, and frankly, how agribusiness in Asia and in India is going to be the North Star, the lead sector going forward, in order to ensure that we feed the citizens of Asia and the world, and more importantly, continue to earn money enough to sustain our farmers and our farm incomes. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to sort of open up for certain questions. I hope this has been an interesting conversation for you in order to understand the sector better, and to also see how in the South Asian recovery scenario, agribusiness will be at the forefront, and all of you could perhaps take benefit of this tremendous opportunity going forward. So thank you very much, and I hope to get some questions from all of you. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. You clearly explained the changing agri-input industry and emerging areas of opportunities which are available. Moreover, you proved that you are a tech-savvy person by using Mentimeter to get the opinion then and there. Thank you so much for sparing your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you
open for discussions. You have to unmute your mic. Unmute your mic, ma. So the mic is muted. Auditorium.
I think they're not able to listen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But she is proposing vote of thanks.
Rahul, I think I have to
STC.
propose it is very, very nice way that you have put in. We will see how the STC is organizing.
Rahul, Dr. Rahul, it's very nice.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That
And
I'll just
tell me, ma'am.
No, how to ask them to unmute, I really don't know. Rahul, I think I will try.
I can ask her to unmute like this. So as a host, we can ask them to unmute.
இங்க நீங்க அன்மியூட் பண்ணாமையே vote of thanks ப்ரொபோஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்கடா. பாரு நாங்க சொல்லிட்டே இருக்கோம், நீங்க கேட்க மாட்டேங்கிறீங்க.
Explain negatives and opportunities in agriculture sector in South Asian countries. Thank you all. Thank you for your excellent presentation, sir. I take this opportunity to thank our management members who encouraged us to conduct this virtual conference. I thank our board principal, then faculty members and participants from various countries. Last but not least, our STC students. Thank you, Ananda. Thank you. Good afternoon, Karen. Developing agriculture productivity is a priority concern on promoting the sustainable development of agriculture in South Asian countries. These regions are witnessed an overall decline in agriculture productivity during COVID period. So thereby, we need to concentrate sustaining future agriculture growth. I hope that this organization focus on agriculture as a mainstay for South Asian economics and seen as the most important livelihood option for the current program. Dr. Thyagaraja, Associate Professor in Book, Department of Business Administration, Anandamanda University, Coimbatore, who gave welcome notice and briefly explain the full fact technical section 1 of agriculture and food product. Thank you, ma'am. I need to thank Ambassador Anand Nayak, former Ambassador to Coimbatore, Congress Jordan, Uba and Nature, President of Nazrul, Sree, International Foundation. These are The stream geopolitical practice, historical and cultural connectivity. With deeper linguistic integration makes these great and self-assured. In spite of negative issues in South Asian countries, should work together to achieve their own economic development. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful speech. Thank you. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Rahul Mitchell, Chairman and Managing Director, Irish Agro Limited, Mumbai. He pointed out that Indian agriculture should go along with the South Asian agriculture. There is a restriction on supply chain and logistics, which were overcome by developing infrastructure. And they explained mobile trends and emerging areas of opportunities in agriculture in South Asian countries. Thank you, sir, for your excellent presentation. Thank you once again. I take this opportunity to thank our management members who encouraged us to conduct this virtual conference. I thank our board principal, then faculty members and participants from various countries. Last but not least, our STC students. Thank you, Ananda. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I sincerely hope that South Asian countries will respect and live in our part with each other and achieve common development, and that South Asia will enjoy peace, unity, and prosperity. Life is a challenge. Meet it. Life is a game. Realize it. Life is a game. Play it. Life is a love. Enjoy it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for spending your valuable time. Our next session on textiles will resume at 1:25 p.m. So everyone is requested to come back at 1:25 p.m. Thank you. Thank you, Ananda. For your kind information, our next session on textiles will resume at 1:25 p.m. So everyone is requested to come back at 1:25 p.m. And my students and faculty members now pause the assembly at 1:25 p.m. today. That's all. Thank you.
The reason of this is still moderately favorable, especially looking at the world. Over the past few years, period of robust growth. Despite robust economic growth, and nearly 40% of its inhabitants live on less than $1.25 US. The scary challenge of climate change serious threats to South Asia's economic growth. Growth in South Asian countries in while growth in South, other developing nations even flat or even turn negative. In the coming years, the World Bank expects countries in South Asia to continue this growth trajectory, estimated at 6.7% in 2021. In 2020, South Asia was set to plunge into its worst ever recession as the devastating impacts of COVID-19 on the region's economies came around, taking a disproportionate levy on informal workers and pushing millions of South Asians into extreme poverty. In that situation, chief economist of South Asia of World Bank presumed COVID-19 will profoundly transform South Asia. But the pandemic could spur innovation as is and now, the question is, how do South Asian countries empower to economic consolidation in the textile and garment sector? Dear audience, textile industry in general and garments, as the most labor-intensive sector, has been the road taken by most countries in their path to manufacturing and industrialization process. This was the case with the currently high-income countries, and the trend continued with Japan and East and Southeast Asian countries. Historically, as some nations lost competitive advantage due to rising unit labor costs, other countries in a flying birds pattern assumed the competitive blanket, and these have more recently included China, Vietnam, and Cambodia. South Asian countries like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka have also become competitive players in the world export market for textiles and clothing in last decades. While India and Pakistan have played an active role as major exporters of textiles, the prominence of ready-made garment sector is relatively recent, and this sector has benefited from the availability of quotas under the multi-level agreement. And the major portion of textile and clothing exports from the South Asian countries go to the US and European Union markets. Dear colleagues, WTO divided the textile-related exports into two main categories, such as textiles and clothing. All raw materials utilized to make clothing Respected Chairman, Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College, Lion MA, Vijaya Mohan, Honorable Principal, Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College, Dr. A. STC School of Commerce and Director, School of Management, Dr. Namjan Balu, Dr. Mercy, teams, distinguished participants, guests, colleagues, good afternoon to all of you. It's an honor and privilege this esteemed South Asian Regional Virtual Conference as a speaker on empowerment of South Asia through economic consolidation of the textile and clothing.
Begin with a brief introduction. SAARC comprises of 8 member states: Afghanistan, Let's begin with a brief introduction. SAARC comprises of 8 member states: Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. There are currently 9 observers to SAARC, namely Australia, China, European Union, Iran, Japan, Republic of Korea, Mauritius, Myanmar, and the United States of America. The headquarters and secretariat of the association are at Kathmandu. SAARC comprises around 3% of the world's 21% of the world's population, 4.21% of the global economy as of 2019. Now, focusing on the genesis and related timeline for the formation of SAARC. The idea of regional cooperation in South Asia was first raised in November 1980. After consultations, the foreign secretaries of the 7 founding countries, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, met for the first time in Colombo in April 1981. SAARC was established with the signing of the SAARC Charter in Dhaka, Bangladesh, in December 1985. Afghanistan became the newest member of SAARC at the 13th Annual Summit in 2005. Now let's discuss the principles of SAARC. Cooperation within the framework of SAARC shall be based on respect for the principles of sovereign equality, territorial integrity, political independence, non-interference in the internal affairs of other states, and mutual benefit. Such cooperation shall not be a substitute for bilateral and multilateral cooperation, but shall complement them. Such cooperation shall not be inconsistent with bilateral and multilateral obligations. The areas of cooperation comprise human resource development and tourism, agriculture and rural development, environment, natural disasters and biotechnology, economic, trade and finance, social affairs, information and poverty alleviation, energy, transport, science and technology, education, security and culture, and others. Now, let's focus on the objectives of the SAARC. To promote the welfare of the people of South Asia and to promote their quality of life. To accelerate economic growth, social progress, and cultural development in the region, and to provide all individuals the opportunity to live in dignity and to realize their full potential. To promote and strengthen collective self-reliance among the countries of South Asia. To contribute to mutual trust, understanding, and appreciation of one another's problems. To promote active collaboration and mutual assistance in the economic, social, cultural, technical, and scientific fields. To strengthen cooperation with other developing countries. To strengthen cooperation among themselves in international forums on matters of common interest, and to cooperate with international and regional organizations with similar aims and purposes. Now let's shift our focus to the principal organs of SAARC. Meeting of heads of state or government at the summit level, usually on an annual basis. The Standing Committee of Foreign Secretaries provides overall monitoring and coordination, determines priorities, mobilizes resources, and approves projects and financing. The SAARC Secretariat was established in Kathmandu, Nepal in 1987. Its role is to coordinate and monitor the implementation of SAARC activities, service the meetings of the association, and serve as a channel of communication between SAARC and other international organizations. The Secretariat comprises the Secretary General, 7 directors, and 10 services staff. The Secretary General is appointed by the Council of Ministers on the principle of rotation for a non-renewable tenure. Now, we will see the specialized bodies of SAARC. SAARC Development Fund. Its primary objective is funding of project-based collaboration in social sectors such as poverty alleviation, development, etc. The SARC Development Fund is governed by a board consisting of representatives from the Ministry of Finance of the member states. South Asian University is an international university located in India. Degrees and certificates awarded by SAU are at par with respective degrees and certificates awarded by the national universities institutions. South Asian Regional Standards Organization has its secretariat at Dhaka, Bangladesh. It was established to achieve and enhance coordination and cooperation among SARC member states in the fields of standardization and conformity assessment, and is aimed to develop harmonized standards for the region to facilitate intra-regional trade and to have access in the global market. SARC Arbitration Council is an intergovernmental body having its office in Pakistan, and it is mandated to provide a legal framework forum within the region for fair and efficient settlement of commercial, industrial, trade, banking, investment, and such other disputes as may be referred to by the member states and their people. So far, what are the achievements of SARC? South Asia Preferential Trading Agreement for promoting trade amongst the member countries came into effect in 1995. South Asian Free Trade Agreement is a trade agreement confined to goods, but excluding all services like information technology. Agreement was signed to reduce custom duties of all traded goods to zero by the year 2016. SARC agreement on trade and services is following the GATS plus positive list approach for trade and services liberalization. A SARC university and food bank was established in India. An energy reserve was established in Pakistan. Now we will discuss the significance of SARC for India. SARC is important for promotion of India's neighborhood first policy. It can counter China through engaging Nepal, Bhutan, the Maldives, and Sri Lanka in the development process and economic cooperation. SARC can help in creation of mutual trust and peace within the region. It offers India a platform to showcase its leadership in the region by taking up extra responsibilities. Recently, India pledged $10 million towards a SARC COVID-19 emergency fund. India also announced that it will be putting together a team of specialists for the SARC states. SARC can be a game changer for India's Act-Peace policy. Now, let's see what are the challenges. It has a low frequency of meetings. It requires broad areas of cooperation that lead to diversion of energy and resources. The implementation of South Asian Free Trade Agreement has not been satisfactory, as it is confined to goods excluding all services like information technology. Escalated tension and conflict between India and Pakistan have severely hampered the prospects of SARC. The institutions like BIMSTEC may reduce the relevance of SARC even further. Looking at the way forward. In a region increasingly targeted by Chinese investment and loans, SARC could be a common platform to demand more sustainable alternatives for development, or to oppose trade tariffs together, or to demand better terms for South Asian labor around the world. SARC as an organization reflects the South Asian identity of the countries historically and contemporarily. This is a naturally made geographical identity. Equally, there is a cultural, linguistic, religious, and culinary affinity that defines South Asia. The potential of the organization to maintain peace and stability in the region should be explored by all the member countries. SARC should be allowed to progress naturally, and the people of South Asia, who make up a quarter of the world's population, should be offered more people-to-people contact. To watch our videos in Hindi, subscribe to our Hindi YouTube channel, Drishti IAS.
Welcome back, everyone. Small cheer and great welcome makes a merry feast. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our desire is to extend a gracious and inclusive welcome to all of you to the Consolidation Regional Virtual Conference on Implementing Preparation for Economic Consolidation, organized by the Saraswathi College, School of Management and School of Commerce in association with Arya College of Commerce and Economics, Mumbai, led by the Institute of Knowledge partner of the conference. Innovation Indian Institute, Program Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. Supporting partners. Management Association, Royal School of Management and Entrepreneurial Development, Coimbatore. Request of everyone to keep their audio and video muted. This study platform live tonight. Please do not interrupt the speaker. You can post your queries in the chat box. Also, you can ask your queries to the speaker when the forum is open for interaction during question and answer session. Thank you in advance for your kind cooperation. Now, the conversation on textiles is about to begin. Forum members, begin on this a most cordial welcome. Welcome the person moment as you have invited us because others have strong women, persistent and tenacious. So please obstacles as stepping stones on her way to success. We are so delighted to welcome Dr. Nazrul owner, New Brother Institute of Management Studies, Thiruvananthapuram, to present the welcome note and the introduction of the team.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Lourdes Mother Institute of Management Studies. On behalf of the organizers of this program, as partners of this program, I'm happy and glad to extend a hearty welcome to everyone who is part of this program this afternoon. Especially a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Nazrul Islam, Pro Vice Chancellor of the Northern University of Bangladesh, who is the keynote speaker of this session. I also extend my hearty welcome to the directors of the School of Commerce and School of Management at STC, the principal of STC, the coordinators of this program, the participants from different parts of the country, as well as the different SAARC nations who are attending this session. I extend my hearty welcome to the students as well as the presenters this afternoon. I welcome you all once again for this session, technical session. I hope you will all have a very fruitful time listening to the keynote speaker as well as the paper presenters. A hearty welcome to you all.
Fields of management and international business. He served as a dean for more than 10 years in leading private universities and head of the discipline of business administration of Khulna University, Bangladesh. Now we have video presentation of Dr. Nazrul Islam.
Respected Chairman, Sree Saraswathi. Thyagaraja College, Lion M.A. Vijaya Mohan, Honorable Principal, Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College, Dr. A. Shomu, Honorable Dean, STC School of Commerce and Director, School of Management, Dr. Namjan Balu, Dr. Marcia Mala Justin, Dean, LIMS, distinguished participants, guests, colleagues, good afternoon to all of you. It's an honor and privilege for me to be a part of this esteemed South Asian Regional Virtual Conference as a speaker on empowerment of South Asia through economic consolidation of the textile and clothing sector, organized by Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, India. Dear colleagues, the economic outlook for South Asia is highly divergent across the countries. There are some economies, including Bangladesh, Bhutan, and India, where economic conditions are largely positive, with GDP growth projected to remain robust in the near future. In contrast, the outlook in Pakistan has visibly deteriorated. Consequently, regional GDP growth slowed down markedly in 2018. Yet, given the large size of the Indian economy on the aggregate, the regional outlook is still moderately favorable, especially in comparison to other developing regions of the world. Over the past few years, South Asia has sustained a period of robust growth that has lifted up many living in poverty and made notable progress in health and education sector. Despite robust economic growth, South Asian countries account for only 3% world GDP and nearly 40% of its inhabitants live on less than $1.25 per day. The scary challenges from climate change, environmental degradation, and increasing inequalities are also causing serious threats to South Asia's economic growth and prosperity. Nevertheless, the World Bank reports that between 2013 and 2016, growth in South Asian countries increased from 6.2% to 7.5%. while growth rates of other developing nations remain flat or even turn negative. In the coming years, the World Bank expects countries in South Asia to continue this growth trajectory, estimated at 6.7% in 2021. In 2020, South Asia was set to plunge into its worst ever recession as the devastating impacts of COVID-19 on the region's economies began on, taking a disproportionate levy on informal workers and pushing millions of South Asians into extreme poverty. In that situation, chief economist of South Asia of World Bank Hans Timmer presumed COVID-19 will profoundly transform South Asia and leave lasting scars in its economies. But the pandemic would spur innovations that improve South Asia's future participation in global value chains, as is competitive advantage in tech services and niche tourism will likely be in higher demand as the global economy becomes more digital. Now, the question is, how do South Asian countries empower to economic consolidation in the textile and garment sector? Dear audience, textile industry in general and garments, as the most labor-intensive sector, has been the road taken by most countries in their path to manufacturing and industrialization process. This was the case with the currently high-income countries, and the trend continued with Japan and East and Southeast Asian countries. Historically, as some nations lost competitive advantage due to rising unit labor costs, other countries in a flying birds pattern assumed the competitive blanket, and these have more recently included China, Vietnam, and Cambodia. South Asian countries like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka have also become competitive players in the world export market for textiles and clothing in last decades. While India and Pakistan have played an active role as major exporters of textiles, the prominence of ready-made garment sector is relatively recent, and this sector has benefited from the availability of quotas under the multi-level agreement. And the major portion of textile and clothing exports from the South Asian countries go to the US and European Union markets. Dear colleagues, WTO divided the textile-related exports into two main categories, such as textiles and clothing. All raw materials utilized to make clothing come under the category of textile, like fibers, yarn, and fabrics. And all finished or ready-made products come under the category of clothing, like shirts, trousers, and bedwear, etc. As early survey shows that Bhutan, Nepal, and Maldives have slight and insignificant share in the world trade of textile and clothing. Since Bhutan, Nepal, and Maldives make negligible contributions in total textile and clothing exports, I will focus on my discussions about textile and clothing industry of Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Textile and clothing industry of Bangladesh. Bangladesh became an independent country in 1971, and in 1980, its clothing exports were only $2 million USD out of total 40,590 million USD in the global trade of clothing. No big change was observed till 1990, when clothing exports of Bangladesh were 643 million USD, but later there is a tremendous growth in this sector. The ready-made garment sector of Bangladesh now typically contributes more than 80% of national export of Bangladesh. Private statistics show that ready-made garment sector of Bangladesh, in this sector, there are more than 5,000 garment factories and that are employing more than 12 lakh laborers, where 85% of the labor force women who are mainly from the rural areas of Bangladesh. Now, The ready-made garment industry is the country's largest export earner with a value of about 28 billion US dollars. Though there are various types of garments are manufactured in Bangladesh, but all the ready-made garments are classified into two broad categories, where one is woven products and another is knitted products. Woven products including shirts, pants and trousers. On the other hand, the knitted product includes t-shirts, polo shirts, undergarments, socks, stockings, and sweaters. Woven garments still dominate the export earnings of Bangladesh. From the Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association's statistics, it has been observed that day by day, knitted items production is increased at a considerable rate, and now about 40% export earnings of Bangladesh have been achieved from knitted products. Textile and clothing industry of India. The Indian textile and clothing industry is one of the largest in the world, with a large unmatched raw material base and manufacturing extent across the value chain. It is the second largest manufacturer and exporter in the world after China. The share of textile clothing in India's total exports stands at 12%. India has a share of 5% of the global trade in textiles and clothing. The uniqueness of the industry lies in its strength, both in the hand-woven sector as well as in the capital-intensive mill sector. The mill sector of India is the second largest in the world. Traditional sectors like handloom, handicrafts, and small-scale power loom units are the biggest source of employment for millions of people in rural and semi-urban areas, and also contribute to more than 75% of total textiles production in India. It contributes 2.3% to the GDP of India and 13% to industrial production. The textile industry is one of the largest sources of employment generation in India, with over 45 million people employed directly and another 6 crore people in allied sectors, including a large number of women and rural population. The sector has perfect alignment with government's key initiatives to make in India, skill India, women empowerment, and rural youth employment. In keeping with the goal of making India's development inclusive and participative, Indian government's central focus has been on increasing textile manufacturing by building the best-in-class manufacturing infrastructure and upgradation of technology, fostering innovation, enhancing skills and traditional strengths in the textile and clothing sector. Textile and clothing industry of Pakistan. Textiles and clothing trade is a vital part of the world economy, with many nations that heavily depends on this sector for foreign exchange earnings and employment generation. Pakistan has dynamic, vigorous, and export-oriented textile industry that has an overwhelming impact on its economy. Textile being largest industrial sector of Pakistan generates the country's highest export earnings, providing the bulk of employment, nearly 38%, which amounts to 15 million people, who largely underutilized workforce and contributes nearly 8.5% to GDP. Due to cotton production in large quantity, cotton, textile and clothing industries have been contributing more than 67% of the country's total export earnings, which amount to around USD 5.2 billion. The industry contributes around 46% to the total output produced and exported by Pakistan. Apart from generating revenue, textile and garment industry in Pakistan employs over 38% manufacturing labor force. Textile and clothing industry of Sri Lanka. The textile and clothing industry is the leading manufacturing industry in Sri Lanka and has emerged as the country's main export earner and the largest employment provider in the industrial sector. More than 38% of the total exports and over 50% of industrial products exports are from this sector of Sri Lanka. The industry export revenue has grown from USD 3.2 billion in 2009 to 5.3 billion USD in 2019. The industry provides over 3 lakh direct employment and 6 lakh indirect employment opportunities. USA and UK have been the top markets for Sri Lankan apparel throughout the decades. Handloom industry as well was well established in Sri Lanka in 1970s, and around 110,000 handloom centers creating job opportunities, at least 2 lakh people in the rural areas of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, having established itself as a reliable supplier of quality apparel at competitive prices, also upholds ethical practices, thus being identified as a producer of garments without guilt, making the Made in Sri Lanka label synonymous with quality, reliability, social and environmental acceptability. With an impressive partnership portfolio, Sri Lanka also showcases the best of technology in the garment industry, including the world's first eco-friendly green garment factory. Since the mid-2000s, export apparel manufacturers in Sri Lanka identified possibilities for them to turn to learn manufacturing for improving the efficiency of apparel production. These attributes of lean production and close integration from raw material to customer through partnership fit with high volume, repetitive export apparel manufacturing environment practiced in Sri Lanka. Furthermore, most of the leading apparel firms have been adopted continuous improvement and value addition through research and innovation as the new strategy to face the global competition. This whole exercise is a collective effort to grow the sector by investing on research and development in Sri Lanka. However, a great number of challenging conditions that the Sri Lankan industry currently faces include increasing labor cost, trade barriers in certain important export markets such as European Union market and USA, strict environmental and safety legislation, and growing shortage of skilled labor. The change of comparative advantage has also influenced thinking about new strategies to be adopted in this sector in Sri Lanka. Distinguished participants, South Asia is not only one of the most populated regions in the world, but also an emerging market for textiles and clothing. It is bestowed with benefits such as availability of abundant and cheap labor, water and other raw materials for textile manufacturing processes, large production of cotton, nearness to growing markets, etc. Therefore, South Asian region has become a potential global center for textile and clothing exports. Countries like US, UK, and European Union are highly dependent on the textile products imported from South Asian countries. Their textile manufacturing units have been relocated to these low countries. South Asian countries like India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh were the main beneficiaries with the removal of textile and clothing costs from the developing nations. However, Maldives and Nepal considerably lost due to this change. Dear participants, among South Asian countries, Bangladesh has the highest growth rate in ready-made garment sector that started its exports in 1980s and surpassed all other South Asian countries and finally established a sound share in the international trade. India and Pakistan also have no significant growth in clothing exports. Their focus primarily remained on textile exports. Despite several constraints, the South Asian region has a potential to develop itself as a global textile and clothing hub. Therefore, concerted efforts need to be made at least at 3 levels to realize these potentials. First, to inform a common position at the international negotiations forum to overcome protectionist market access barriers. This should be done in tandem with the use of the regional cooperation platform to remove barriers to trade, investment, and technology transfer within the region. Second, to make investments in addressing supply side constraints in order to enhance the the competitiveness of the South Asian textile and clothing sector in a phased manner. And third, to adopt strategies used successfully by countries within and outside the region to ward off competitive pressures, which are likely to ensure when the textile and clothing trade becomes free from all restrictions. Dear participants, South Asia is at a turning point. Powered by the dynamic growth of Indian economy, it is the fastest growing region in the world, which can be propelled faster to find its rightful place in the world if its member states develop as an integrated economy. It is presumed that if these initiatives are taken, it would make South Asia the second largest economy in the world after the People's Republic of China, leaving behind even the United States. Looking at the textile and garment export data of India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, we can conclude that South Asian countries have a great potential to develop itself as a hub of textile and clothing industry in the world. With this, I would like to conclude by again thanking the conference authority and the organizers who have honored me by inviting me as a keynote speaker at this August gathering of intellectuals of the world. Thank you all.
Namaste all of you. I am Prof. Bharti from Department of Management, Jamia Hamza. On the topic of ASEAN and assessment of merchandise trade. First of all, before presenting my paper, I want to explain about the ASEAN and its FTA. So first, ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations. It is a group of 10 members of Southeast Asian and Pacific Rim countries: Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Brunei, Vietnam, Singapore, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos. It is formed through a Bangkok Declaration. The initial framework of agreement of ASEAN-India FTA was signed in 2003. Now, we'll see the ASEAN-India Trade Review. As per the Indian Economic Survey 2015-16, the average effect of free trade agreement is to increase overall trade by 50% in 4 years. In case of ASEAN-India FTA, the trade imbalance is very high. According to the think tank of India, the Niti Aayog, between 2011 to 2017, the trade deficit between ASEAN and India almost doubled. That is, it has multiplied into 2x. Even though the trade deficit multiplied, overall trade increased from $15 billion to $70 billion. This is about overall trade. Therefore, we can say that ASEAN-India Free Trade Agreement favor the ASEAN countries. The trade volume has been increased and also the trade deficit increased. And in case of ASEAN, India eliminated tariff on 75% of 1200 tariff line. And India has kept 1,800 in sensitive track. According to the think tank of India, Niti Aayog, the trade balance has worsened in 13 out of 21 sectors. So trade balance is not in favor of India, especially in chemicals, plastics, minerals, leathers, textiles, gems, and jewelry. And sector where trade balance is improved in animal produce, cement, paper, etc. What should be India's priority? So India should be very clear in what it wants and what India should give, what in return can expect. So before further explanation, I will go to my methodology. And I have used the gravity model approach. As we all know, the gravity model has been developed in 1962 by Tinbergen, which proposed the size of bilateral trade flows between any two countries can be approximated by employing the gravity equation, which is derived from the Newton's theory of gravitation. While planets are attracted to each other in proportion to their sizes and proximity, so too are countries. So here the equation, the gravitational force between two objects, as in Newton's theory, apple and head, is directly proportional to each of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. And if we employ this gravity analogy in international trade, then we'll see that export between two countries depends on their economic masses and negatively related to the trade cost between them. Application of gravity model in regional trade. Gravity models are extensively used in assessing the impact of regional trade agreement. As we know, the basic idea is to include an additional FTA dummy variable in standard gravity model that captures the variations in levels and direction of trade due to the formation of an free trade agreement. The dummy variables takes the value of 1 when both countries in a given pair belong to the same regional group and 0 otherwise. Economic theory suggests that overall welfare effects of free trade agreement depend on the balance between trade creation and trade diversion. Trade creation takes place when a high-cost domestic production is replaced by a low-cost foreign producer. And trade diversion occurs when the trade with low-cost non-member countries are replaced with the high-cost partner countries of the FTA. The estimated coefficient of dummy variable will explain how much additional trade is happening due to the formation of free trade agreement. Data analysis and discussions of the results. The data for the models are collected from the multiple sources. The trade data such as total bilateral trade, total import of a country, total export of a country is collected using the World Integrated Trade System maintained by International Monetary Fund, UNCTAD, and World Trade Organization. The trade data is extracted from the direction of trade statistics of IMF using the World Integrated Trade System software. The disaggregated trade data such as Harmonized System 2 are collected from the Comtrade database of United Nations. The data pertaining to the GDP, per capita GDP, population of the country are collected from the World Trade Indicators database of the World Bank. Result of augmented gravity model. The augmented gravity model uses GDP as the economic mass variable along with the other traditional gravity variable and augmented variables. The dependent variable of the model is total bilateral trade between I and J, home country and the host country. Common language is positively influencing the trade flows and is highly significant. The adjusted R square of 0.7802 shows that the model got high explanatory power with 78% change in the total trade is explained by the independent variable outlined in the model. The positive sign of the GDP coefficient of a country I, home country, and J are positive in line with the theory, which means the countries with higher GDP will trade more between them. But per capita income, the country I, here country I is in India, and J, and per capita income differences are having negative sign. Now, the conclusion of my study. So before going to conclusion, we'll see what India's priorities should be. So India should be very clear in what it wants and what India should give and what India in return can get. First of all, we'll see the large market. We all know that India is the large market to offer. This is considered to India's larger population. It increases the India's bargaining power. As we are the large population, so we are large customers, so we can generate the more bargaining power. So India should prioritize it. Second is the negotiations. In case of regional comprehensive economic partnership, we have seen since 2012, India is involved in negotiating. So likewise, India should negotiate what India want and what willing to give. It refers to ASEAN-India Free Trade Agreement. Third is service sectors. India should push for service accesses and plug all the loopholes in the rules of origin. So overall, my study will help to understand the India's competitive advantages. Study will help the policy makers to assess the actual situation of trade, and proper policy can be formulated for the trade balance. Thank you.
Dr. Tejaswi Prashant Patinkar from R.A. Federal College, Mumbai, to present the paper on Global, a study on progressive development of registration and awareness for regional specialty under GI to non-market.
Can you hear me? Yes, hello. I'm Dr. Tejaswi Patinkar. Please allow me to share my screen. It is not allowing me to share my screen. Can you hear me? Someone has to just say, the girls, can you just wave with your right hand so you can hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Just allow the technical person, ask him to allow me to share my screen. Otherwise, I will start just verbally. I'm not able to share my screen. Yeah, it's happening. 1 second. Yes, hello everyone for this post-lunch session. I know it's very heavy to attend any talks after post-lunch session, so I highly appreciate the delegates and the participants for attending this session. I'll make it very interesting because this information is really going to help everyone. Myself, Dr. Tejaswi Patinkar, Associate Professor from R.A. Poddar College, Mumbai. Before I begin my research presentation, I sincerely appreciate the organizer for making this today's relevant topic, that is to analyze the development of our core sector, that is agriculture, handicrafts, handlooms In my research paper, I have highlighted the requirement of the root level developments in these sectors where the protection can be given and the benefits can be given to the farmers, artisans, producers, and the sellers as well. My research topic is Regional to Global, a study on progressive development of registration and awareness of regional specialty under GI, that is a TRIPS element in e-market. GI means geographical indication and TRIPS is which is supposed to be a legal framed based term. So when I am making a conceptual introduction about the TRIPS related terms, I'll be making use of acts, treaties, conventions, agreements. This is just a conceptual introduction, but my research paper is focusing on the from the marketing aspect, that is the awareness mechanism, promotion of the GI tag products from sellers to buyers. So it is very important to register your regional specialty under geographical indication, which is the element of TRIPS. As we try to understand the word regional specialty, we being the Indian are aware about this traditional knowledge, a popular traditional skill, which is particularly related to its geographical climatic conditions. There are various forms of regional knowledge, that is agro, herbal goods, handicrafts, fabrics, foodstuffs. And we have been using all this since our life, and it's from generation to generation. That is example, basmati rice, Darjeeling tea, Kanchipuram silk, Alfonso mango, Nagpur oranges, Kolhapuri chappal, Bikari bhujia, Agra pet, and so on. The one important point you can observe here is that there is a connectivity of this product with the quality that is relevant to its regional climatic conditions and various other attributes, reputation, characteristics which are towards their territory or region. So it is very important to register the regional specialty under geographical indication. Now I'm moving from regional to global, as the global tag provision is framed at WTO, which is the international organization, and it is concerned with framing of the trade policies among the nations. It also administrates the trade-related intellectual property rights, which is the international agreements, and set down the minimum standards for many forms of intellectual property regulation, that is said to be IP. IP is the intellectual property. Now, India being the member of WTO, so adoption of the TRIPS is the compulsory requirement. WIPO is the international agency under the United Nations that administrates this work of IP convention, that is intellectual property convention, giving the legal provision and enforcement. From the information literature review, the three main treaties enacted for the protection of geographical indication under are Paris Convention, Madrid Agreement, Lisbon Agreement. Lisbon Agreement is very much about the affiliation of origin, which is parallel to the geographical indication. Paris Convention is for patent or trademark, and one convention is for copyright. Now we'll try to understand what exactly this word IP means, intellectual property means anything, any one of us even can have made any new invention, new innovation, or new creativity becomes your intellectual property right when you register in the area like patent, trademarks, and copyrights, when you register your intellectual property under this. Now this has also, the protection is defined through the legal acts. Every nation, even the India and globally, every nation has a provision of agreement within their own legal system and have proper legal framework done at the national level. Now, since then, at the foreign global policies, the adoption of TRIPS agreement is a compulsory requirement made by WTO for its member. And since India being the member of WTO, so it becomes a compulsory norm to adopt the TRIPS agreement. Since then, the developed nation were positively active in registering their trademarks, copyrights, and patenting before trading their products in global market. As we are very much familiar with this, and they have been properly patented, they have been properly registered under the trademarks, and the copyrights are taken. Now we'll try to understand the patenting. The patenting process begins with the invention. Now any invention, new invention, or new innovation and creativity can be registered a patent, but my study gap is that how can that turmeric patent be granted to USA, which is not a new invention, not the new invention. It's very much a traditional knowledge of our culture, which is from the native India. So it was very important to understand, and there were very such other stuff. The traditional knowledge, which is the agro herbals wealth of our nation, been applied for patent from the US and other countries. So it took a year long to battle against this and revoke the patent rights, patent allotted to US researchers. It is a very awakening and alarming situation that as we have a tremendous many such regional specialty and knowledges in our country, we need to protect them under intellectual property rights. Now, geographical indication became the better provisions to register our regional specialty or traditional knowledge under that element. As such, WTO provides the intellectual property rights should be protected when the property is involved. Therefore, WTO makes it mandatory to all its member countries to follow the basic IPR norms provided for under TRIPS and bring a degree of harmonization of domestic laws within their country. As such, since then, many such countries are member country of WTO has determined the appropriate methods of implementing the provision of agreement and implementing and within their own country legal status and practices. So up till now, many countries have registered their regional specialty under geographical indication. They are more into the spirits and wines, and from India, GI became from India, Darjeeling tea became to receive the first GI tag. As such, this is a research paper. My research focuses on to understand what is required to register under GI, that is the product of origin, quality, related to the factors and the tradings, and to highlight the progressive initiative taken up for creating the awareness. From India, we have at least 28 states, and they have been subdivided into various regions which have some of the other specialties. Therefore, the provision of the Geographical Indication of Goods Act 1990 is in sui generis Act of Parliament of India for protection of geographical indications in India. Now, my research methodology begins with collecting the data, primary data. I have interviewed the GI examiner by visiting the Chennai office, IP office in Chennai, and secondary data. My hypothesis for research is to understand registration of geographical indication is dependent on the specific regional quality of the place of origin, or it is independent of that. To study this hypothesis, the major factors were place of origin, spatial regional quality of goods and produces. As GI is the newest addition of IPR and define the indication that is identify the goods and origin, and also the quality, reputation, and other characteristics which are essential in its geographical origin. After the identification of the dependent variables and parameters for my studies are registration office, farmers, artisans, promotions and developments, and dependent variable for the studies are place, regional origin, quality, awareness. So registration of the GI depends upon very much on the place, regional origin, and the quality. The quality data was properly analyzed and the secondary data was collected. It was viewed properly from the WIPR reports and from the websites of IPR India, where the registration of the things, and it has been really focused to understand the original product, whether it is depending upon the origin of place, and whether it is what is the swag generic. So after analyzing, it is understood that original, this is very important for registering your product under GI application. So from forming the association till filing the application till actually the GI tag is allotted. The most important stage, that is the third stage, that the experts examine whether the application which is coming from is actually having a climatic conditions, whether it is from that origin, and whether it belongs to that really region. The GI office is only in Chennai, and other offices like patent offices are in Kolkata, Delhi, Mumbai. A trademark office is also there, and this office is in Nagpur. After you follow the procedure, which may go for some 6 to 1 month, 1 year, and you get this certificate. It is a collective certificate. This is a GI office. And up till now, the associations of the farmers and artisans have come together and have registered their regional specialty and traditional knowledge. Up till there are 370 products have been registered from India under GI. Now, there is the initiative taken up by the government of our India. The professional body under the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, it is the PIIT, ensures the focused action on issue related to IPR and addresses the identified objective of the policy. The CIPAM assists in streamlining and simplify the intellectual property process, along with the understanding steps for further IPR commercialization, enforcement, and awareness. CIPM is a partnership with industry association, has conducted IPR awareness program in various states. These are some of the pictures I have taken it from the free domain. Yeah, another very important initiative taken up by the CSIR is that creating the traditional digital library as taking a lesson from the turmeric patents. It is very important to have a traditional knowledge digital library because many of our contents are in Sanskrit or in other language. It is very important that before there is a misappropriation of this knowledge by third party, filing application for patent can be avoided. So this TKDL is the joint efforts of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research and Department of Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy, Ayush. So it's my humble appeal to you that any such knowledge that you have, either a simple basic knowledge at your home, which is really can be a remedy, can be registered under this, so that tomorrow some other country people should not take the patent saying that this belongs to us. Now, it was very important that as the GI registration has begun from every states of our nation, so having a common logo, because after registration there were many such GI logos by there. So to have a common logo was very important. So this common logo and tag for Indian product registered as a geographical indication were launched on 1st August 2018 by our Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Sree Suresh Prabhu. And this massive GI campaign been launched for increasing the awareness for the GI, that is for rural market farmers, artisans, craftsmen are the direct beneficiaries of its initiatives. This is what the logo. So if you see this logo, it belongs to the product which are registered under GI. Of course, there was a offline store at Goa Airport where the in the joint efforts of Airport Authority of India and the Cashew Export Promotional Council of India had set up the GI first store where only the GI tagged product will be sold. There are many such promotions are made to create the awareness of GI for all sectors of products. So this is a very important thing which I wanted to highlight here, that is having a GI online store, as during the pandemic we were using so many apps, multinational apps to order so many things. So now we also have a GI online store where you can go and order many things which directly help our farmer artisans, because they believe into a no vendor policy where it will come directly to your place wherever you are. Now I can proudly say that as I'm doing this study from last so many years.
Ma'am, you have 1 minute to conclude the session.
It's done. Ho gaya. Yeah. It's last slide. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now, I am proudly say that it is our India who has come up with this digital library and also online store. It's very important to create the awareness among ourselves and inform every one of you that whenever you are buying now products for you at your home, for your kitchen, you do visit the online store, which is where you can find the GI registered product. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Open for interaction. Audience, do you have any questions for the presenters? Thank you. I request the audience on auditorium to allow this from Zoom open. I request the audience on our auditorium to allow this from Zoom open. Now, I invite Dr. and Dr. Niranjani from Mannet Trimali Naikar College, Madurai, to present the paper on preference, buying behavior, and motivation of customers towards purchase of gem and jewelry. Give their presentation.
Good day to all. I'm Dr. Niranjani. Good day to all. I'm Dr. Niranjani, working assistant professor, the Department of Business Administration, Manna Trimlanakar College, Madurai. First of all, I want to register my sincere thanks to conference organizers to giving me the opportunity to present our research paper. The topic we are going to taking our research is preference, buying behavior, and motivation of customers towards purchase of gem and jewelry. Today, gold and jewelries are not only a delight to possess and own, but also considered as a good investment, and also create an emotional bond among the different segment people. It is a glamorous and precious metal. So it's also express the status symbol to a person in the society. The jewel investment is motivated as an investment activity among the people. It depends on the personal demands and expectation of the individuals. The customer's preference on gold is different, and there are abundant factors attributed to gold buying among the global people. It's quite common among the individuals that every time the prices of gold are enhancing in common with other precious metals, people begin purchasing gold. Based on our interest, we made a literature review on this above said topic. The first author, Covery and William, analyzed. From this author, we have analyzed that jewelry as an investment perspective offered an annualized return of more than twofold growth than ordinary bank deposits. From Sojinen, shows that gem and jewelry buying behavior towards gold jewelry. It shows that quality of gold collections and variety can influence buying decision and behavior towards purchase of gold jewelry. From the author Janaki and Manivannan, we have identified that quality of jewelry, loyalty service, operational quality, professional service, social status, and purity factors all have direct influence on purchase. Therefore, the retail buyers always search out for better investment avenue, which offer handsome growth and convenient usage. Gold is only option to them. From the author Daveshwar and Kumari, we have analyzed the purchase of gold has several implications like wearing of ornamental gold for many purposes, which includes wearing gold is a form of decoration and beautification. From the author Mukesh and Brinta reveal that the value of gold has gone beyond cultural, political, and national limit. Indians are purchasing more gold than any other nation, since they show more affection and believe in order that they intend to save more ornamental gold. From the other Singaravelu, we have identified the main factor drive the customers while purchasing gold jewelry. The factors include marketing, conformance, service quality, perceived quality, operational aspects of the jewelry showroom. Based on the literature review, we found the following research objectives. The first objective is to examine the relationship between demographic profile and customer preference on gem and jewelry. The second objective is to investigate the factors influencing buying behavior of customers while purchasing gem and jewelry. The third objective, to scrutinize the qualities considered by the consumer while buying gem and jewelry. The last objective is to observe the personal motivation in purchase of gem and jewelry among customers. In this paper, we have conducted to examine the purchase behavior of customers towards gem and jewelry. The study is initiated with 100 customers who are purchasing in jewelry showroom. The samples are selected among the customers who are buying gem and jewelry in jewelry showroom. Sampling is conducted by interviewing the randomly selected customers. Based on the study, we have concluded that customers across the world are looking increasingly to gem and jewelry for its design, quality, and authenticity. Customers are more knowledgeable in current jewelry market condition and eager to buy more gold jewelry because they feel that gold always maintains its intrinsic value. Moreover, it plays essential role in ensuring stability to individual buyers and professional investors around the globe. Gem and jewel is not only ideal investment for capital appreciation and also safeguards interest of buyers. Therefore, this study gives more emphasis on customer preference, buying behavior, and motivation of customers towards the purchase of gem and jewelry. Demographic profile revealed that 65% are female customers, 32% are 26 to 40 years of age, 64% are married, and 33 are in the income group of more than 50,000 per month. Similarly, 47% are completed graduate degree, 31% are belonging to business category, and 29% are having 5 to 10 years of experience in gold jewelry purchase. Null hypothesis states that there is no relationship between demographic profile and customer preference on gem and jewelry. The exploratory factor analysis concerning factors influencing buying behavior explains 75.19% variance in data with the 5 broad factors such as price, brand, service quality, customer care, and facilities. Consumers consider resilient form of gem and jewelry, quality of gem and jewelry, gem and gold weight, purity level is good, and price charge is moderate, are the most important quality aspect in gem and jewel purchase while purchasing gem and jewelry. Gold jewelry purchase is motivated by different factors. Therefore, hypothesis stated that there is significant difference between personal motivation and gold jewelry purchase among customers. Thank you, one and all present here. Once again, my sincere thanks to conference organizers to giving me the opportunity to present our research paper.
Morning to one and all present here. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. S. Suma Mageshwari, working as Assistant Professor of Commerce in Vellalar Educational Trust. First of all, I am pleased to present my title on Trade Facilitation of India and Sri Lanka during COVID-19 pandemic, a comparative study. So, in present scenario, the world economy has been hit hard by the countries during pandemic situation of COVID-19. The combined effects of the pandemic and the global and national lockdowns have caused havoc in South Asian countries. The International Monetary Fund has also slashed growth forecasts for all South Asian economies in 2020. Hence, this paper focused on monitoring the trade facilitation of India with Sri Lanka during pandemic situation of COVID-19 among South Asian countries. Introduction. The world economy has been hit hard by the countries during pandemic situation of COVID-19 driven global crisis. The combined effects of the pandemic and the global and national lockdowns have caused havoc in South Asian countries. So far, thereby the slash of South Asian economies in 2020 arose. As of August 2020, more than 16 million people worldwide has been infected by COVID-19. So in this era, my perspective to analyze the paper focused on monitoring the trade facilitation of India with Sri Lanka during pandemic situation of COVID-19. Statement of the problem. The present health cum economic crisis highlighted certain important challenges. Improved connectivity, lower transaction and transport costs are considered important in overcoming the new barriers to trade and transportation created by COVID-19. The combined effects of the pandemic and the global and national lockdowns have caused havoc in South Asian countries. So, trade facilitation has always been considered as the most important element in reducing trade costs. In this uncertain time, to improve trade facilitation is found to be critical to ensure the faster movement of goods and services. In this dimension, it induced to measure trade facilitation in India with Sri Lanka. Objectives of the study. To know the trade facilitation measures during COVID-19 in India and Sri Lanka. To view gross domestic product growth in India and Sri Lanka during COVID-19. To compare trade facilitation measures between India and Sri Lanka during COVID-19 pandemic. Trade facilitation in India. In India, the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, that is CBIC, under the Indian Ministry of Finance is responsible for trade facilitation. To avoid supply chain disruptions from COVID, India began implementing trade facilitation measures as early as 20th February 2020 by resuming 24/7 operation of all custom checkpoints. On this basis, I have analyzed GDP growth in India and Sri Lanka. This is the source where I have retrieved from World Bank 2020 notes. ED notes, estimates, and FD notes forecast. During 2017 and 2018, by comparing 2019 and 2020 with India and Sri Lanka, it induced that India is far than when compared to Sri Lanka. So during 2017, India ranked at 7 and Sri Lanka at 3.6. And during 2018, its percentage lies at 4.2 and 2.3. So it depicts that short-run economic conditions can also having long-lasting impacts, particularly in output and productivity growth. A comprehensive strategy addressing the impact of current crisis may put South Asian countries back on sustained growth path. So the projection of GDP growth in India and Sri Lanka indicates a negative impact due to COVID-19 pandemic. Major initiatives which has undertaken by both India and Sri Lanka for trade facilitation measures are 24/7 custom clearance, waiver of late filing fees in genuine cases, a dedicated single window COVID-19 help desk, machine-based automated release of import consignments that is considered here as a major reforms. Next one is shipping lines have been asked not to impose detention charges, prioritized clearance of critical goods used for fighting against COVID-19. Next to that, I am going to compare the trade facilitation measures adopted by India and Sri Lanka. So this is the major source I have retrieved from notification issued between 1st January to 30th July 2020. In this, the trade facilitation have been covered six aspects. They are digital trade facilitation, business facilitation and support for MSMEs, trade finance facilitations, transport, transit and logistics facilitation, simplification of customs procedures and expedited clearance, measures in services. So by comparing India with Sri Lanka, India is far better than when compared to Sri Lanka in all these aspects. So in case of digital trade facilitation, India lies at 24 and Sri Lanka lies at 16. To measures in services, India is 4 and where Sri Lanka is nil. So by total, India ranked at 150, whereas Sri Lanka lies at 85. This indicates the comparison of trade facilitation measures, where when India is comparatively high than when compared to Sri Lanka. Summary of findings. South Asian countries have introduced several trade facilitation measures to promote trade, whereas the trade facilitation measures in India is higher than when compared to Sri Lanka. The trade facilitation notification is implemented by large in number at first in India, thereby it was followed by Sri Lanka. The common trade facilitation measures implemented in India and Sri Lanka focused on simplification of customs procedures, expedite clearance, and followed by transit, transport, and logistics. So, good practices during COVID-19 included in trade facilitation measures such as 24/7 help desk, relaxation in demurrage, exemption of interest, and exemption in debt servicing, etc. So far, I conclude that protecting public health along with trade facilitation has become the top priority for South Asian countries. India is the only country which has undertaken various measures for trade facilitation in South Asian countries. Among South Asian countries, India and Sri Lanka have waived demurrage at ports given the limited traffic. India and Sri Lanka have converged several policy responses as the COVID-19 crisis progressed the cross-border paperless trade and regional trade arrangements.
Thank you, ma'am. We request the presenters to complete the presentation within 5 minutes. Next, I invite Mr. Sree from Textile College, Bangalore, to present the paper on Indian Stock Exchange as a competitive expert fintech ecosystem and financial information in India.
Hello, am I audible to all of you? Yeah, a very good. Please make me presenter. I am not able to present. I request you to make me presenter. I am not able to present. A very good afternoon. I request to make me presenter. I wish to present. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Is it yeah, just I want to talk about what is fintech, what is India's tech, and what is fintech ecosystem, financial inclusion, etc. See, fintech is nothing but it is the combination of both financial service and technology. As we know, it is a technology era, and all the technological advancement is having. Yeah, all the technological advancement is having an impact on the finance, okay, financial services. So these are the contents. Okay, as I told you, fintech, it is a combination of both finance, financial services, as well as the technology. See, when technology get into the picture, okay, when impact finance, actually what happens is all the financial services got accelerated and it is having multiple impact on economy. All the wheels of economy started, it is too fast. You can see that, we can see its impact. Certain papers I have gone through and you can see what is the content, what you want to talk about. See, as per this paper, Initiative for Increased Financial Inclusion. See, as I told you, this fintech, no, it accelerated. What accelerated? It accelerated financial inclusion. And second, when I read paper, Pearson, and it is having a clear indication about the positive effects of financial inclusion in emerging advanced economies. And since a few papers have gone through, I'm not listing out all the papers. Let me talk about the research gap I have. Here, 2020, as we know, the entire world witnessed COVID-19. And during the COVID-19, I just want to know what is the fintech scenario. And on the basis of that one, I just collected so many newspapers, news reports, as well as publications. On the basis of publications, I have just identified two objectives for the study. And one objective is to identify and analyze fintech scenario in India.
We lost Mr. Sree.
Yeah, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, right now, yes.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, yes. Yeah, yeah, welcome back. See, we were talking about this fintech scenario in India. See, whenever I just gone through newspaper, the KPMG report, see what happened in the sense, see in 2020, okay, it is doubled. The last instance, the startups, India's fintech startups doubled in comparison with the last year. And especially the first half of 2020, India saw total of 70 deals regarding the fintech startups. Now, See, please see here the first half of 2019 with the first half of 2020, and Australia, China, all these things what we can observe in the sense the fintech startups are decreased. Only in India, what we can see in the sense there is an investment amount growth in India as well as Singapore. And only India and Singapore, these are the only two nations during COVID-19, there is an increasing scenario of fintech. Now, let us see what is the fintech scenario in India. According to KPMG, fintech 25.6 billion by June 2020. Okay, but the number for the year could be starting at 3 years low. Yeah, this is regarding, this is the global fintech. See, global fintech, even though it is decreasing, whenever we are seeing that India scenario, there is a growth. We can see here, this is the global scenario. In global scenario, whenever we are seeing from 2017 to 2020, 2020 scenario is decreased. Yeah, so we can see this one, and the city-wise breakup of fintech starters we can see here. Okay, and Bangalore is leading, that we can see. And there are certain embedded.
Thyagaraja College, Coimbatore started the 2000 advertise.
Hello. Hello, Emma, shall I start? Shall I continue?
Yeah.
See, let us see. These are certain. Certain.
Good afternoon, one and all.
Hello.
Textile industries have different degrees of impact on the South Asian countries, depending on their level of competitiveness.
Implement of economic consolidation on the core area of the textile at the current scenario. So, the role of South Asian region has potential to develop itself as a global textile hub. Therefore, concerted efforts need to be made in economic consolidation for South Asian countries. Honorable most distinguished research person of the day for gracing today's technical session for textile. On behalf of our management, School of Commerce and School of Management, I would like to thank our research person, Dr. Nazrul as well. He is from Nadu University of Bangladesh. Thank you for bringing out the greatest industries among South countries. Enjoy our address at the festivity of the event to the greatest level inspired and motivated and calculated in the education sector. Thank you, sir. We would like to thank Dr. Nazrul for the minute gesture, being awareness through the brain, introducing the theme of technical session and textiles. Thank you, ma'am. My gratitude to management for providing encouragement and support for organizing this session. I would like to express my profound gratitude to our respected principal. I thank our dean, Dr. Nazrul, and all the staff members for encouraging students to participate and enrich their knowledge. I thank all the paper presenters and the participants for their active presentation and making this session learning. Once again, I thank everyone for making this conference result in success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you one and all present here. Next session on IT and ITS will be started within few minutes. Audience are requested to stay tuned in the link.
Dear participants and audience, there was a small technical snag during the presentation. After one of the presentation, Dr. Ram Prasad. I apologize for that. There was some confusion in my technology part. So we would reassure Dr. Ram Prasad that tomorrow only for 5 minutes they will be permitted to present. We kindly apologize for this technical snag, and we will continue with the next session, IT, ITES.
Hello, can you hear me? Can
Yeah.
you kindly enable screen sharing? Yes.
Dr. Sivakami, can I start?
Yeah. Just a minute, let me share my screen. Yes, please go ahead.
Pleasant good afternoon and very welcome to another person here. Coming together is becoming, coming together is greatness, working together is success. The
Hello. Yeah, but then it's a lot of echo and disturbance. Please try to. Whatever the
Association
lady is
with
speaking.
Harry Potter College of Commerce and Economics, Mumbai, Lut Mata Institute of Management Studies, Thiruvananthapuram, which is part of Xavier Institute of Management and
Hello. Hello. There's somebody. Hello. Hello. There's somebody speaking.
Doctor.
Yes. There is somebody.
2021. When we turn our intention towards success, success will turn its intention towards you.
There is another program happening.
Executive Director Amit and Honorary Secretary
Hello.
Me also and release
and introduction of the team.
அது பண்ணிட்டு போன சொல்லுங்க அவங்க முடிச்சிட்டாங்கன்னு தெரியல.
Hello.
Hello, Dr.
Hello,
Sandhya.
can you hear me?
Hello, Dr. Sandhya.
Yes, it is here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Dr. Sandhya,
Yeah.
I'm able to hear you. This is Dr. Nityanand from
Hello.
Coimbatore Management Association. Hello, Dr. Sandhya, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Yes, I am
Dr.
able to
Sandhya.
hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just hold on. This is Dr. Nityanand from Coimbatore Management Association. I'm supposed to give the opening
Correct.
remarks, then you
Okay.
can start. Yeah.
Sure, please do that. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah. Is the MOC ready for the opening remarks? Dr. Sivakami, anybody can respond?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are able to hear me. My voice is clear because I switched off the video mode. Yeah.
So you are audible, sir?
I'm audible. People are able to hear me well. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, please request you to mute everybody except for one person, Dr. Sivakami. All others can be put on mute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Good evening and good afternoon to one and all. Thanks for this opportunity and really a pleasure to be part of this program, which is a unique initiative of STC combined with other participating members. I'm very glad Dr. Sandhya Chenitala, Executive Director NASCOM, is participating in this program, and Mr. Hacha Moidin, President and CTO of Rochester LLC, is also participating in the program. I'm sure it could be highly value adding. No, we are in a situation where we cannot imagine a life without IT and IT-enabled services, whether it is personal, professional, or institutional or organizational. Today, IT is part and parcel of our everyday life. I mean, looking at the future, I'm sure this is only going to enhance our style of livelihood more than complementing with our lives rather than being supplementary to whatever we are doing. Quite naturally, human beings and ITES has to coexist to maneuver the future, whether it is farming or whether it is supply chain management or whether it is consumption of even medical interventions. The kind of technological interventions that has happened is mind-boggling. Today, sitting at home, you can get treated for the ailments what you have. It will avoid you the hassle of going to the clinic or hospital, meeting with the hospital. Imagine the kind of time savings what one is going to have. Similarly, a lot of non-valuing activities happen in our everyday life and more so in the professional life. For example, repeated counting of products or services. Barcoding has helped us to overcome this mundane job of manual intervention of counting and confirming every day in the evening. The kind of benefits what the human lives are going to get out of IT and IT-enabled services are manifold. Another example what I would like to give here is earlier, for example, automotive, it took almost 24 months to develop a car. Today, it is possible in 6 months only because of IT. Concurrent engineering is possible, collaborative commerce is possible through quality functional deployment, and today testing is also possible in simulated conditions, all only because of advanced developments in technology using IT. Today, sitting at different places, people are able to visualize the products and services that are required by both the customers and the market as a whole. Now, the management also is moving from reactive to proactive, proactive to predictive. And this is possible only when people are able to adopt IT and IT-enabled services properly and at appropriate times. More so, we should all treat IT and IT-enabled services as enablers rather than a substitute for human interventions. Obviously, IT is going to only help us improve our livelihood through avoidance of replicative work and mundane manual work. And also one important thing, especially in medical fraternity, is it will help us avoid errors, which was normally very expensive. Similarly, if you take up any safety related industry, airline industry, for example, logistics industry, another example, transport industry is another example. Today, thanks to IT and IT enabled services, the safety aspects have improved manifold times. Use of scanners, use of IoT has helped us understand the potential failure areas, and in advance, we are able to avoid them through proper use of design tools and validation tools. FEM analysis, 3D machining today, and your testing of prototyping using 3D manufacturing. I mean, you can continue to list on what the possibilities are on IT and IT-enabled services. As I said earlier, IT and IT-enabled services is only going to enhance our livelihood by complementing the activities what we are doing. Only one word of caution here is for both the organizers and speakers. It is important that technology is adopted appropriately and for appropriateness of the usage. Technology for mere technology's sake is going to be very difficult, and especially in a country like us where we are going through population and in terms of the youth available for employment, we should consider all those things and factor in before we adopt any technology. It should not be only concentric, whereas it should be distributive. That is very important. Benefits of technology should reach every corner of the country, and it should enable the lowest person in the bottommost pyramid of the society. I wish the organizers a great success, and I'm sure you're going to listen to the most distinguished speakers. I'm sure they will add a lot of value to your efforts, and the entire participants are going to be benefited out of their speech and their deliberations. Wish you all the best, and thanks for the opportunity. Over to you, Dr. Shivakami.
We raise our hearts in gratitude and thank our chief guest for being with us today. Being a good leader is not about having power over others, but about instilling power in others. It's time to invite Dr. Sanjay Chinchala, the Executive Director of Information Technology and Information Technology Enabled Service, Sector Sports Council NASCOM, which is an integral part of NASCOM SFC. NASCOM addresses the education and skills development initiative of this industry body for the country. She is also the Vice President of the National Association of Software and Service Companies, which is the
Good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here with my fellow speakers and the audience at last, representing the IT/ITES industry in the country and NASSCOM, which is the which is about $190 billion strong and set to grow from strength to strength. A year ago, we had closed a decade and had initiated ambitious plans for the upcoming decade. Indicators were across sectors, geographic regions, and emerging technological suggested only one thing: growth. A year later, the reality sunk in, and it will be etched in history as the year of the century's worst pandemic. Global supply chains, domestic trade, local area, workplace models. There's a lot of echo from some place. If you could, organizers, if you could have a look at that. So global supply chains, as I've said, domestic trade, local delivery areas, workplace models, people's lives and livelihoods were all disrupted. And we had no prior risk model working for us. In times of such severe crisis, it is the human grit that shines. So having said this, we are building India's digital fast forward, and the way we live, learn, and work, the COVID has impacted, but we have found there are multiple opportunities, but equitably, there are a huge number of opportunities. And so it did that 80% of the global workforce transitioned to remote working with 3 to 4 weeks of mobility restrictions. Amazing. Tech sector's unseen agility led to a glitch-free transition, and globally, work continued seamlessly. Human resilience at its best. Overall, our IT spend is estimated to decline in FY 2021. But however, it will pick up very quickly, as it's seen in our own sector in India, which is estimated at $194 billion today. It's set to add another $4 billion in revenue for 2021. So the governance, the citizens, and the way we have actually addressed ourselves in this new normal has been the idea that we have to look at. 28 to 30% of the industry revenue are all digital revenues. This is the true growth story, clocking 5x the rate of overall service growth. So at a deeper look, one cannot miss the fact that the ongoing drivers of digitization have not been ended, and they will continue and have been further sharpened. So despite the sudden reset in the fast forward mode, the ingredients are already in place. This is a people-centric innovation, trust-based collaboration, accelerated go-to-market strategies, undying talent focus, and an adaptability to hybrid work models. So with this introduction, let me take you on to a small, brief idea of how technology is going to impact the way we live, learn, and work, and the opportunities it opens up to 7 billion people in the world. Today, around about 1.4 billion are in agriculture, about 1.7 in services, 400 million just are in entrepreneurial places, and the 800 million are industrial jobs. But the rest of them are either older, unemployed, too young to work. That almost constitutes about 2.5 billion. But the very alarming fact is the supply side that enables an individual to be ready for the future of work seems to have lost its correlation. The higher you are actually educated, the more employable you have become because the relevance is not there. So it is important for us to understand what is the future of work, how are the jobs that are going to emerge, where are they going to emerge, and what is it that our own domestic markets, our own academic supply sides must actually take into consideration, especially academic group like Saraswathi institution, to actually make this work. So we will think in the next 10 years, 40% of all businesses will just disappear. They have to change, otherwise they just die out. And in India itself, our own workforce mix of Indians, you will find that 54% will fall under an unchanged job category for the next 3 to 4 years. But about 37% will be deployed in areas which have technology integration. And 9% will be in areas we haven't even imagined. But 9% of a 600 million workforce in India means almost 54 million jobs. So let's see what are these technologies and what are the other professional skills that is actually needed to gear a human in India and the world over to address the jobs of the future enabled by technologies. So there will be a large 10 like AI, big data, cyber security, Internet of Things, mobile tech, cloud computing, virtual augmented reality, blockchain, robotic process automation, 3D printing, additive manufacturing. Then you will have sensors, nanosensors, and the list goes on. But equally important, ladies and gentlemen, are the professional skills like design thinking, problem solving, negotiation influence, and the list goes on. They're on par. So it's an equitable balancing scenario. But the problem which we find, and the requirement is also the same, that all our educational programs need to understand that these jobs are not coming in the pure play domain. They are an integration, and it is going to be a cross-functional requirement. So that's where the jobs will come in the banking, retail, life sciences, gem and jewelry, healthcare. There are about huge number of sectors, but all of them will find that these technologies integrate. Having said this, we did a little bit of research and said, because this is a question often asked by vice chancellors, registrars, deans, principals, which should I study? Which part? It's not which or what part, it is how do I integrate it into the learning cycle. It interacts, so we looked at retail, banking, agri, health, transportation, manufacturing, telecommunication, the automotive, and found that these 9 to 10 technologies are all equally important. Having said this, we further researched and said, if I study, if I don't study, if I get myself skilled, or if I'm competent, will I get myself a job? So the thing is, by 2030, we anticipate in India 156 million jobs that are going to come across these just 13 sectors, right? Agri, manufacturing, retail, construction, government, education, finance, healthcare, and the list goes on. But if I were to take each one, how does agri change? Agriculture now will be precision agriculture. We will be talking about genetic modifications. Then we'll talk of food DNA, warehousing, we'll have drones, and then we will basically be able to look at fast integration of IoT, of big data, analytics, and everything will be actually transcribed to make the produce more efficient, knowledge-based, and therefore it will create a produce which is going to be 10x cheaper than what it is today, right? So from there, we move on to look at the new digital manufacturing. These are the factories of the future. Again, it connects up industrial augmented reality, IoT, modular equipment, vision, unmanned trucks, blockchain. So all of these and predictive analytics come to play in actually enabling the factory of the future. If I were to look at the healthcare and the pharmaceutical industry, especially now in the COVID, how Covaxin and the Indian COVID, medicines are going to be made available, it's all with digital pharmaceutical manufacturing that's happening. Live tracking via IoT, big data, and AI, machine learning and automation, the digital factory, the warehousing, and the supply side. So having done all of this, we also look at the mobile technologies, which are also going with 5G, which will talk about edge computing. The moment I talk about all this, you have to understand where is this integration and the cross-functional application that is happening that will create the jobs of the future. So if I have to have a civil, chemical, mechanical engineering, I will talk of mechanical engineers, automotive engineering, and so forward. The whole scenario has changed. I have AirNet, one of the largest hotel chains in the world, that doesn't even own a hotel. I have Uber, one of the largest taxi hailing scenarios in the world, which doesn't even own a car. So likewise, you will find that more and more scenarios will be platform enabled with the cloud, IoT connected, and even the hospital systems where databases are available will all depend heavily on these technologies. So let me then go into some key technology trends driving economic growth and job opportunities. So if I'm going to look at AI, there are various subsections in AI. Of course, there is machine learning, there is deep learning, there is neural networks, right? And of course, in this particular big data analytics space, deep learning could be the most important software breakthrough of our time. This area alone will add 30 trillion to the global equity in the next 10 to 15 years. So let me just say a little bit more about this deep learning. Before, we used to have humans in software 1.0. We had to have code written by humans. But now, code will be written by data and machines. So during this next decade, the most important software will be created in response to problems by deep learning algorithms, enabling self-driven cars, accelerated drug discovery, and the list goes on. Having said this, if you have deep learning, is also going to create conversational computers, self-driving cars, consumer apps. From there, deep learning is also going to enable and impact the chip manufacturing immensely. You see that all AI training cost grows from 1 to 100 million per project in specialized processors such as GPUs or TPUs, and will account for a majority of the incremental growth. But today, and a few years down the line, this will go to a $22 billion economy in just the next 3 years. So this deployment phase of deep learning will democratize and access to AI, benefiting not only the large internet companies, but every industry in the economy. It's very important to understand how we are integrating all of this into our programs of official learning in the supply side. Now, AI is expanding immensely, right? It moves from vision to language. So now it's going to happen that there is a breakthrough and AI systems will understand and generate language in human-like accuracy. So after a while, the ability to actually master a language will not be required because you can speak in one and choose the language that you want to actually be understood in, and it will translate in real time. So from there, I move on to the next one. Oh, let me just see, it's got stuck again. Let me just give you a moment to just get back on show. Yeah. So the next one is also, that is GPT-3 is amazing. So I can have very complex legal languages, legalese, and then convert it to a straight plain English, which often many people don't know and understand. So the GPT-3 software will write emails, design web pages, write code in computer languages, more than a dozen of them, retrieve historical facts, translate languages, diagnose disease, converse with a therapist, and the list goes on. Very interesting facts. Now move on to another critical technology impact area. It's the reinvention of the data center. Data centers will now become faster, cheaper, and more power efficient. So that, which will actually, these data centers had traditionally 90% of all the processor revenue. Now we believe ARM and RISC, and graphics processing units like GPUs and TPUs will come into play. But this will create a $41 billion annual rate growing at 21% by 2030. Huge job opportunities in this area alone. Another very interesting space is the virtual world. The way we live, learn, and work. You would have found the entertainment and the way we are learning online through augmented virtual reality will only grow. So we will move into what is called a metaverse. Today, virtual worlds that we have in various platforms are independent, but they will all come together, become interoperable, culminating in what futurists deemed as the metaverse. Now, this is pegged to grow at 17% annually, and it's a $180 billion industry today, which will grow to $400 billion by 2025, just 3-4 years. So how much of this is in our educational program? Where are the companies that are actually trying to ride the wave? Universities think, oh, that COVID is over and we'll go back to the new normal, and the normal will not be there anymore. People forget it. The new normal is there to stay. We have to see that the educational program is just not face-to-face. It's neither blended, but also must integrate in a virtual world. So it's very important that we do this because this is how we're going to be able to live. Very interesting to know that augmented reality scenarios, right, is prime and is poised to actually scale. to an amazing $130 billion in the next few years. Again, I'm stuck. Just once again, please. Let me just go back on show. Can you see my screen? Please let me know. So here, virtual reality could actually approach reality costs. So based on a proprietary scoring system, there are virtual reality headsets are very expensive, and they only actually enable about 10% of human visual immersion. So we are moving towards headsets, which will become smarter and will almost move towards actually the reality of almost 100% visual immersion, and it'll be at a very small price. So by 2030, we feel this will also come to be, which means we must be able to write the job opportunities in this, as well as look at the way we are going to live and learn, because it's all going to change anyway. The other area which is going to grow and is going to have a huge opportunity for jobs is the digital wallet. The whole banking system is all poised to change. So this is a $4.6 trillion economy, which we can have in our pocket if we play it right. So there you will find that most of the banks, digital wallet users are surpassing the number of deposit account holders, and it is cheaper to get a digital wallet customer at a fraction of the cost of actually getting a real-time customer. So this is again a huge opportunity that we must ride. Digital wallets become a global phenomenon, and you can see worldwide, and including India, all of us are espousing it. Now, the next another area which we find, because I'm only touching upon a few, which have got hugely economic relevance, as well as there are job opportunities, is the electric vehicles. Now, electric vehicles will become the norm in the next by 2030, because fossil fuels will not be enabled anymore. And you will find this is a green composite. It's going to be available to all. It'll have lessened the amount of pollution, and you will find that the time as well as the reliance of the electric vehicle for a long-range vehicle at lower cost is there. So though there is a downside risk here, and that is whether the traditional automakers can transition, whether governments will actually put in place the actual policy for the conversion and to actually reduce the amount of petrol as well as diesel usage, because it's not going to be there much longer. But this alone is going to be a huge area. Today, we are about 2.2 million EVs are available. It will become 40 million in the next 3 years. If I look at automation per se, the robots are coming, but we always felt that automation will help us lose jobs. But we are also going to say that it's going to help you create jobs, because those people who lost jobs are those who are unpaid workers who would have anyway not been paid. So when you have robotic automation, you will find that the higher the wages will be there, benefiting employees, lower prices benefiting consumers, higher margins benefiting companies, and higher investment creating virtuous cycles. So automation has the potential to shift unpaid labor to paid labor. So for example, if I have food services and I automate it, they will transform food preparation, cleanup, grocery shopping, etc. And this creates a lot of jobs. So this will actually add 5% or $1.2 trillion to the US GDP, it is said. Likewise, if India were to embrace it, it will do for us a lot more. Having said this, I move into an autonomous ride hailing. Already we are actually having a ride hailing on the mobile and we're calling, but an autonomous one is when there is also driverless. So it is research suggests that this autonomous ride hailing platforms will generate more than $1 trillion in profits per year by 2030. So we need to also embrace this possibility and look for additional employment opportunities for our present drivers in our traditional cars. So automakers and fleet owners could enjoy profits about 250 billion and about 70 billion respectively. So this autonomous ride-hailing platforms could generate more than $1 trillion and operating earnings annually by about 2030. We look at drone delivery. This is again come to stay. So this is actually again, it's going to reduce the cost to transport goods and people dramatically. So you will have medicines, you will have food, and you have subsequently even drones delivering or behaving like taxis. So the battery of the drones is improving, the flight energy reserves are improving. So it's important that a large number of our members, as well as a large number of states and governments are encouraging drone manufacturing in the country, but this will only poised to grow. and with about 275 billion in delivery revenues, 50 billion in hardware sales, and 12 billion in mapping revenues by 2030, it opens up a plethora of opportunities for all of us to actually embrace. Another one is, of course, mentioned by my colleague earlier, is 3D printing. It saves time, cost, and waste. And this is one of the largest 3D printing, printers are available. You can see the picture. But this will revolutionize manufacturing. And recently in Coimbatore, Larsen & Toubro has built a 3D printed house, which is a 2-storied house, out of its own material that it has designed and developed in-house. But this will solve the housing problem if we are able to actually do it on scale. You'll see the picture on top is one of the largest 3D printed homes that is available, right? So 3D printing, 4D printing is also there to come, otherwise called additive manufacturing. I can print clothes, I can print jewelry, I can print broken, fractured sections of the body. We can 3D print a fully functional liver, a kidney, so that ultimately the end is basically unfathomable. So 3D printing design, engineering and manufacturing, 3D printer repair persons, then 3D print ink sellers, new types of jobs are coming up in the manufacturing space of this particular. Another one is in the area of genomics. This is long read sequencing. So the next generation of DNA is going to be in the NGS, and this is the driving force in the genomic revolution. This technology offers superior accuracy, and basically you'll be able to have predictive analytics, identifying problems and taking them as a preemptive measure rather than as a post case history. But this estimates that 82% growth rate at an annual rate, and 250 million in about 2020 to roughly 5 billion by 2025. So this is humongous. I've seen only a smattering of companies, but I need engineers, I need scientists, I need biotechnologists, I need biology experts, all to come together to make this long read sequencing to be as a huge entrepreneurial effort. So you will see that the genomic toolkit is actually viewed very, so you'll see the first generation sequencing, second, and the third generation sequencing is so accurate. And if it's a large scale, it becomes cheaper for human consumption. The cell and gene therapy generation, you wouldn't have thought that this is an engineering requirement. It is amazingly, because today with the technologies, customization to scale is very important. So it's how we respond to the human requirement, to the market forces, all comes together in this scenario. So you will see new cell and gene therapy innovations would increase the total addressable market 20-fold, a huge area of job opportunities, but it is a cross-functional requirement with healthcare and engineering, with RPA, IoT, cloud computing, and AI. So you will see that in the healthcare sector also, genomics customized, AI research scientists, AI language processing, nanobot designers, RPA developers will be the new norm. To address all of this, what NASSCOM and this country at large has actually put in place a systemic process under the National Council of Vocational Education and Training. Earlier, it was under NSDC, National Council, NSDC, National Skills Development Corporation, but both are in the Ministry of Skills and Entrepreneurship, and they actually work together with all the ministries in the country. But under that, about 39 to 40 sectors, which are growth sectors in the next 20 to 30 years, has been identified with an opportunity to actually create jobs and to offer them a training program and a competency certification for about 350 million people in the next 15 to 20 years. But having said this systemic process in place, what is our own industry in IT doing? Because we found that we are a cross-functional or a horizontal every other industry. We are 83% of our members are all automating the work. They're all retraining, 79% of them are retraining their existing employees. Almost if 78% of them hire, most of them hire people with these new technologies and in the cross-functional areas. So expect existing employees also, 70% of them to upskill. We are spending around almost 10,000 crores annually on it, but the need for faculties, governance and governing bodies of the universities and in human resource departments and in the ministries, both central and state. We don't need the old-fashioned teachers and trainers and professors. We're looking for coaches, designers, learning camps, simulators, e-labs, so that there is a new wave of learning which actually activates the neural networks in the brain, making learning 10 times faster and more efficient. Because the learning is going to not to be a one-time program, but it's going to be an agile, continuous upgradation throughout the life cycle of a human. So having said that, what NASSCOM has done is with the Ministry of IT, launched what is called the Future Skills Prime, a B2C program. It's an aggregator of aggregator models where 10 technologies, 55 roles, and 155 skills have been actually encompassed. This was inaugurated, the B2B model was inaugurated 2018 by the Prime Minister and subsequently by the IT industry in 2020. All universities and college are encouraged, because not only do we show the opportunities, we also show an enabler that actually can give you the right skill sets to be able to aspire towards these jobs. Last but not the least, it is to be known that the way we work will be very different. We're not going to have a one-time loyalty to a company in the gig economy, otherwise called a hustle or a passion economy. It's a sharing platform economy. Your competency, not your degree, your competency is what's going to be the teller. You might work for a project in a particular space. It can be a virtual work, or you can be working for a company in Vietnam, another in Coimbatore, and then still run your own enterprise. So we look for the new wave of universities to emerge, new learning portfolios to constantly enable an individual to be relevant to the future. Having said this, thank you. So the future of work we look for is a blended opportunity, and we can look at it as very much as an opportunity where you will, let me just say, where you can look at the glass as full, or can look at the glass as somebody that is actually going to be half empty. So I look forward to some question and answers, because the future is there for us to grab. And it is not just what we do or how we learn, it is the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn that's going to be the mantra for the future, as said very well by Albert Toffler. Thank you very much for the opportunity, people. Over to you, sir. Can't hear you very clearly.
Really thankful that we have learned excellent things from you today. Doctor, I have a question for you today regarding this skill sector which you have been telling us. Are we on the right path?
Your voice is fading. I'm not able to hear. Your voice is breaking, sir. Hello? Hello? Yes, please. Could you repeat your question? Hello?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, please, you are.
Am I audible?
Yes, there's a bit of
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
On the sector skill, do you find any gap with the institutions, or to what extent the institution should gear up for the industry?
So where the sector skills have worked is towards identifying job roles which are industry required, so as to upskill and upgrade. But what has happened is, in the new education policy, any program of learning that is NSQF aligned is now equivalent to skills. So you can, credit equivalence can be awarded. And under the choice-based credit system, all these new technologies can be integrated into every program of learning using credits. So that way you will find a student will come out of his degree program, graduate, right, at various levels, whether it's a certificate, diploma, or a degree, or a postgraduate degree. They will still be relevant because there is an integration and an application of their core degree with the relevance of whatever they learn, whether it's in the legal space, whether it's in civil engineering, or if it's in the BA, BBA, BCom, anything, you will find that if they integrate these technology requirements, they will be very relevant. It's not all possible under the new education policy that has been launched in the country.
Really, thank you, madam. Thank you. We have plenty of questions which has been given by the students in various groups. We would request that they would send these questions to you. And whenever you find time, we request you to give the answers as per the endowment time. As of now, we are immensely thankful and we will move on to the next session. It's really a wonderful session.
So sorry, but will somebody translate that question?
Thank you,
Because I
ma'am.
was not
The
able to
impulse
hear. Not able to hear anything. So thank you.
The impulse is to you.
Not able to hear anything. So I could not hear the question at all. So I'm unable to answer. So if somebody would be kind enough to actually summarize that question and tell me what it is about, I might be able to give you an answer to that.
The question was, should there be a change in the IT curriculum? Is the IT curriculum at par with the IT industry's requirement?
Yes, the IT curriculum is in par, but the academic scenario is not. So all the universities and colleges, so we are sitting and working with AICT, UGC, MHRD, everybody, as well as the state sectors to integrate, because the IT curriculum change is not a one time. Every 6 months it changes. So can your academic portfolio also incorporate the change is what we're asking. So we are bringing out all these job roles and national occupational standards, which are both domain as well as professional skills. But how it's not there, isn't it? So the national education policy, in consideration of all of this, is said you can now integrate it as long as it's NSQF aligned. So we are working actively with a few states to enable it. So Tamil Nadu is also in our port of call. Andhra Pradesh and Telangana have taken it on, and they have announced that credit equivalence for all these programs is viable. So these courses and these programs are available on the Future Skills Prime platform, which is with the Ministry of IT and NASCOM and the Sector Skill Council. So these are free till about June 2020. That means you can enroll up to that freely, and then for the rest of the year, you can study it. So these are very expensive industry-driven programs. Adobe, Cisco, Microsoft, all of them have driven these programs, but we are offering it at no cost for you for a period of time. So make the opportunity. And since they are all NSQF aligned, you can integrate it into your program of learning.
Thank you, ma'am. The impulse made by you will be cherished in our mind forever. You inspired us so bright that today our inspiration is around. It's time to invite Mr. Nadu, President and Chief Technology Officer, with his time in work. He has also created a certified Chief Innovation Officer and certified National Business Leadership Certification and Training Program, which has been launched from the university and business schools around the world. I request you to take over the session.
Didn't understand a word you said, but so I don't know what you wanted to say.
Hello. I would like to introduce Mr. Haja Muhyiddin as the CTO of Rochester. Now, Mr. Haja Muhyiddin, right from his younger days, has been highly passionate about hacking. He has created a niche for himself in the United States of America, especially in the field of hacking. Dr. Haja Muhyiddin is instrumental in creating certified courses which suits the industry's requirement. For example, the courses of Chief Certified Innovation Officer and the certificate in cyber security are all highly required certified programs in institutions and industry. The programs of Mr. Haja Muhyiddin and the certification programs of Rochester are ANSI certified. Rochester, started in a small way in India, has now expanded to around 67 countries. Of late, the quality conferences and innovative programs which have been conducted worldwide has been highly appreciated in the center of the to make it even more extensive, there are several institutions in India which are now in touch with this STC to ask about Rochester's certified program. Here I present unto you Mr. Haja Muhyiddin. Welcome, sir. Please take over the session. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Haja. Just wondering if you could hear me. Yeah, Prem, can you give me some kind of clues? Yep. You saying something?
Sir, it is audible. You can continue, sir. We are listening to you. We are watching.
Right. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for hosting me, Saraswathi Thyagaraja College. And thanks to Prem for bringing me to this forum. I'd like to show my appreciation to this previous speaker, Sandhya. Oh my God, she was brilliant. The data she threw on the screen about the Indian opportunities in IoT and VR, my goodness, it's amazing. Wonderful job. Right. Okay, so let's go. So I'm going to talk about cybersecurity threats in 2021. And we're going to talk about the challenges and career opportunities, right? Okay, my name is Haja, and I'm from New York City. It's very cold out here. It's -3 because of the weather conditions in Texas moving towards the eastern region. Right, okay, so that's how I look. Now I have a long hair with a ponytail to look like a hacker. All right, so here we go. Here is the statistics. This is from IBM. IBM is one of the leading vendors when it comes to penetration testing and securing multinational organizations around the world. And they threw the statistics. It was mind-boggling. They said over 18.5 billion records were compromised in 2020 around the world. Okay, these are sensitive, secure documents, including government agencies like Pentagon, White House, Department of Homeland Security. My goodness, I'll go in details how it's done. So why? Who did it? How was it so vulnerable? The data was so exposed. It's because of the second bullet point, which is misconfigured servers. Right? So most of the systems are so complex, so difficult to engage and manage and monitor and secure and have it in A to Z in a linear fashion. It's not that easy. So it's like if you're going to operate a jumbo jet plane, you will need pilots, so skilled. So this is where I'm going to talk about, because there are not enough pilots to configure and secure the system. So, take this seriously, the number here, 18.5 billion records was like oh my God, it sent a shockwave to the entire industry. So what is the number one way systems are compromised around the world? Is a ransomware. Okay, so what is ransomware? Ransomware is nothing except a small file that you inadvertently, a user, probably a receptionist sitting in a law firm, downloads it thinking that that's a pornographic image and double clicks it, bingo. What it does is it just encrypts the entire hard disk, all right, and sends the data to the hacker, and he's going to ask you, hey, if you want to unlock your critical files, your case files, whatever you have in your hard disk, maybe like 20 gigabyte, you got to pay me $1 million. And you know what? You're going to be surprised how much money ransomware brings into hackers. So here is the latest statistics. North Korea is the #1 hacking group, which brings in $1.3 billion in ransomware attacks alone per year. My goodness, it's like, this is more than Enron. This is more than Shell could make. This is a tax-free, and this is mind-boggling. The reason is the hacking group happens to be the state player, the government. The government has a division, about 2,000 hackers. They come in the morning at 9 o'clock, they check in, they sit in front of the computers. All they do is try to find weaknesses in companies and throw in a ransomware and gain access control. Simple as that. This is a profession. So we're going to call this organized cyber criminals. It's not hackers sitting in a basement drinking Coke and eating pizza and sitting in them talking to fat guys around the world. It's not. These are highly professional and funded by the government, run by the government to take over the system. So if 1.3 billion is not shocking, I don't know what it is. So here are some of the victims that happened in the last 2 years. So the biggest government victim happens to be Baltimore government. So what happened? The Baltimore government, they have water facilities, state reserve systems, and they have a court, they have a funeral. The entire city council, the records are stored in a computer systems, stored in a network server. That network server was compromised with the ransomware, and the hacker stole all the files, and these hackers are pretty much based in Russia. So they threw the ultimate Baltimore government, hey, if you're not going to pay me $1 million, I will release every single government agency record to the public. So this is it. Here is the problem. The Baltimore government were running the entire service on an outdated operating system, which was Windows 7, right? Microsoft stopped supporting Windows 7. And that's number one. That's the reason why the hackers could penetrate and compromise the entire Baltimore network service and have an answer. Number two is they didn't have backups. Seriously, they didn't have backups to those files. Okay, the government records. They didn't have a tape backup. They didn't have offshore backups, nothing. So imagine a judge issues orders for all the clients and he types the orders in a Microsoft Word document saved in the local file. There is no centralized systems to back up those files. So You know what? So they call the FBI, they call the CIA to brute force and secure the keys. They gave up because once you hit with the ransomware, especially 4096 RSA encryption keys, you're dead. You're finished. You can't. Nobody can. Right? So the FBI said, no, we can't help you. Go and pay the ransom to the hackers. So eventually the city council voted and they got the insurance company to negotiate with the hackers. They settled for $500,000. Okay, I'll give $500,000, $500,000 in Bitcoin, and you better give me the keys. Eventually it is unlocked. Okay, so what happened was the entire network system was running in a backdated, outdated, old servers and running what I call 20-year-old software systems. So now the city council voted and with approval of $20 million to move everything to the cloud, to Azure. Okay, so this is one single example because once you hit the ransomware, you're pretty much finished. So the root cause of the problem is outdated systems. Another example is ransomware attack in Danish company. Danish company, is one of the leading company called Dermot. They produce hearing aids for hospitals around the world. So if something wrong, you couldn't hear, some sickness or something, they'll get special equipment for hearing aids. So they were hacked and they lost $95 million. Seriously, this is a Fortune 500 company we're talking about here. Okay, these guys make a revenue of $15 billion. Think about it, $95 million. Why? They're so stupid. Seriously. Because I'm a cybersecurity professional. If I would talk to the CTO guys, I'll give a big slap on his face. Because these guys were running in Active Directory systems, not isolated. It was connected to every other systems in the entire company's chain, including Philippines, including Dubai, including Mexico and France. Jesus Christ, what are you thinking, man? If your authentication system should be completely isolated, not even connected to the other parts of the network, right? A simple, what do you call a principal pen test policy would tell you that. So this happens because the technology and the people processes is so big, so disconnected. So the hack happens. So there, Bulgaria is another example. So you'll be laughing. Okay, what? Bulgaria set a precedent in the entire world. How would you hack an entire country? No, the country, not a company, not agencies, not few people, the entire country. So if I say I can hack the entire country of India, you'll be laughing at me, right? That exactly happened in Bulgaria. How did the hacker do it? Okay, here we go. You see, the Bulgaria has a central NRA department. It's called National Revenue Agency. So they hold records of every single citizen, the birth, the death, the revenue you make, and your personal information, your address, your telephone number, which company you work for, who's your brother, who's your sister, who's your mother, your entire profile about the minute you're born until you die is stored in this database called National Revenue Agency. The total data was 21 gigabyte. Now, what hacker did is the hacker compromised the NRA agency with an attack called SQL injection and stole the 21 gigabyte file. Now, the Bulgaria, the country, has about 5 million people. Okay, 7 million people in population. So if you remove the kids and the babies and the minors, you get about 5 million adult population. That's it. The hacker got hold of the passports, identity cards, and everything. Okay, that's because they were running on a outdated application, and that application had a SQL injection attack. So this is a wake-up call. It's not like you're not going to be hacked. It's about them, including us. So the question is, you should be asking is, do you have a contingency plan? Do you have, risk assessment? Do you have, for example, when you're we're going through a safari, looking at the lions in Africa, and you're in a jeep, and you have a breakdown. You have a spare tire in the back, right? That's what risk assessment is. So now this was last week. This was, oh my God, I was so shocked. A hacker infiltrates. Of course, these hackers are not your homegrown hackers, mind you. I'm talking about these are state-run hackers from North Korea, Russia, China, and Iran. So what happened in the US is, okay, the local law enforcement filed a case without naming the hacker because they know who did it. This hacker remotely accessed a computer system in in Florida. Florida's water treatment facility. And that drinking water comes from there, this particular facility in the Florida. So what the hacker did is he gained access to the system, and he tried to increase the level of sodium hydroxide by 100 times. So what is sodium hydroxide? You need to mix this to make sure it kills the bacteria. So make sure the water you drink, it's clean. Okay, it's not infected, right? So there's a level of sodium hydroxide that can be programmed in the computer to drop it into the tank. So this guy increased by 100-fold, and if you were to drink that water, you will die. That's it. Okay, so it's a chilling sign of a cybercrime can endanger lives in the real world. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Okay, so the cybersecurity professionals, stopped the attack, and they shut down the treatment plan until they could find out exactly what happened. All right. So ask yourself, what if it happens to a national grid? Now, I didn't mention about you on outdated operating systems. Okay, this is true around the world, not only in India, not only in Malaysia, not only in Australia. This is around the world because you know what? If you have a company with about 30,000 employees and you have like 100 offices around the world, you already have a system in place. You've got a computer, you've got operating system, you've got a cables, you've got a Wi-Fi, everything works. So the rule goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm going to ask you one question. Okay, so look at your home. You have a fridge there, right? So you open the fridge, you get a cool water, you're thirsty, you're drinking it. Okay, if you ask your question, when was the last time you changed the fridge? The question is, Haja, why would I want to change the fridge? Everything is working. So whatever I drop in the fridge keeps me cool, right? So that's exactly what's happening in the companies around the world. But it doesn't work in the cybersecurity. That means you must have a budget to change your technologies as the industry progresses. Okay, so if you have new version of the software, new version of the operating system, new version of the computers, new version of the cloud technologies, you've got to be on the cutting edge. That means, yes, you need a budget. You need money reserved. This is something no company wants to give money to cybersecurity professionals to go and harden and get the latest stuff. Okay, who doesn't want a latest iPhone? Because everybody wants it, right? But the companies who get hacked is because they are using outdated systems because they don't need to change anything since it's working beautifully. I'll give an example over here. Hospitals in the US, whether it's California, Michigan, Florida, or Chicago, you name it. Around the US, you have X-ray scans, CAT scan, MRI machines. Okay, so what do you think these machines are using? Of course, you get all the data on the screen when you go for MRI scan. They're using a Windows 7, Windows XP embedded systems right there because it's built inside the MRI scans hardware container. All right, so the hospitals are struggling. How do I upgrade these systems to the latest technologies? But you just can't. Okay, because it's a box. There is no option for upgrade over there. Okay, the only way you want to upgrade is you want to throw this MRI scan systems out of the window and get a new polished, shiny machines in front of your patients. That's not easy. That's going to be so pricey. Okay, each MRI scan will cost you almost what, $25 million? So what happens is the hospitals are hit with ransomware regularly because the hacker has control of the patient's records. Okay, all right. So this is a beautiful example. The slide you see here is the X-ray scan that's using. If you see the screen itself is running on a Windows XP system. Okay, all right. So another example why the computers are getting compromised, networks are getting bombarded with attacks is because of legacy code. Okay, so I didn't talk about the operating systems and the hardware. Right now, let's talk about the software itself. So whether it's your Facebook or Apple or Microsoft, it's all written on a legacy code called C++. Yes, it worked 20 years back. Okay, I'm sure some of you are teaching C++ in your college. It's good just for the legacy, how it's evolved. But today, get rid of the C++ and move on to Swift and other languages. Okay, you got Ruby Rails and you have a beautiful platform that is really shiny and cutting edge toys right there. So if your kernel, if your software is still built with the C++, God help you, because the language itself is unsecure. Okay, it's time to dump it has a memory leakage and the arrays and hardening using the IO libraries. Oh my God. So what is the industry doing? Apple has migrated like many years ago to Rust. Rust is the cutting edge language today, which is highly secure and which is more modern, less code and more focused on your software development lifecycle process. So Facebook has moved completely from C++ to Rust. Now, that leaves the big player in the industry, Microsoft. So Microsoft is struggling. In fact, Davidson said it'll take about almost 10 years to move a Windows code, still in C++, to Rust. So if you are teaching, if you are in the computer science department, this is the skill that you want to teach people. Okay, Rust. All right, so let's move on to the next skill, blockchain. Okay, so what is blockchain? So blockchain is pretty much a ledger in which the data cannot be tampered with, data cannot be changed once you enter into the system. Now, the blockchain is not a replacement for databases. It's not. So blockchain is pretty much used for smart contracts and storing monetary values. You send money to somebody else and it's stored there and anonymously. Okay, and what you have is a smart ledger. You don't need a middleman. You don't need lawyers. You don't need banks. Two parties can communicate and form an agreement for a transaction. That's what blockchain is. So if your company is not on blockchain, if you don't have a blockchain process, a hyperledger, or your blockchain currency, you're going to be extinct, because that's where the future is. It's a blockchain technology. So if you look at Rochester, we have created our own Rose coin. We created our own platform on Roma tokens in Ethereum. And we issue certificates and put the certificates into the blockchain system so that nobody can fake it. Nobody can, pretend. They took the exam, they passed, and there's no evidence behind it. All right, so next example is, this was yesterday's news. Then I saw this and I said, oh my God, this is amazing. So Bitcoin today, the Bitcoin it's exceeding $50,000. One Bitcoin is equal to $50,000. So Tesla plans to sell cars with Bitcoin. So the companies, if you go to Starbucks in the US, you don't have to pay in US dollars. You can just simply pay Bitcoin through the app. Okay, so that's being accepted. Cryptocurrencies are being widely accepted around the world. Okay, that's going to be replacing, not so soon, but give it like 20, 30 years down the road to replace the primary token of exchange. I'm not saying it's going to pay US dollars, but companies are adding blockchain technologies as an additional form of transactions when it comes to payments. And one example is last month, Tesla purchased about $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin. That time, the price of the Bitcoin was $27,000. So last month, the minute Bitcoin invested $1.5 billion, the price shot up to $50,000 per Bitcoin. You know what that means? Okay, here is it. Okay, the SEC just released an announcement. Tesla made more profit in Bitcoin than selling the Tesla car. Jesus Christ. What the hell is that? Tesla made about $1.5 billion in profit. Okay, with only Bitcoin. The price hiked up. So when you look at the profit that Tesla makes selling the Tesla cars around the world, that is less than $500 million after taxes and expenses and so on. So this is like a benchmark. Now MasterCard has jumped in and started buying Bitcoin. Now which is Standard Chartered has jumped in. All right, PayPal has jumped inside, and Amazon is jumping inside Bitcoin. That's it. You know what? It's been triggered. Okay, and it just blows out of proportion like crazy. All right, so let's move on to cybersecurity workforce. So I was talking a little bit of hacks, right? I'll give more examples of these hacks in a minute. So cybersecurity workforce is something that is very pathetic in the United States because the demand is so huge. Because today everything is based on computers. So if you use computers and digital devices, that means you need to go and secure that. You need people to secure that. You don't need a Tom, Dick, and Harry. You need really skilled professionals to manage these sophisticated networks. All right, so NIST is the National Institute of Standards in the US. So they have published a roadmap, okay, a framework. So if you, as an organization, would want to get inside the cybersecurity process, all you have to do is follow the framework. You can download that. The link is right there. PDF is right there. It's free of charge. And you can modify, you can accommodate your rules of engagement or whether you have a process towards this particular framework. All right, so let me talk about artificial intelligence. Sunday was so detailed with tons of technologies in the slides, okay? I could, it's too much information to follow in my head. I'll give some examples. Artificial intelligence, how it's being used in cybersecurity. All right, so let's talk about music. Okay, so in the music industry, you'll see a lot of lawsuits going on. Hey, you know what? Beyonce will be suing Taylor Swift. Hey, you stole my music. You stole the first few beats. Hey, you stole the drum beats from here. So this happens all the time until two parties come to a settlement by licensing and paying royalties to the other person's music. All right. So let me dive inside music in artificial intelligence in music. There are two guys. Their name is Rail and Rubin. Okay, these are lawyers and cybersecurity professionals in the US. They developed an incredible algorithm. Okay, so they recorded every possible 8-note, 12-beat melody combo. What does it mean? Okay, you take a piano. Okay, so you got piano, you got a lot of keys, right? So in Western music, there are only 12 notes in octave. That's it. So you take these 12 notes combinations and you produce all sorts of music. Okay, the entire world's music comes from these 12 notes. That's it. So when you try to combine using an artificial intelligence and brute forcing number of possible melodies you can use for 12, you get about $68 billion. Sorry, 68 billion combinations. Wait, do I miss dollars? Sorry, guys. 68 billion combinations. Okay, that's it. You can't produce any more tunes other than the 68 billion. So Rail and Rubin generated these 68 billion combinations using a fast computer. Okay, and he created a database. Here's the best part. He released it as open source to the public. Hey guys, here is the music. So if you were to create any music, whether you're Beyonce, whether you're Adam Smith, I don't care. So any new music that generated in the future from now will be part of this particular library because you can't create anything else new. Okay, it has to be one of these combinations. So the entire library or data set is available on GitHub. I have given you the link. Go ahead and download it. So what that means is you cannot sue somebody else. Hey, you stole my tune. Okay, and the other guy cannot sue the, So what happens is you still can create an individual identity by using lyrics, right? That makes it your work copyrighted. But the tunes in the piano, you can't. You can't produce anything new, whether it's a Tamil, Hindi, or Venezuelan, or whether it's with a bongo music. I don't give a damn. That's it. So this was like this woke up, and all the music lawyers around the world, and they were like, "Oh my God, man! I'm going to be out of job. Okay, I'm going to be out of business." Right? All this happened with the Rail and Rubin. All right, so let's move on. So we're talking about cybersecurity job roles. So when you look at the profession itself, it's very complex. Okay, it's not something that that is from a textbook. Okay, for example, like if you want to be a doctor, you've got Gray's anatomy. That's a benchmark. Okay, your bones, your heart, and your legs, and that's not going to change. Only the diseases mutate, and you're going to learn about that. But the physical anatomy is the same. But when it comes to cybersecurity, what you learned last year is going to be outdated this year. because the industry is changing so fast. You got to keep up, right? That's the reason why the demand is really high. So the industry itself, cybersecurity job role itself comprises of investigator, analyst, engineer, architect, software developer, administrator, vulnerability assessor, compliance officer, network security engineer, security application security engineer, and so on. So you got to specialize in one of these roles, okay, to have a future. Now, what you're seeing here is this is the US incident response team, and who's fully trained on the cybersecurity response team to launch attacks, okay, immediately whenever the threat is identified around the world. So these guys are located in every single major US embassies around the world. This is called incident response team, ready for attack. So you might think like, oh, they do have one in Singapore, in Philippines, in Dubai, in Australia and UK and so on. You think the threat is coming, today's threat is coming from what, somebody's going to bomb you or something? No, I don't think so. Nobody is trying to throw you a bomb. Nobody's trying to strike you with a missile. Today's attacks are through cyber, and the US is ready, okay, for contingency plans. So these highly skilled, trained professionals, they are monitoring day and night any kind of attack, just like the water system I showed you, right? Any attack that's launched towards the White House, the Homeland Security, or the enterprise, or the stock exchange, or the grids and so on. They're ready for attack. So benefits. Why you need to study cybersecurity? Because the job opportunities are huge. It's not like you're not going to be employed. It's just you'll be employed immediately. That's what it is. Remember this. I'm talking about skilled cybersecurity professionals, not Mickey Mouse guys. You don't simply attend a 2-day class and say, hey, I'm a cybersecurity professional, give me a job. No one's going to hire you. I'm talking about skilled professionals. They go through in-depth training. Okay, so companies are looking for people who can do the job and versatile across different technologies. Not one technology. You should know about iOS, you should know about iPhone, Android, you should know about IoT device, you should know about drones, you should know about blockchain technologies, you should know about Linux operating system, you should know application programming, you should know the APIs, you should know how the communication platform works and the cloud technologies. Oh my God, a lot, right? Okay, that's it. That's why it's not so easy. If you have these skills, the job opportunity is there for you. Companies will immediately hire you. Okay. Now, so what you see here is electronic theft surpasses physical theft. Okay, this is a fact. Okay, so today it's like nobody's going to break into your house and steal your jewelry. It's all about breaking into your bank and stealing money, or breaking into your iCloud account and stealing sensitive documents which is stored in database. So vendor supply fraud, regulatory compliance breach, corruption, bribery, IP theft, and so on. So still governments are struggling how to create national frameworks which can protect against these kind of attacks. They're struggling. Look at Australia's laws. Australia has wants backdoors in Microsoft systems, iOS systems. Say, please give me a backdoor, because the phone gets the wrong hand. We should be able to see what the data is. Same thing with the Vietnam cybersecurity law. So many countries are struggling. How do I create one? Okay, because I'll tell you why. The way I'm using the word struggling is the technologies are evolving. So for example, you have a target. Let's like a plane. Okay, the what do you call Air Force and fighter jet flying, and you want to shoot it down. It's not that easy because you see an object in movement. Similarly, the technology is evolving so fast, and you need to keep yourself up to date and get this nailed down. Let's talk about dark web a little bit in a minute. So if you want to see, is somebody messing with my slides? Who's drawing it, guys? Yeah, I see somebody is drawing something on my slides. Okay, all right. Well, once my session is over, I'll give you my slides. You can draw whatever you want. Okay, let me just finish this. Okay, so dark web. All right, so where do you get this $1.5 billion revenue for hackers? Actually, the hackers' revenue is not, the overall revenue for them, it's about 1.6 trillion. Okay, we talk about theft of intellectual property, theft of denial service attacks, and kidnapping and so on. So you will see all the data on the dark web. So one example is anybody messing up with my slides here? Organizers, can you step in here? Prem? Yes, somebody is drawing on my slides over here. That is it's not professional. It's kind of rude though. Yeah.
No, sir, we have removed them, sir. You can continue, please.
Yeah, who was doing that? No, please don't do this. It's not recommended. Okay, all right. Okay, fine. So let's move on. So what kind of data that you're going to see on the dark web? Actually, you can buy passports, you could buy credit cards, you could buy drugs, and you could buy all the illegal the weapons and whatnot is right there. All you have to know is the onion address. So one example is this was last month. Hackers breached a Microsoft network. This was so shocking. They breached the Microsoft network in which a server was holding source code. Okay, so Windows NT, Windows XP, Windows 2000, and these are legacy classic operating system source code. So they stole the source codes and they put it on the dark web. So what you see, a picture of the images that's available on the dark web, and I happened to download it, and I was really shocked. Oh, Microsoft, can't you just lock it up and secure it and so on? So here we go. Let's talk about SolarWinds hack that happened recently. Okay, so this Microsoft released a statement 2 days back. SolarWinds was the biggest hack of all time, biggest hack, right? So this tops everything that happened years ago. So how did they do it? Russian hackers installed the malware into an upgrade of the SolarWinds network. They have a product called Orion. So what is Orion? It's a network management software. If you install it in your computer, and it'll scan your entire network. Let's say you have 100 computers in your campus. And it'll scan and it'll give you a report and what kind of ports are open and what kind of application install and whether you want to remote control that machine and so on. So SolarWinds company has installed the software to 300,000 customers, installations. Out of that, 18,000 customers were infected because a Russian hacker, what they did is they penetrated SolarWinds and took control of one of the patch and threw a Trojan and replaced it into the repository, release repository. So when you download a patch, you get a Trojanized software. 18,000 customers were infected and data was stolen. Who are they? Department of State, Department of Homeland Security, National Institute of Health, Pentagon, Department of Energy, Department of Treasury, Department of Commerce, state and local governments. Microsoft was because Microsoft was a customer of SolarWinds. FireEye, NVIDIA, Cisco, Intel, VMware, Deloitte, Malwarebytes, plus 18,000 SolarWinds Orion customers. Thank God we didn't use Orion. This is the Orion software. You take a look at it. It's nothing but a simple network management tool. That's it, right? So most companies would have that installed. It's not that pricey. It costs you like $18,000 a year subscription. And this is it. So it automatically downloads the patches and the latest signatures, and the hack happened because of a Trojanized update. Okay, so this is called supply chain attack. Now, Kevin Mandia, FireEye, the CEO. Okay, this is a guy well respected. The company is well respected around the world when it comes to incident response, and he issued a statement. So he said, FireEye. The Russian hackers are highly trained in the operational security executed with a discipline and focus. They operated using methods that counter security tools. What basically he's saying is, you know what, the weapons they threw at us, we couldn't defend ourselves. because we didn't have the technologies. This was like zero-day exploits, and we have know how they penetrate the entire network and stole the data and pushed it to Russia. And this is a national debate right now. The Biden administration came in, and the Congress is pressing the administrations to launch sanctions based on the SolarWinds attack. And Biden is saying, wait a minute, guys, it's been a month they took office, and we will respond in time. All right, so demand of cybersecurity, like I said, National Center of Education Statistics in the US, NCES, shows the number of cybersecurity programs has increased by 33%. So when you look at the job vacancy in the US, okay, when you're looking for whether you're a plumber, whether you're an electrician, whether you're looking for a doctor, whether you're looking for lawyers, whether you're looking for astrophysicist, out of that, 30% of the listing, it's all about cybersecurity roles. This is fascinating, isn't it? 30%. So if you're starting a career, jump into it. The job is, the opportunity is right there for you. Okay, this was, I happened to be at the RSA conference last year. And this is the FBI booth. So I was talking to FBI agents, and the guys were saying, I took a picture of this. So they had huge forms and says, you know what, if you have a cybersecurity skill, please join our team. Because they are looking for 30,000 people. They don't have the skill set right now. So they're going on a hiring spree, all right? It says, yeah, sure, I'll join your FBI. Give me a form. So the form comes in and says, do you have this, and this? You got to come for an interview. Level 1, level 2, level 3. As long as you have the skill sets, you're ready to go and join the team. Of course, you need to pass the clearance, US clearance. So what I'm trying to say is, these agencies in the US are begging, please join our organization. Okay, if you have the right skill. All right, that's what the statement they're trying to make. So this is a projected skill set, the openings right now. And this is another article you see, cybersecurity report. The industry predicts about 4 million job openings by 2021. 4 million. And the job focus have been unable to keep pace with a dramatic rise in cybercrime, which is predicted to cost the world $6 trillion annually by 2021. I'm taking a lot of statistics, right? This is what people do in cybersecurity. We simply don't talk unless we back it up with statistics, what's happening in the industry. So currently there's a shortfall of 1.5 million cybersecurity professionals globally. For example, in Malaysia alone, 400,000 people are required. The government is looking for 400,000 people. They can't fill those professionals because every skilled professional is already hired by Fortune 500 companies right there. So this is a Rochester Certified Cybersecurity Engineer. This is our program. It's a very highly a complex program that we developed. And we certify people around the world and get them through the curriculums and train them with a hands-on experience and put them on the job and shoot them off to a lovely career. Okay, that's what RCC engineer means. So remember, the key word is called engineer. Okay, so that's not an easy word because the word engineer is a highly complex word. That means you should know A to Z about the technologies. Okay, we're not talking about professional. Engineer is above professional. So let's move on. Okay, so this is a certificate that we issue to people when they finish the programs and pass the test and so on. That certificate, you see it right there, they're holding, that will give them a job. Okay, that's the passport to a cybersecurity destination. Okay, all right. So let me focus on some of the hacks here. Microsoft doesn't think. Satya Nadu, he made a statement in the Xbox launch, and he said, Microsoft doesn't think Windows is important anymore. There's no feature of Windows, guys. Forget about it. Okay, what does it mean? Because Windows is dead. He says today, people don't care whether you're using a Windows, a Mac, or Linux, or a phone or something. Today, the future is apps and applications. So Microsoft revenue, the overall revenue, 60% of the revenue comes from the cloud, Azure. Okay, so Microsoft wants the Windows to run inside the Azure platform, not on your computer. They want all your data to be in the cloud, not on your local computer. So what that means is the operating system is dead. It doesn't exist anymore. You don't need to store your data locally. Put it on a OneDrive and store it there. Of course, don't worry about the ransomware. Microsoft has this automatic backup systems in place. So they have moved towards that. For example, in Rochester, all our products, our services is in the cloud. We don't run anything locally. Okay, so we don't give a damn thing what kind of device you use. So Windows is dead, the desktop OS moving to the cloud. The question is, have you moved to the cloud? If you haven't, it's not about how you're going to hack, it's about when. I will guarantee you, one way or the other hacker will find a way to get inside your systems and steal your data, and he says, thank you, bye-bye, I told you so. Okay, so you need to have a plan. You need to have migration strategy to move to the cloud. All right, so this is our Rochester's Maxis. The entire operating system is running in the cloud, accessible through a browser. This is what our employees use. This is what our students use when they come to the programs. So you put your data over there, you run your applications, Microsoft Word, whatnot, your programming, your Rust and your PHP, your website development, everything is in the cloud using a browser. So you don't need a local computer. This is what Satya was saying. Your future Windows subscriptions will be unlocked using Azure key, not through a local machine. So one example would be Commodore. Commodore is one of the leading SSL certificate issuers for websites and network servers. Hackers stole 245,000 usernames, email addresses, social media from the SSL security company. How did they do it? It's one of the leading companies for SSL technologies. They issue certificates, even our certificates issued from them. So is Microsoft and Apple. Simple. These guys are the biggest, think of them as an iPhone in the mobile industry. So what happened is, this is a Commodore. Okay, the customers are Samsung to Shell to Mobile and T-Mobile and so on. This is the code. Now on the screen, what do you see there? That's the code. It's almost like 20 lines of code. The 20 lines of this shell code, hackers threw it at this bulletin board and downloaded 245,000 usernames, the accounts. So why? See, Commodore uses an open source bulletin board system. It's called vBulletin. And of course, if when you use open source, you have to force yourself to launch upgrades. You got to upgrade almost every single day because the libraries are scattered all over the place. So the administrator was managing the vBulletin section of the Commodore. He was running an old version and he didn't launch the update. He didn't patch up the system. That's it. So the hacker exploited a vulnerability, and that's the exact, nothing else. This is the code. This is the code launched against the vBulletin, the old version, and he remote controlled the entire network and stored the data. So supply chain attacks, one example is when you buy a Windows laptop, okay, you have a BitLocker. BitLocker is a feature in the BIOS itself. It will encrypt your entire hard disk, not through the software, through the hardware layer. Okay, so Microsoft gives the specs to vendors like Samsung and Lenovo and IBM and HP and so on. Guys, you know what? You can program this in your chip. Now, what happened is the hackers, they went and removed the chip from HP's machine and replaced it with their own chip and launched an attack on the computers. So for example, so when you buy a new computer for HP, right? So hackers already compromised the chip. So when you launch a BitLocker, encrypt the entire data on the hardware layer, and the Windows is saying it's already encrypted, you're good to go, you know what, nobody can touch your machine and so on. Actually, that's a lie. It doesn't work like that. So what Microsoft decided is, guys, you know what, I don't trust you anymore. I don't trust you with the BitLocker and the hardware layer. So from now onwards, we are going to implement, okay, additional software-based encryption in the BitLocker. Okay, that means you can't even trust the devices anymore. That's what happened with the SolarWinds hack. Another example would be in Airbus was hacked through supplier VPNs. I'm thinking I'm running out of time here, so I'll try to zoom in. The hackers launched an attack on Airbus by using a VPN and to steal. Actually, they successfully stole it. They successfully stole Airbus's technical documents about compliance. Who did it? The Chinese government. Okay, and because the Chinese government couldn't get the certification approved for the Comac C-19 plane. So what they did is they went and stole Airbus. But how did they do it? Using VPN. So let me move on to another technology called asset management. One example would be is identify the devices that you have in your network, whether it's a phone, whether it's a printer, whether it's an old classic fax machines, whether you have a photocopier, whether you have a receptionist computer, your laptops, put all of them together, and then you try to manage it through a centralized repository. That requires huge planning, right? And so another example would be is privacy. I'm not sure whether it applies in India, but in Europe and the US, privacy is very, very serious. And one example is last year, Europe's top court rules that right to be forgotten. So for example, when you launch your Google, right? And when you search, my name is Jason Springfield. Okay, let's say that's your name, right? So your results will come based on your the data in the database. So can you go to Google and say, Google, please remove my name in the search. If anybody searches for a name, I don't want to show in the search list, to your results list. Can you do it right now? You can't. Okay, nobody can, except this is the biggest win for the EU courts. Okay, because we have a beautiful GDPR law in the US. In the Europe. If you're a European citizen living, let's say in Amsterdam, you can write to Google, and Google is obliged to remove your name appearing on the search list, result list, if it throws you on EU computers. But if you come out of EU and put your name here, let's say in London, your name will appear. So privacy is something that's important to organizations. So check whether you are comply to the privacy policies within your company. So another example would be is this is the Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center. I'm going to talk about threat intel in a minute. This is the actual lab in the US in Redmond, in Washington. So where they collect evidences and launch attacks based on intelligence they receive all around the world. So what is threat intelligence? All right. So threat intelligence is a gathering of evidence-based information utilized in identifying possible risks to facilitate informed decision. That's a textbook definition. So I'll give an example. So if in an industry, let's say in a bank, all right. So if a hacker were to launch an attack on a Standard Chartered in the UK, and you have all the log files, the attacks is coming from Iran, and this is the payload, and this is the code that comes in. If Standard Chartered were to share this particular log to other banks, okay, say Lloyd's Bank or Citibank and so on, so they could improve their defenses by adding the rules in the firewall system or the intrusion detection system and so on. So that is called threat intelligence. But threat intelligence happens within the industries. For example, Saudi Arabia, they have a threat intel for Aramco, Shell, within the energy sector. There's a threat intelligence for hospitality sector, like Hilton, you have a Marriott and so on. So this is a big science itself. You need data. Okay, you need compliance. You need a trust to share this data. So you have a technical sources, human sources, you have intelligence sources, put them together, and you improve your defense system, threat intel. So without this, it's difficult to defend against attacks. One example is how the US government works with other governments to prevent terrorism attacks. So same thing apply to the cybersecurity world. Now, one example would be is in the past, you used to stop because of the viruses had a signature. It didn't work today. So this is Falcon from CrowdStrike. Okay, it's amazing threat intel tool. What happens is they have a list of databases, more than hundreds of threat actors. Okay, this is what a hacker. If a hacker is the Grim Spider hacker, his target is Canada, UK, United States, and he has a signature. He has a pattern of how he compromises systems. So what you have to do is you have to prevent and improve your defense systems based on these attack strategies. How certain hackers launch attacks. Same thing, how certain terrorists throws attacks in Iran and in Iraq and Afghanistan and so on. So you have to learn This is called counterterrorism. You've got to be on the other side of the spectrum and learn how the hackers think, how the hackers work. And this is exactly what's happening in threat intel. All right, I'm almost finished, guys. Give 5 minutes, I'm done. This is our Rochester Cyber Intelligence Center. We have one in Malaysia, okay? And these are the pictures of the threat intel. And this is the actual training the students go through with the cyber threat intel, where the attacks come from and how do you launch. And it's basically a game they play with the red team and the blue team. Blue team happens to be the good guys, red team is the bad guys. And as they launch an attack, you try to defend and so on. It's a very, very complex training program. Here's another screenshot. So what you see over here is a cyber sphere. And we use a one operating system called Rochester and Rose with all the built-in bells and whistles to make it happen. So here's another screenshot. Here's another screenshot of the Cyber Intelligence Center. So that's our course materials. This is cyber sphere I was talking about. Okay, that's the red team, blue team game plan with more than 200 machines, okay, working together into a role play, right? How attack comes in, how you defend and so on. It's a very, very complex systems that we built. You can go to the website and you can take a look at it. So this is the certificate we issue to the students once they complete the 2 weeks programs. Some of the programs are even a month. Take about over 30 days to finish it. And of course, there you see my signature is right there at the bottom. That's my name right there. So here is another signature, another certificate we issue, Cyber Intelligence Center. And these kind of the skill sets is what the employees are looking for. Okay, where did you go for training? How were you trained? What are the syllabus like? What exercise did you participate in? Right? Did you actually go and sit and launch attacks, or you just study from the book and so on? So these are not self-study courses. This is, you really have to come and sit and see how things go. All right. So we are done, almost done. And lastly, thank you so much. I'm humbled for hosting me here. And I don't use emails. Emails are yesterday. I use LinkedIn. If you want to chat with me, that's the LinkedIn URL. Once again, thank you, Prem. And thank you, Saraswathi. Love you guys. God bless.
Thank you very much, sir.
Department. So actually your presentation was too awesome. Sir, we have many questions from the audience, but due to shortage of time, we'll mail you the questions. And if time permits, we'll be honored if you could answer the queries, sir. Especially after post-lunch, you have kept the audience intact and with your vibrant presentation, sir. We really admire your presentation. Thank you for so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Take care, guys. Bye. Stay safe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All of wisdom that radiate a source of energy with us. Once again, I thank you for your lively speech, sir. Gratitude is a healthiest of all human emotions. I would like to invite Dr. Nazrul, Dean of Employee Department of Sree Saraswathi Thyagaraja College, to render a vote of thanks. Language which the deaf can hear and the blind can see, said by Mark Twain. With this quote, I am happy to stand before you and express my gratitude for making this technical session with great clarity. Takeaway through this IT and ITES sessions can be conveyed in a kind of white paper that can be submitted to the government. When we focus on our batch 2,
The tide of disappointment goes out, and the tide of love rushes in, led by Preston Armstrong. Over now, I would express my thanks to Dr. Nityanandan Bhavratsa, Executive Director, Amit, and Honorary Secretary, CMI, for his wonderful deliberation on job opportunity in IT and ITS services. I visualize the job opportunity availed in the products and services also. The greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest thing. Who is the one that gets the people to do the greatest thing but by Ronald Reagan. Such a person is a curious resource person. Now I extend my sincere thanks to such a woman leader, Dr. Sandhya Chintala, Vice President NASCAM, for her enlightened words on supervised job opportunity in India. And also through big data, deep learning software, artificial intelligence, data center, virtual world, virtual reality, digital wallets, electronic vehicles, automation, on delivery, and 3D printing. If our action inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are the leader set by John Quincy Adams. I will acknowledge my sincere thanks to such an inspiring person, Dr. Haja Modin, President, CTO, Rochester, New York, for his powerful words on cybersecurity threat 2021. He gave many live examples how hackers hacked several government data, companies, etc. All because of outdated operating system, cloud computing, legal code C++. You also understand the job opportunities available for the cybersecurity workforce. Thank you, sir. You once again thank all the participants of technical session 3 through online and offline. I also thank the technical team members who have made this program to happen live. Thank you all. Let us be grateful to people who make us happy. Thank you, ma'am. Today, we will wind up the session for day 1, and we completed all our sessions with success. The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Tomorrow, we will start with 2 more technical sessions on gems and jewelry, logistics and shipping. Thank you all. Our participants, tomorrow we will join the same way. Yeah, we expect everyone to do the open preparation. Thank you.